know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صدق.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and we're joined with Humanoid and Razork from Fnatic. Thank you so much for coming here. How's your flight? How's it going?
My flight has been amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's just a normal flight. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm enjoying it here, and that's it. How about you?
I was chilling, watching Game of Thrones, the ending.
Yeah, poor guy now realized that the last season is not that great.
Oh, spoilers. No spoilers, I guess.
Need
No, it doesn't matter.
to do one more episode, and I'm done with
Don't
it.
do it.
You should probably finish what you started. I would say you should do it.
I will finish. I will finish,
see?
of course.
There you go. All right, let's jump straight into the questions here because I want to talk a little bit about the LEC run that the team has had so far. It was really, really good, and then G2 happened. So, do you think that could impact you on an international stage as well?
Not at all. I think the fact that we played really bad in the last 3 games is just gonna make us stronger coming into this tournament. And I mean, we pretty much did it just so we bring the fan expectations a bit lower, because everyone was like telling us that we are the favorites to win the tournament. So now that it's not the case, we can actually focus on like playing without so much pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, my answer is I think I found 2 or 3 patterns that happened in the games that we lost, and it's my mid lane is running it down and getting solo kill, and we are mis-executing dives on top and bot. So these things were happening, right? You agree?
I don't remember.
Okay, it happened, so we just need to stop running it down on mid and maybe stop diving, and then maybe we can win, you know?
I mean, you live and you learn, right? So.
I don't remember that happening.
No. Short-term memory loss. Do you remember the game against Team Liquid?
I do.
Not really.
I do remember it, yeah.
You want to talk about it? Because Team Liquid is also the first team that you'll be playing, and there is a lot of pressure because there's no lower bracket.
I mean, we can talk about it if you want.
Yeah, I would love to. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to? How does it make you feel?
I mean, it was a long time ago, no? Now it's already in the past for me. Good point now, we play at 9 p.m. We don't play in the morning. So now we have no excuse if we lose against them.
That's way worse.
What do you mean?
Gamer hours.
It's
I
better.
can't play at 9 p.m.
Okay, then
prefer
I don't know.
morning.
My mid laner can't play at 12 a.m. He can't play at 9 p.m. He can't play
Bro, I can
at
play
any time.
easily at 12 a.m.
I thought this was the round table, not the grill your mid laner table. But you
Okay.
know, we can do that. That's okay. But 9 p.m. Why'd you not like 9 p.m.?
I mean, I'm already asleep almost at 9 p.m. You know?
Wow.
I have
Early bedtime.
have a healthy schedule. You know, waking up at 6 a.m. for a run, of course.
Have you gone for a run here in the weather?
Yeah.
How are you finding it? How hot was it when you went for a run here?
Okay, I didn't go for a run. I have to admit, I'm kind of lying here. But yeah, I mean, I've been outside for like 5 minutes. If I stay there for 5 more, I think I'm gonna die. But fortunately, inside it's not as hot, so I'm just gonna stay inside.
Yeah, just classic gamer, just staying inside.
Yeah.
And have a healthy sleeping schedule.
Yeah.
And go for a run at 6 a.m. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to run, and I don't think he has a healthy sleep schedule, but it's fine.
You gotta do what you gotta do for these
Yeah.
interviews, right?
Yeah.
If that's what he wants to say,
Let him
that's
be.
fine. When you're looking at the bracket particularly, and we're approaching it from best of 3 series, we're coming from the LEC, regular season just finished, it's only best of 1s. Do you think that's more of an advantage for you guys because you know that you have to come in and show up on the first game? Or do you think it could potentially bring some fatigue with, 9 p.m. being the game time?
I mean, for me, it's completely fine, honestly. I prefer playing best of threes than best of ones. I personally said it many times, even in my social media. I don't like the LEC format right now. And I think the best of ones are not the best for the competition. So I like that we are gonna play best of three. And yeah, I don't mind too much about playing at 9 p.m. It's just my millionaire likes to complain a lot.
What do you have to say to defend yourself?
I mean, I also prefer best of threes. I prefer to play earlier, but that's it. I'm not complaining, guys. I think Team Liquid is absolute trash, and we are just gonna stomp them.
Whoa. Okay.
Or me, I'm gonna stomp them. I don't know about this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just hope you don't get solo killed by TLAPA.
TLAPA is, yeah.
Captain
I
America.
don't know if he's the captain of their team, but me as the captain of our team, I'm just gonna make sure that the mid lane matchup is under control at all times. Yeah, that's it.
I remember some Aurelion Sol performance in MSI.
I mean, I also remember me getting camped 5 times in a row by enemy team while my jungler was AFK doing
Wow.
the golems.
I feel like this needs to go into a therapy session between the mid laner
I
and the
need a
jungler.
therapist, but not on stream.
You guys should maybe like go to couples therapy.
We love
Yeah,
each other.
I
we
need a
love each
therapy
other.
after every single scrim
Yes.
that we play. Unfortunately, there's just no time for that. So I'm just gonna go crazy.
Yeah, he's better smoking shisha.
What is it about the scrims that makes you want to go to therapy?
I mean, it's just secret, you know.
Can't
There's
leave.
just some high-level discussions going on in the team about like macro, and sometimes that's, yeah.
I mean, we're not doing that bad. The first weeks, we were literally stomping everyone. We probably lost like 3-4 games in 3 weeks. Now, the games are more even, and we are like tied 2-2, 3-2, something like this. So we are like putting ourselves so much pressure to do better, because we are trying to play the map different and try new macro strats than our boy Marenko is showing us. But we are not performing that strats at the highest level possible right now. So he's getting frustrated sometimes.
How can you make sure you perform them at the highest level possible? Because you're playing Liquid, and realistically, will you have time to scrim them? Or scrim any of the other teams here?
I think we are scrimming today, few games,
No rest for the wicked.
and then I have no idea what the schedule is tomorrow.
We play tomorrow, no?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we play at evening. I don't know what the
Oh,
schedule
we'll
is.
probably
before
play
that.
some games for sure, I think.
And that's it. Like we have. I mean, solo queue here is unplayable, so we can only scrim. So we will play probably like 2-3 games, and then tomorrow some games, and then play official, I guess.
That's enough for me.
Yeah, no time to do any tourist activities. Is there anything you would like to do?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we will do them, but not now.
I
What
would
would you
like to
wanna
do. I mean, I don't know what the tourist activities are. But
I want to ride a camel, actually.
Yeah,
That is the
that's it.
classic, yeah, that's fair.
I need to do that actually. I will do that.
And go to the desert.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hot there. No aircon outside in the desert, just,
No aircon in the desert?
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, then I'm not sure about that.
I will go still, I think.
You can go at night.
I
It's
tank it.
Much
Oh
colder
yeah, okay.
in the evening.
I'll go at night.
There you go, one tourist attraction plan.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun time. I want to talk about the fun that you could potentially have in this bracket, because I'm assuming you guys know the games and what's happening. We have BLG, T1, Liquid, Fnatic, Gen.g, Top Esports, G2, and FlyQuest. If you have to populate this bracket, who do you think is going to be in the semifinals? Who do you think will be in the finals?
So the winner of this tournament is going to be Gen.g. Then
No, it's gonna be us. What are
I
you
like
saying?
that answer more. It's going to be us.
What
Let's
is he
go.
saying, man?
Fnatic.
We're gonna
The
go
second
final
one,
against
it's going to be
Gen.g.
Fnatic. The second one is going to be Gen.g.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The third one is going to be BLG.
But that's impossible. Because we play BLG or T1. This guy doesn't even know what.
Whatever.
It's okay.
It's
Hey.
gonna be us, Gen.g in the final. We're gonna beat BLG or T1, I don't care. And then it's gonna be G2 against Gen.g. G2's gonna lose, and then we just go finals against Gen.g. That's how it will go, Marek.
Just
Alright.
go finals.
All right, I'm sorry.
And we will stomp
I apologize.
3-0 Gen.g in the final.
Yeah.
I was talking to G2 as well earlier, and they mentioned that because of the way that this tournament is, you don't come in earlier to scrim, so it depends on who has a good read on the meta, who has a good adaptability. Do you think that is also going to be a big part of it, or is there another thing to take into consideration?
Yeah, I mean, for sure there's a new patch on this tournament that we did not play a single game on yet. So, but the patch didn't really change that much, so it should be completely fine, kinda. I think it's pretty much the same as the playoffs patch.
Do you read the patch notes? Next question. Okay. Do you read the patch note, Hazard?
I do when it affects some of my jungle champions, but not all the time, you know? Like, we usually, what we do in the team is like, if there is a new patch, we usually have a big meeting before scrims, of the first scrims of the week, and we just read and we say, okay, this is gonna be big, this is gonna be useless, and then we kinda get it together as a team, you know?
Did you have that meeting yet, or is that to come?
We had LEC, then off day.
Mm-hmm. How was the off day?
Then travel day.
How was the off day?
The off day was great.
That's great.
It was great, no?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything on my off day.
I was watching Game of Thrones all day.
Yeah, better than
I was
reading
watching
patch
House of the Dragon.
That's
episode.
the new one, right? That
Yeah.
everybody's talking about.
It's pretty good.
You like it?
Yeah.
Would you recommend he watches that one over the last episode of Game of Thrones?
For sure. I mean,
But I can do both.
Game of
Yeah.
Thrones first season until the last one was really good, and it's better than House of the Dragon. But you know, after you watch it, then House of the Dragon is also good. That's it.
Okay, good to know.
I would start it.
Yeah.
Ah, look at that. Maybe you guys can watch it together.
No.
No?
He's watching it with Spanish subtitles. I can't handle it.
At least it's not dubbed, right?
I put it in English with Spanish subtitles because there are some words that I don't understand, right?
That's how I learned English, so
Yeah?
it is a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Thank you guys for joining. But again, before I close off, I want to ask you too if there's anything you want to say to the pen. Those are your cameras.
Oh, he wants to say something for sure.
You don't?
I will after him.
I mean, I just want to say thank you to everyone who is. Why is that funny?
Why is that
Just ignore
funny?
this guy. As the captain of the team, I would say thank you, guys, for following us, and I will make sure that we make it at least to the finals of this tournament, and probably take home the trophy. And that's it. Thank you.
Let's go.
From me, we are gonna take revenge on Team Liquid for what happened in MSI. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned indeed. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys around.
Welcome one and all to the Esports World Cup.
Ready to witness 8 of the best teams from all over the world compete for a chance to be crowned the first ever League of Legends champions in the Esports World Cup.
Well, there from Zayat, and he hits that Mega Nard exactly the right time. Wanting to find those knockups, but the push away is just too strong. Carrier still getting into that backline, and so is Zayat, in fact. Time, he's going to be respecting, and now the quickness comes in. Faker with the sickest flash and the double knockback. A huge amount of the damage, and now Resort is back into the fight, just take down Core. Oscar's in a bit of trouble. He has to get away. The equalizer is huge. The front line is just melting here. He needs the kill, but he's not gonna get it as Upti will survive. Taken out. Upti going way too deep, but now APA is gonna get the flank here, and maybe it's enough as APA will take out the Corky finally.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
FlyQuest.
G2.
FlyQuest.
G2.
FlyQuest.
Oh, EU's better than an
No.
G2.
The ocean and the trees.
Goomba Stomp.
No, like the turtles and the bees.
The near airport.
Kitty must feel so bad to be EU and NA right now. I don't know why they even care about this matchup. We've got gen.g on this side of the bracket, so who cares?
Yeah, I don't know what they're yapping about because it's obviously top teams only.
Top teams only.
One and all, and welcome to day 2 of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. It was a heck of a day 1, and we know that day 2 is going to be fantastic as well. Welcome to the area. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and joining me for day 2's pre-show is Ox and Joshi. Gents, welcome.
Yeah, I mean, we had a fantastic day 1. One series that was really close back and forth, and one series where...
Had a close game?
Yeah, it did have a close game, and unfortunately, EU sent home already on the back of that one.
I mean, we just got to see what Fnatic was thinking about how they were going to do before their matches. Unfortunately, it seems like their confidence got a bit of the better of them, and we know exactly how that ended up turning out.
Well, after those matches yesterday, let's take a look at our updated bracket. Our 8 teams turned into 6 as Team Liquid took down Fnatic as the #1 seed from the LCS, beats the #2 seed from the LEC. And then you can call it an upset, but the #1 seed from the LPL fall to the reigning world champions in T1.
Yeah, I think that series was so close. I mean, both teams have had some domestic struggles. There was no sort of guaranteed way. I feel like after the series, you can say 100% BLG didn't have a chance, but ultimately T1 were just the better team on the day. And particularly that game 3, they came back from such a deficit.
It definitely felt as though Carrier took almost the entire series to realize, wait a second, guys, what if I'm actually the best support in the world? And then he really got to showcase that towards the end of game 3 and push T1 over the edge from what was looking like a really tough series.
Yeah, game #1, Jun had a pretty tough go at it in the jungle on the Zyra. I think that was the pick. Game #2 turned it back on, and BLG came roaring on back. Game 3, BLG, they had a massive lead. It looked like they were going to take the win. T1 were down 4K, 5K about 15, 16 minutes into the game, but superior team fighting all of a sudden caught BLG on the back foot.
Yeah, and I think, you know, between these two teams, people often talk about, you know, on any day it could have gone this way or that way. We've seen that between these two teams. It's international tournaments going from BLG take it to T1 take it. You know, at MSI it was BLG, and this time T1 had the edge and managed to finish it off decisively and get to the next round.
Here's the second series. It was Team Liquid versus Fnatic. Unlike the first series, Team Liquid were in control most of it, or at least in the lead in most of it. Game 2, the control, you know, that's a pretty
That's a strong word to use. We definitely know that Team Liquid were able to take this one down in 2, and the first one, it felt like they could have done no wrong. They got every single inner turret without Fnatic really being there to fight them, but in Game 2 is where Fnatic started to figure things out in the middle of the game. They found a lot of fights, and then Team Liquid, it took them a little while to get it done, but they end up finding some decisive moments throughout the mid lane around some of these dragons that actually allowed them to get the clean 2-0.
Yeah, and APA kind of talked about this in the winners interview, saying how, you know, obviously great to get the win, but after that Game 2, a lot of things to reflect on going forwards in the tournament.
Yeah, well, with 5 matches yesterday, that leads us to our first segment of the day. It's the Aramco top 5 plays of the day. Let's take a look.
Oh, the teleport flank from Bin. Big old flank from Bin as he dives in towards Onar. I don't think Onar's too worried. The all-out does come through if they kill the Sejuani. You do see the Ornn ultimate also going to try to heal for the team as we do see Toon going down, but now Yun taken out. Upti going way too deep, but now APA is going to get the flank here, and maybe it's enough as APA will take out the Corki finally. This is not their side of the map. Certainly not. This is getting real dicey. There is another snare as the Cosmic Binding locks down Knight. He's the target, and the Hyper Proc is going to do it. The Nara into the wall, the wallop there from Zeus, and he hits that Mega Nara at exactly the right time. Special delivery of Knight as well, as T1 and his team fight looking good, but in comes Bin. Can they actually deal with it? Knight now getting taken down solo. There's a shutdown gold given over to Gumayushi. The rotation around from the Zeri, but the Dragon is down very, very low. There's a Killer Instinct. They take down the Jungler, but can they win the fight is the question. That's the Dragon secured for T1. Carrier is just taking Bin for a ride, and the rest of BLG are just melting.
Those were some of the biggest plays from yesterday, from some of the biggest names from yesterday. Who stood out to you the most there, Ox?
Honestly, I feel like Carrier, the Jin Bard, a lot of T1 fans apprehensive when they got locked in, but he put that game on his back, really made the combination work, and considering the deficit they were at against a team like BLG, he hard carried.
Joshi, same question for you, but more specifically to the Team Liquid Fnatic series.
I mean, looking at that one, it definitely felt as though APA in particular, even though we didn't have all of these super flashy highlights come through, he was always there. He really understood how to play the Ziggs, and he basically single-handedly carried our first game as well.
Well, those were some of the highlights from in the game. Outside the game, we have Pepsi reactions. Let's take a look.
We're the legends that they told you about.
Welcome one and all to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. We are live at the Qiddiya Arena.
Ready to witness 8 of the best teams from all over the world compete for a chance to be crowned the first ever League of Legends champions in the Esports World Cup.
Amazed, amazed, life is so amazed. Life is so amazing. They tried to count us out, but now we count what we make. It amazing, amazing. Counting up space. Counting up space. Amazing, amazing. Counting up space. I'm counting up space. Amazing, it's crazy, cause now I get the money. Haters want attention now, but they can't get it from me. Out here on the grind trying to eat cause I'm hungry. LA weather hot, but it ain't always been sunny. Days they been raining, now I can make it rain.
Some of the amazing sights and sounds from the inaugural Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Thanks to our friends over at Pepsi for supporting that and powering this event. Now, again, we have to look forward now. That was a lot of yesterday. Let's look forward to today at the schedule that we have, as we have a huge matchup kicking things off. Gen.g versus Top Esports, and then the second battle of NA versus EU. G2, the #1 seed from the LEC, taking on the #2 seed from the LCS and FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I'm super excited for the first series because with T1 BLG, we talked about how they've had domestic struggles going in the tournament. Neither of these teams have. They are both looking in incredible form.
And of course, on the other side, we have to see, it was July 4th yesterday. It meant that NA had the strength necessary to take it all down, but today is July 5th, and we're going to have to see if FlyQuest can get some of that residual energy to come through to actually take down the Kings of Europe.
Yeah, we'll see who ends up being the winners of today's matchup. And again, speaking of winners, you know what they win? A big chunk of change here. As Ox has pointed out, each time you win, you double the prize pool that you go home with. So these guys are playing for $50,000 in this quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, and it just builds up so quickly. You know, getting that first win obviously makes a big difference, but you can very quickly start to rack up a massive prize pool.
Yeah, again, $1 million on the line here in terms of the whole tournament, but the prize pool isn't the only thing that they're playing for. Again, many of these teams will be playing for the club championship, as you can see right here. The teams that will be playing across multiple different titles have the opportunity to win this one, as well as our trophy system. Each game trophy has the opportunity to put your opponent's keys inside the game trophy to be forever encased as a little token.
Yeah, and we saw some of that yesterday. Obviously, the keys being crushed and claiming the keys from your opponents. Some of the players looking a bit, you know, it weighs on you heavily, having to hand it over, knowing the consequence is going to come through for that poor little key.
And I feel as though watching the players just see that for the first time, it's a really cool idea. I've loved seeing it every single time. And also the captains just bring it out. You can tell how proud some of the captains are to hang on to their keys. And I can't wait to see that pride continue today.
Yeah, that's right. For those of you that were like, hey, looks like Core JJ is having a little trouble putting it in. No, it was the care.
He didn't want to give it away.
Care. Exactly. Yeah. He didn't want to put it on in. He didn't want any chips. He just made sure it went in nice and perfectly. I love the fact that they add this little bonus incentive. And I really do believe that teams now that are playing today understand what's at stake, because I think yesterday was like, okay, cool. We have a key, we have a frame, we'll bring it up. But then getting to see it bent and just know that your journey's over. That was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. And I mean, this tournament is so brutal in terms of the fact that it is single elimination. Teams don't have long to sort of react to the enemy team if they come with a rough read on the meta, because again, it's an international tournament. You know, these teams did face each other in MSI, but we got big shifts, so not much time to adapt before you get knocked out.
Well, there you see, not much time before we kick off day #2 as Gen.g, the reigning MSI champions, ready to go. The reigning LCK champions ready to go. They're leaving the hotel and making their way to the Qiddiya Arena to do battle against Top Esports from the LPL, who are red hot right now in their summer split. Have not lost a series, looking so good. We'll have that whole breakdown after this short break. Again, friends, the match of the day. It is the ALJ match of the day. It is Top Esports versus Gen.g in just a little bit. We'll see you.
Seeing nothing yet.
Bin really has such a killer instinct when it comes to playing these carries, when it comes to playing these high mechanical picks. He has such an eye for how to play aggressively, challenge his opponents, and really be a carry in his own right.
He's a really aggressive top laner. I think he's creative and he just wants to win.
我觉得bin现在就是属于一个，不管是对线还是就是打团还有带线方面，都是一个比较全能的上路选手。然后他现在也比较年轻嘛，我觉得现在就是他的巅峰期。
I would say Bin is like a very versatile top laner. I've seen him play like all different type of champs ever since he started like playing.
Bin is someone who always sort of seeks improvement, always seeks to be better. There's a lot of inspirations for him. He's someone who takes a lot from the players he loses to.
And I only played once in Worlds last year. I thought he was actually looking for ways to win the lane that not everyone would look for, I would say.
对上冰的话，因为我跟他其实不是一条路上，然后69的话，平常也会觉得就是冰确实也是一个非常厉害的上路选手，但是也不是那种说就是对抗不了。
I watched a lot of his VODs in general to improve my laning phase and everything.
我觉得冰就是世界第一上单，我觉得他是第一上单的理由就是他很多方面都很完美。
I think he's very aggressive. He only plays carries kinda. He will always look for a window to win the lane.
对比于冰的话，我觉得可能就是首先我觉得他对线上面可能是会比就是大部分上路选手处理要好一点。然后的话，我觉得因为其实我跟他是一个地方人，我比较喜欢他那股冲劲。对。
He does give like the scary vibes, you know, so I don't want to, gank him after that.
His transformation over his career has been such a massive thing. When he sort of came in, he was that generation who was following the Shy, where, we're looking at these really strong carry performances in the top lane, picks like Camille and Fiora were the big thing. And, 2020 World Finals, he's the only player still to get a pentakill in the World Finals, which is huge.
I remember watching him in like Suning versus G2, and he was playing Gangplank very well. And like this MSI, he was also playing like Vayne, for example, like very well as well. So I feel like he can play a lot of champs.
I think almost anyone would say Vayne is a carry top laner, and I think we've seen that. A great example was MSI 2022 when he got Finals MVP with his Gwen performance where he just completely popped off. But I think his growth is really being stretching beyond that. I know every player is always striving to improve, but I feel like Bin takes it really personally. He wants to be the best, and that's true for every player, but he puts the work in to do so.
I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games.
Get a great look at the ALJ arrivals with Gen.g rolling on into Boulevard Studios, where our Qiddiya Arena awaits them to do battle for their first time ever at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. The squad, brimming with confidence, has not lost not even a single series, but not even a single game yet. Well, that happened today. Well, Top Esports looking to do exactly that. And what better foe to do that? This squad over at the LPL during their new LPL summer format has had great success. Has not dropped a series, did lose one game, but that's not a problem. They were taking care of business with the star-studded lineup. And speaking of stars, joining us here is our LPL expert and do-all, it's Kitty. Welcome, Kitty. How you doing?
Hi everyone, I'm doing good. I am on the AD for today. Interviews will be later, but I'm so excited to be talking about Top Esports, who remain as the only team that represent LPL at the EWC.
What happened to the other team?
Unfortunate events happened last night.
Pretty good for us though, LCK reps, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, you know what would have helped? A little bit of a patch rundown, which we have right here for you. We did a little bit yesterday, so Ox is going to give you the speed version here.
Yeah, so we saw, I think the biggest thing for me is the Skarner nerfs. His damage on his Q was toned down heavily, and he's kind of just dropped off. We haven't seen him nearly as much. Still think he's playable, but he hasn't shown up. And I think as well, some nerfs to AP junglers, they're still around. I think my general summary, things didn't change that much.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the same champions yesterday. Talia being piloted by APA, Skarner on the top side. We did see a little bit more Cassante coming on through. But as I said earlier, when these teams were arriving, their domestic leagues are underway. The summer split has started. And so let's take a look at some of those results and what we can glean from this. Kitty, let's start with you first over at the LPL. How's Top Esports been doing?
Top Esports still undefeated in their Group B, but of course, being the remaining team of the LPL, the pressure is insane. Up against Gen.g as well, where we have the head-to-head, it's Chovy versus Cream, and Cream being a relatively younger player to the region should have a bit of nerves coming into today because Chovy has been popping off over at the LCK.
Oh, yes, he has. I mean, Gen.g has looked fantastic. Obviously, they won MSI, but they've managed to look better since then. The bot lane had some issues in spring. They're really on fire. Canyon is now on a carry jungle meta, and he's just been taking over games. And obviously, you know, they haven't dropped a single game, but even in the games, they've been playing some trickier teams. They've played against T1. It's just been domination.
Yeah, when we think about unique champions that are going to be on there, because of the meta that we have right now, AP junglers are all the rage. You get to see the premier Nidalee player in Canyon. That's going to be a pick that is highly contested and so comfortable for Gen.g to play on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've kind of looked at the LCK where Canyon can play whatever. Anyone else who tries to mimic it, it just doesn't work as well. Nidalee's been a big example, but, you know, we've seen them run comps that feel like they need a fair bit of finesse and manage to pull it off, manage to make it work.
Here's the full roster with Keen, Canyon, Chovy, Pays, and Lehens. This young roster, not young in terms of age, but young in terms of how long they've been together, so dominant for the representatives from the LCK.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Gen.g will perform at their first game at the EWC because we saw T1, they're coming in as the second seed and they already won the first seed of LPL. So the difference between the first seed of LCK compared to LPL second seed is going to be something that I'm looking out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just feel like seeing Canyon back on this carry jungle meta, spring regular season, he was playing like your Sejuani's, your Maokai's, your Rels. It was so dull. This meta, he's back alive. And everyone who thinks back to the Dom 1 when he was playing these carry junglers and taking over games, we're back to that style of play.
Well, their opponents will be Top Esports with 369, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and Mako. This roster, star-studded here, Kitty.
They have a lot to prove because their last international match was up against Gen.g at MSI, and I'm sure everyone knows the story. It was an unfortunate 0-3 series where they were eliminated, but they are looking for revenge because this is the same side of the bracket where Gen.g and G2 are still on the, I believe, right-hand side. I'm really excited to see how Top Esports will adapt to this tournament format because over in the LPL, they introduced Fearless, and Fearless, it's not hard where the champions are forever taken off for specific teams. It's only soft where your specific team can't play the champion that you've previously picked. So coming into today, I believe that LPL has a bit of a different meta compared to the LCK where they do hover towards something like the Karthus and Tilia a lot.
Yeah, again, something that surprised me from yesterday, it felt like we got standard drafts from BLG for the first and second game, and then they started flipping around and being like, okay, let's go to the Jax, let's go to something else. What did you make of the meta read with understanding that they were playing Fearless draft?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, being that it is like the soft Fearless, it doesn't drastically change because you often exchange with the team, but it does mean if there's an issue with the other side, you have to address it, where sometimes in soft Fearless you don't. And I feel like particularly T1 was willing to throw curveballs out, like in the game 1, things like the Zeri top, so they really had to be prepared. In the best of 3, you have so limited time to navigate that.
Yeah, definitely. Very unique format here, unique challenges, and for a deeper insight, we have Coach Maokai standing by.
Hi everyone, we're joined here with Maokai, the coach from Top Esports, and I hope you're having a great stay here so far. I would like to start the discussion over the first game that we're going to be seeing on stage against Gen.g, a team that has knocked Top Esports into that lower bracket already in MSI. What was the prep coming into this today, and how do you feel them being your first opponent?
欢迎来到 Saudi Arabia。就是我们想看看。聊一聊接下来的比赛因为在 MSI 的时候，你们就是很可惜的输给了 Gen.g 嘛，然后你们在对接下来的比赛做什么准备吗？
首先就是因为我们就是在那个 MSI 输给 Gen.g 的话，其实离现在的话是有一段时间，然后版本也不一样嘛。然后的话，我们其实是去看了很多 Gen.g 的比赛，然后包括他们现在联赛中的比赛，然后去学习到他们在前期的一个配合，还有就是中间的一个运营。然后其次的话，我们在自己的联赛里面，相比于 MSI 的话，我们也练习了更多的跟 MSI 不一样的阵容。所以说，我们其实这次来面对到 Gen.g 的话，我更希望就是展现出来我们跟 MSI 不一样的一面。
So it's been a while since MSI has passed, so we have learned their strategies and also their I mean, the synergies and coordination in early stages, and we want to improve from the previous patch to the current patch. And so preparation for this match, we want to try out more scratch and more champions according to it. And also, so in relation to this matchup, we think we want to present another different preparation, different from MSI, I would say.
Thank you so much. When you're looking at the new patch that has been introduced, we haven't seen any competition on that one yet. Is that going to have a heavy impact on the draft particularly?
因为这个版本就是我们还没有见到相关的一些比赛，你觉得它会有什么影响吗？
首先我觉得话就是上路的之前版本最热门的一个斯卡纳它削弱了，所以说现在上路能出现更多的一个进攻性的英雄。然后其次的话就是，我觉得现在这个版本中野就更倾向于是2个野核，或者说是中路 AD， 然后配上一个猪妹啊或者大叔这样的打野。所以我觉得总体来说，这个版本比之前的话就是中野，然后再加上上路的影响力都更强了。
So I think that because there are some weakness from the top lane champions before, right now we think we should focus on the mid lane and the top lane more, such as Sejuani and Maokai and stuff. So it's going to be a bit aggressive on the top lane and mid lane comparing to the MSI patch, and we're really looking forward to the new patch in this series.
Awesome, that is really insightful information. Looking forward towards that mid lane and top lane matchup. Thank you for your time and good luck in your game.
祝你好运。
Thank you very much to top esports head coach Maokai, and great interview there. Ginny, it was almost like they heard us. We were asking, how are the picks going to change due to the patch? And he answered it for us there, Kitty.
Yeah, it's been a very long time since MSI, but luckily for me, I had the chance to interview Jackie Love previously, and he did believe that during MSI, it was a bottom lane 2v2 error where Jackie Love admitted that he made some mistakes during that entire tournament. So coming into today, up against Pays and Lahens, I think Pays has genuinely improved a lot, but up against someone with a lot of experience like Jackie Love, who is very proficient on champions like the Varus, I'm wondering if he can shut him down this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I love Jackie Love. I'm a huge fan. I feel like throughout his career, you know, he hasn't always played with world-class support, and Mako is that player. You know, he's such a strong support player, obviously a world champion as well. And I feel like as a duo, it's been such a treat to watch them, really challenging the other bot lanes in the LPL, and now should be a good match against Gen.g.
I know a lot of the focus has been on the patch on the top side, in the matches on the bottom side, but we get to hear from the churchgoer himself. Let's take a listen to the mid laner for Gen.g. It's Chovy.
Hello everyone, we're joined here with Chovy from Gen.g. I hope you've had a pleasure stay so far in Riyadh. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. I want to talk about the first game that we're going to be seeing on stage here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be against Top Esports, a team that you've already knocked in the lower bracket during MSI. What do you think the chances are here for Gen.z, considering the format and there not being a lower bracket?
일단은 초비 선수 이렇게 와주셔서 감사드리고요. 이렇게 리야드에 이제 있으면서 편안한 되셨으면 편안한 이런 그 스테이가 되셨으면 합니다. 그래서 일단 첫 번째 질문은요. 이제 그래도 TES를 상대로 이제 MSI에서 이제 미리 조별해서 한번 그래도 겪어보신 적이 있으셨는데 그래도 이제 포맷이나 이런 것들이 좀 변화가 있었기 때문에 TES를 상대하는 데 있어서 좀 뭔가 또 두려움이라든가 이런 게 또 혹시나 있으실지 궁금합니다.
TS랑 상대하게 되었는데 이제 포맷이 바뀐 거에 대해서 두려움은 딱히 없고요. 왜냐면 다 이기면 딱히 문제되는 부분이 아니라고 생각을 해서 그리고 또 이라고 생각을 해서 좀 기대되기도 하고 좀 잘 경기를 준비해야 한다고 생각합니다.
So I'm not worried about format changes. Obviously, I have beaten them once before, so I'm not worried at all. And I'm also excited to play against them because they're also a great team. So I want to meet them.
All right, that is really good to hear. One more question in regards to how the games were yesterday. We saw a lot of creativity in drafts from every single team in the tournament. Can we expect anything creative from Gen.g?
이제 어제 경기에서는 정말 창의적인 픽들이 정말 많이 나왔었거든요. 뭐 모든 팀들 다 가리지 않고. 그래서 이번에 이제 젠지에서는 좀 어떤 창의적인 픽이 좀 나올 수 있을까 좀 기대가 되는데 어떤가요? 좀 어떤 픽이 있을까요?
좀 뭐랄까 저희 입장에서는 창의적인 픽이 아닐 수도 있는데 뭐 보시는 분들 입장에서는 창의적인 픽일 수도 있어서 뭐랄까 좀 설명가 되게 애매한 것 같습니다. 그냥 좀 나올 수도 있고 안 나올 수도 있는 것 같아요.
So it is hard to pick because like for some picks, I think in professional level, I think some of them are orthodox, considered orthodox, but for viewers, I think it might consider it to be unorthodox. So it's hard to say, but well, we'll see.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck with your game.
Thank you.
Great answers there by the back-to-back LCK champion. That's right. 4
You've
in
been practicing.
a row.
That was good counting.
Yeah, you know, I've been
That's
learning my
4.
Korean too, so I had to practice in English. That's why.
You can't
Again,
4 in Korean?
yeah. It's it's sa. There we go. Got it.
Got it.
Nice.
Good
Don't
job.
put me on the spot like that, Ox. What'd you make of Chovy's interview here, brother?
Yeah, a lot of confidence. I feel a lot of respect to his opponents, as we expect from him, but they should be coming in confident. They are the team to beat in this tournament.
Yeah, and you could hear Ginny was trying to get anything about champions, but Chovy's champion pool here, Kitty, is always been so big.
Yeah, and something that I'm going to keep my eye on is going to be the mid lane matchup, where I believe that Corki and Tristan is going to play very crucial elements of how these junglers and mid laners play together, due to Canyon being so proficient on AP junglers like the Nidalee and his other champions. I mean, they have to prioritize that Corki, especially in the matchup where it's supposed to be Corki favored, but I swear I've seen it go both ways.
Yeah, well, I know a couple guys that love to cast Corki versus Tristana. Let's send it on over to the casters to get their thoughts.
Yeah, definitely my favorite matchup. Thank you, Dgon, Kitty, and Ox for the breakdown so far. I am Valdez, joined by Wolf, and we're going to be casting here gen.g up against Top Esports. Wolf's thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, it could definitely go either way, right? Gen.g playing a very close series against them last time around. Top Esports' form right now looking a little bit weaker than what we're seeing from Gen.g, but it's a best of 3. We've seen some crazy drafts, as was mentioned there in the interview with Chovy. We'll see what he and the rest of the Gen.g squad have prepared, because I think a lot of this series is going to come down to both drafts and the early game advantages that Gen.g can gain from those. If they fall behind, that's not been a position that Gen.g's found themselves in so far this season.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, you know, best of 3. If Top Esports can come out really strong, maybe they bring a new pick, a weird one that perhaps Gen.g are not expecting. Perhaps they can get ahead and pick up a win, but I know that a lot of analysts and even us are saying that perhaps Gen.g won't even drop a game here at this tournament. So we'll just have to wait and see. Let's send it back over to Dgon and the breakdown for the future here in this matchup.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Wolf. Again, couple of bros there. Very fast bros. Almost fast bros right there. All right, it's time for our STC predictions. Here we go. STC predictions. Our friends at home can head on over to stcplay.gg so that you all at home can predict the outcomes of today's games, just like my experts are about to do right now. Kitty, who you got in this matchup?
Look, I might be sniffing some copium, but I really want Top Esports to stay in the competition, because if they get eliminated, then all the Chinese fans are going to be sad. I'm going to be sad. But being up against Gen.g, the tournament favorites, I'm going to have to go with 2-1 Gen.g.
Okay, well, hey, she did the switcheroo. She talked about copium, and I thought we were going with the Top
Look,
Esports.
the
and then
one
she
is
was
already
back.
copium enough, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Top Esports fan. When I cast them in the LPL, it's 2-0 Gen.g. I mean, they're just looking too clean right now.
Give me the matchup that you're most excited to watch here, Ox, because obviously Kitty has said in the mid lane.
Bot lane, for sure. I mean, I love Jack Livermako. Hazel Hens have really stepped up. I can't wait to see that matchup.
All right, again, we got ourselves a premier matchup as our ALJ match of the day. It's Gen.g versus Top Esports, all across every single role, star-studded. Gen.g's undefeated record so far in the summer split on the line. Top Esports undefeated in series over at the LPL. Who will find out and take the next step at the inaugural Esports World Cup? Let's find out together as we send it on over to the Qiddiya Arena.
Welcome back, everybody, Cup presenting League of Legends. We are live again at the Qiddiya Arena for 2 more quarterfinals matches. Once again, I'm Kangas.
And I'm Fancy, and I'm so happy to be here on this stage. Yet again, we see another quarterfinal match. We got 2 of them tonight. And after yesterday, T1 versus PLG, that was one of the best matches I've ever seen in my entire life.
Really good match, and the crowd went insane when T1 took it. I'm hoping the crowd is just as electric today. I've seen a lot of Gen G fans out there, right? Oh yeah, they're ready to make some noise. We also saw Fnatic versus TL happen yesterday, but that does mean 2 teams ended up going home. And we actually have an update for everybody, because if you weren't aware, they lost their keys along the way, but I think we found them, right, Fancy?
Yeah, they're right in there under the trophy.
Let's take a look.
I mean, honestly, if you look at them, Fnatic one looks a little bit too crushed. I'm not sure why. Maybe the guy operating the machine is an NA fan, but hey, who knows?
Yeah, I think it was the 2-0. Exactly. That's why.
Yeah,
but we also have 2 matches ahead of us today, including our first look on stage at who everyone is calling the tournament favorites in Gen G.
That's correct. Gen G versus Top Esports is going to be yet another LCK versus LPL quarterfinal. But then we're going to witness G2 take on this stage against FlyQuest. See who can take it on, and then head to the semifinal.
More rematches for the regions. LPL, LCK, LCS versus LEC yet again. So let's not waste any more time. We're ready to introduce to you your first quarterfinal match of the day.
The first team to be on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gen G. Team in the top lane, and in the jungle, Canyon, and in the bot lane, FaZe and MSI Finals MVP, Lahan, and in the mid lane, give it up for Chovy! Undefeated in their current LCK split, MSI reigning champions, LCK Spring Split champions, and halfway down the Golden Road.
And their quarterfinal opponents. Give it up for Top Esports! With roster top lane 369, jungle Tian, mid lane Cream, AD carry Jackie Love, and support Mako. The second seed from the LPL are not only looking for revenge for the MSI upper bracket, but they're fighting for the pride of the LPL as the last representatives at the tournament. Team captains, please bring your keys to their starting positions. And everybody here at the Qiddiya Arena and back home, give a warm welcome to your first quarterfinalist of the day.
LCK versus LPL. Can Gen G do it again, or will Top Esports get revenge? Let's begin the match and find out.
Look at that clean handling by both captains. The hands just went boop, right on in. He's ready to go. Both these squads ready to go.
Yeah, you can see the mechanics on display there. Not sure if they've been practicing getting those keys in place, but obviously it always comes down to the performance on the Rift. And I feel like this is going to be such a huge one. A lot of people looking at Gen G as a tournament favorites, but if Top Esports were to take them down, they would absolutely inherit that title and look like to be in a fantastic spot to take the whole thing. So a lot weighs on this series.
I definitely love when you look across multiple different lanes that do a lot of damage in terms of the mid lane, in terms of the bot lane. It's an age matchup, right? Jackie Love, we've seen him in the spotlight for such a long time against FaZe, who has now had a lot of success, but still very young in his career. Opposite side, Cream getting his first couple of shots here in the international stage. Got to see it over at MSI, and he had the shakies and then started working his way on up. And Chovy, He's been so dang dominant. How will things shake on out? Let's find out as we send it on over to our casters, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you so much, guys. Degon, Kitty, and Ox bringing us the breakdown before getting into this huge matchup. Top Esports have an early chance to take down the favorites of the tournament in Gen G. Will they be able to do that tonight? Will they be able to take a game off of Gen G, who have crushed a lot of opponents in their path?
And when you consider Gen G's win over T1 domestically in the LCK was incredibly dominant. They haven't dropped a single game there, defending LCK champions, defending MSI champions, defeating this very team on the... They're the big favorites, and people are wondering, is Gen G even going to drop a game in this tournament? This is, in a lot of ways, potentially our strongest teams at the moment. T1 could break their way to that finals as well if they can pass the quarters, rather the semis. But Gen G already defeated them in a crushing loss for T1 last time around. This arguably could be Gen G's biggest hurdle of the tournament. And it's crazy to say that in quarterfinals, but that's the stakes that we landed on. That's the bracket that we landed on here for EWC. So really, really big, tough hurdle to leap over first for Gen G, and Top Esports could just crush the narrative right away. And I mean, that's what's so hype about this matchup for me is, can Top Esports actually do it? Shake the world of League of Legends?
That's really the question, right? They have a great opportunity here, and we are getting ready to jump straight into the draft and see what this first game is going to look like. As Gen G, they're going to be starting off here on the blue side of the Summoner's Rift, and we will see how the draft does shake out for them based on that selection. As I believe it should pop up here right for you guys. We already do have some bans in the works. The first ban being Nidalee by Top Esports. Definitely a good choice, followed by Zyra. I do wonder what that third ban will be.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different options. Senna is already gone. Kalista is still available here. The Rumble, pretty much a must ban right now. We haven't seen Pace play that much Kalista this season. It's one of the highest ban champions in the LCK. We talked about the Tristana Corki matchup in the mid lane and how it's been a big sticking point throughout not only this tournament, but of course for both leagues domestically. Chovy has often preferred the Corki matchup. He's one of the only players in the LCK to do so, and he will once again lock that in here first. Top Esports hovering a very high Leona priority. Now, Lehens has found an insane amount of success on this pick so far this tournament, or rather in LCK. Domestically, 4-0 on the pick, likes to pair it with the Ezreal, so feels specifically like a pick away here, and they'll take the Ezreal, it looks like, with it. This has been the duo that we are seeing Paze and Lehens find the most success with right now in the LCK, including their win over T1.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic duo in its own right as well. So they're going to highly prioritize the bottom lane here, which is not something we oftentimes see, at least in the LCK. But we'll have to wait and see what they do round out their draft with, just saying, okay, we want Ezreal Leona. We'll build the rest of the draft. You know, you can ban other stuff, but we need this. And, you know, it will be interesting to see how it does shake out from there. As with this Corki mid, definitely would not be surprised to see Kennen picking up an AP jungler.
Yeah, the Karthus we knew was coming.
Yeah, we wanted it is Karthus.
You and I both knew very likely it was going to be the Karthus in this game. It's one of his old favorites. He was the first player to bring it back in the LCK a few seasons ago, and then, of course, brought it back this season as well. K'Sante coming through now, 369 with a potential hover of an old counter pick in the Gwen, but I think showing that a bit early here. The Tristana is basically a must lock in right now. You would never get the opportunity to grab it in that second phase. It would absolutely be banned away. So the opt-in here to 80 carry in the bottom side. Paislehen still leaving this one a little bit open-ended. Ezreal is gone. The Zeri is now taken away. We might just see a Kalista lane here, but you have to consider the Ziggs as well. There's so much upfront burst damage with the Ziggs, even though you have the AP jungle damage coming through from the Karthus. You can just throw in his combo, toss a bomb, press that Karthus ult, and blow somebody up. The Tristana, the Ezreal, they won't be safe. So I think that's another ban that Top Esports should consider.
It's a really good call because generally you would never want to stack both Karthus and Ziggs, but when you are stacking so many squishies in this meta, so many marksmen, so many things that don't build magic resist, or if they do, it's one item, right? And then you can build penetration on Karthus, on Ziggs, you can get there and essentially just push them away. So we'll see if they do give credit to Paze to pick up that one of the Ziggs, as we are going to see the Renekton ban here, not really, you know, scared about the Gwen hover that we did see from the side of Cream, and they might ban it here, but I doubt that 369 will play that in this case. But we'll have to wait and see, as the Kaisa is going to be the second ban here in the second phase by Top Esports.
Sejuani is still available here for Tian to potentially pick up, and you can, lead his CC into Leona. The follow-up burst damage is there with the Tristana, so I think that could be considered, but they want to take away an AP jungler instead in this brand, which has been so incredibly popular in the LPL, way more so than in the LCK. We've had a few of our teams pick it up here and there in the LCK, but it's been much more of a mainstay pick with Fearless. And Mordekaiser, a little bit of a hover here into the Cassante. This has been more of an answer to the Skarner as of late, but 369 gonna pick it up right away. And this is an interesting pick considering how, in a lot of ways, it can help you secure objectives against many of the meta junglers as well. You could try to secure a Baron by pulling that champion out of the pit. But against Karthus, who's going to be generally pretty far away from you, not really feeling too great about the pick itself. Also a little bit of anti-synergy with the Ezreal, but very difficult to crack. And oh boy, Valdez, an old favorite for Pays, going just straight to the Aphelios Nautilus lane here. Not going to try to play anything too fancy with the Ziggs. No Callista lane into this Ezreal. No Varus, just old-fashioned scaling AD carry.
Yeah, it's a really nice, well-rounded comp here from the side of Gen.g. You have that insane lockdown with the Nautilus. You've got CC from the Cassante. That's essentially it when it does come to crowd control, but you have two top picks in those. As we're hovering in Ivern, and it is going to be locked in. You've got 280 carries. You've got the chance to support them in that way, and I don't know. It feels like, to me, Wolf, that Top Esports is reaching a little bit with some of these picks, but definitely some interesting picks to come out here. The R5 Ivern, not necessarily one that I was expecting.
Not one that I was expecting. I think it's great with a lot of AD carry picks, especially ones that kind of end up getting into the thick of things, like an Aphelios, for example, you could see it on. It is going to be pretty good for Tristana. That is where Ivern first cropped up when we did have the Tristana return to the mid lane.
Yeah. But Ivern is also really good into Karthus, I guess, because you can build, shields, you can build redemption, you can build items to deal with him. You've got shields in your own kits.
Yeah, I mean, that's
actually a counter in the jungle as well.
That's what I was going to say. The one thing, too, is it's great for the jungle matchup, and one of Ivern's biggest weaknesses is facing off against a melee jungler that can actually challenge him in the jungle. Karthus isn't really that type of jungler. It will have a lot of presence in the early game as well, and the bushes can really impact how we're going to see these double 80 carries end up team fighting. But I got to say, this is stock standard, traditional Gen.g. Comfort picks pretty much across the board. Even though the Aphelios hasn't been that meta as of late, it's one of Pays' best picks historically, and I've got to give them a huge edge heading into Game 1.
Yeah, certainly it does feel like they kind of just, as you mentioned, went for the stock standard Gen.g. We're just going to play our game. We pick blue side. We just kind of take good champs for us and also in the current meta, and we're just going to make it work that way. We're not going to reveal too much. Whereas Top Esports, it does feel like they're reaching a little bit with some of the picks. Reaching, not necessarily a negative term that I'm trying to use here, but definitely trying to go ahead and go outside the meta and look for other choices into what Gen.g have drafted in hopes that they can potentially steal a win here from the red side.
I am very much looking forward to seeing how it all shakes down here, Valdez.
Yeah, it does look like we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. As, the fans have come out once again for this matchup. We saw them yesterday with BLG T1. We got LCK up against LPL in the Gen.g versus Top Esports matchup once again here tonight.
A lot of Korean fans in the audience, I noticed, taking a little bit of a trip to Riyadh, get to watch some T1 Gen.g games. And it is really fun to see, again, traveling fans as well for these teams. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Top Esports' comp in isolation. I just feel like it ends up having some big weak points. The Mordekaiser's impact in team fights is going to feel a lot less than what we're going to see from the Cassante. I think the Karthus' ability to help blow up targets is going to be really, really important when we get to the late game. Ivern's shielding will similarly be impactful, but it really just depends on how this comp shakes out, because in terms of engage, they have a bit of a Mordekaiser grab, and otherwise it's just Leona. You can, of course, trigger seed. You can set up some roots with Tian here on this Ivern, but it's a bit opportunistic, so concerned about how that's going to go. On the other hand, Lehens can be a big problem for this Ivern later on when he's trying to secure vision, when he's trying to, look for objective control. Zanalis is just so good at getting on top of this pretty squishy, immobile jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the team fights, it's going to be, I think top esports, if they can get ahead, set up some brushes, Lehens is going to hook the wall. That's not what you like to see, as he is going to flash away. Not the best play I've ever seen, but he is going to barely get away with it. Does get the flash out of Jackie Love, funnily enough, so I suppose it's worth in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you consider how quickly he's going to get his health back here in this early part of the laning phase, still level 1, getting that flash can be pretty huge, as that's going to be on a very long cooldown. Pays obviously taking a bit of damage in this trade as well, but he's got his Severum, so can get back up to full health pretty quickly with his Doran's Blade. But at the end of the day, feels like a pretty big win here for gen.g, even though the health trade was positive for top.
Yeah, definitely does feel that way. It was, I think, very strange that Jackie Love was trying to punish in that hard of a way with the flash himself. But, hey, we'll see if gen.g can actually get something out of it. Can be hard to punish the Ezreal anyway, as he does, of course, have that Arcane Shift on his E here at level 2. As Tian went for a little bit of a walk into the enemy jungle, tried to see exactly where Canyon was. He comes back into his jungle to clear out his own jungle and to get the camps.
That's the way Ivern works. It takes him a while to take his camps, so he has some additional time while those are not being killed, but just kind of peacefully becoming his friends to go over and do some of those checks. But obviously into the Karthus clear, he is going to find himself a bit behind in general. As you can see, Canyon significantly faster on the clear. He catches up a little bit here, but Canyon has the first ability to go and impact the map as Keen's looking for a bit of a trade up here.
Yeah, he traded a lot of damage straight into 369's shield. So at the end of the day, it does feel like 369 is in a pretty good spot. But yeah, as you mentioned, here comes Canyon, level 4. I feel like 369 should know this timing, but he is on the wrong side of the fight. As he does have his flash, will he even bother to use it is the question. That's a big shield, but now he's going to go for the flash. Lands that Q on a both and maybe a chance, but no, it will be first blood over to Canyon on the Karthus already.
Yeah, a bit of a misread here for 369, and you start to really feel like maybe some of the damage going into the shield there, that quote-unquote poor trading for Keen might have been intentional. He falls for it. Meanwhile,
now trying to get in onto Pays. That's going to be a really excellent trade here for Jackie Love and Mako, as Pays just take a huge amount of damage. And they know that, of course, Tan could be down here on the bottom side of the map, so they're immediately going to try to back.
Let's take a look at this play up here once again. So you see 369's on the wrong side, gets slowed here, pulls Canyon in, which actually doesn't really help him all too much, because it means that the AoE that Canyon is spitting out here is going to be on him for longer. Q hitting both is going to be reduced damage there. Not going to get the empowered big solo damage and won't be able to trade anything back. Also, flashing here means it's going to be in a really rough spot in this laning phase. We'll see Cream TP back to lane here, as Chovy's already used his, but what a massive win here for gen.g in the early game.
Yeah, it is pretty huge, and actually the bottom lane, Pays and Lehens, did not actually go for a back. They stopped their backs. They ate the wave that was coming into them, reading the fact that they were not in fact going to be dove, and that they could safely do that and get a better back. So even that lane not too affected. They do get the cleanse out of Pays, of course, but those two should be just fine down there.
We have seen a lot of, Ezreal Leona paired with a dive jungler, something like a Sejuani that can come through. Xin Zhao we've seen oftentimes, as Lehens is here, but I don't think this is going to amount to anything. Good trade for Cream. But yeah, unfortunately, the Ivern not really fitting the bill in terms of setting up for that one, so health trades alone aren't going to be enough to phase Pays and Lehens down there in the bottom lane. As we do have Tian coming in here to check Canyon out. He's got some vision set up here as well.
Yeah, Tian's just going to put down a bush, sees Canyon. Canyon's unaffected, just wants to power farm the jungle. After getting that first blood, this Karthus is going to be huge. I was thinking maybe in the draft he would go for the Sejuani in this position, but instead they just wanted that extra damage, and they have an insane amount of AP damage with the Karthus alone, so it does feel nice to get that online early.
Yeah, in terms of itemization, we do see a cull picked up here for Cream as well. So we'll be stacking a big game power spike with that item buy. Canyon, level 5 here, going to come over, level up on Tian for the moment. Try to take away one of these grubs. Will be successful. Does not have mid prio, so even though he has a 2-level lead here, let's see if he actually wants to commit to this. As Chovy's coming up.
I mean, Chovy is coming up. Now they are thinking about just moving away from this one as 369 does come down. Looks like there was a wave into that top turret, and Canyon says, okay, I got my one grub. I'm totally fine with that. Let's go down towards the bottom side of the map. Now, Jackie Love and Mako do have a presence in this bottom river, but in the 3v2 should go the way of Gen.g.
Yeah, just going to put down this wall here and clear the scuttle, and give him a little bit more dragon control. Lehen's kind of back on a ward here. Thought perhaps he had the clear available, but has not actually switched to sweeper just yet. That's double root. It's going to mean an arcane shift away, and this could be a dragon take potentially here for Gen.g. Chovy using Canyon's presence so incredibly well to push Cream back despite the health deficit as well. Just knowing that Canyon was in the vicinity meant that he could do whatever he wanted. Got some additional prio there. They don't start the dragon just yet, but putting a ton of pressure here on top esports.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, Canyon doesn't have to risk going for the dragon just yet. He has his camps respawning, and he is Karthus. So what does he do? He goes right back into his jungle, and he starts clearing from bottom to top, and that's exactly what he is going to do here. He's going to be so far ahead in terms of CS on Tien. He's even ahead of his top laner right now, and Canyon is just going to be something that they're going to have to deal with this entire game.
Certainly true. Lens and Pays looking for a potential bit of damage here on the Leona.
Yeah, the Mako is going to go in. There's the cleanse. Pays actually very good for his sake that he dodged that Mystic shot from Jackie Love. Otherwise, might have been dove here, as that is another nice trade going the way of Top Esports' bot lane.
Ooh, close call there.
Yeah, we still do have the barrier and the flash back for Jackie Love, actually, so I feel like he would have been okay, but could have been a nice trade to Gen.g, not to happen.
Yeah. Pays on the Hens holding their own here despite Mako going in there, put a lot of damage onto him. Jackalev with the True Shot Barrage did a ton. And that's part of the power with Leona and Ezreal is you can guarantee you can get that WQ combo or you can get the True Shot Barrage onto the target instantly. They played it well. As the Dragon's gonna say, you can't back here.
Why did Jackalev cue the Dragon? Maybe to get like a tier stack or something?
Yeah, I guess
don't know.
so. Now, Valas, I wanted to mention the topside matchup here. Small advantage in terms of CS here right now for 369, even though he was ganked earlier. This isn't going to matter all too much as Tian is doing Dragon bottom side. But the one big thing here about what's going to affect this matchup is that Keen is going to itemize against the Mordekaiser into a double 80 carry. So he's not going to actually be as tanky against attack damage as he would otherwise be in the early game here. So something to keep in mind. Just maybe the Merc treads to start and then he swaps over. But even still, that is going to actually impact how he will be able to fight some of these early to mid-game fights. So one small edge they will get on that top side. And they will get some additional resistances, of course, from this first Mountain Drake as well. Hens wants to try to make a play here potentially, but there's just no angle.
Yeah, I think he should have known, of course, with the ward in the pit that the Dragon was happening, maybe looking for the punish, as you mentioned, but it does mean Top Esports going to be very respectful. They just back away from this one, and Canyon says, I don't care about fighting champions. I'm just going to take the Scuttle Crab and get up to ADCS, and he is going to be feeling pretty good about that, as Tian looking to maybe get something going here onto Chovy. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we did see the first pick Corki come out, and then we saw the Karthus immediately afterwards, and it just feels like Chovy and Canyon don't really want to play PvP. They just want to play PvE. They just want to hit the minions. Uh-oh. Speaking of which, Keen is going to go PvP here against the Mordekaiser, but it is just a flash at a 369, and Keen will say, okay, I'm good with that.
One more turret shot would have been a huge, meanwhile.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot, but that is into the Nautilus as, okay, that didn't hit anyone from Pays. As now the flash stun comes in, and Pays has to flash away, as once again, Top Esports doing a huge amount of damage to the Gen.g bottom lane, looking to take down Pays, but they will not be able to, as Mako, oh no, he is so low, and the kill comes through. Pays, he turns it around with the help of Canyon, as they step just one step too close.
That's my boy Canyon. He doesn't even have to be there to make an impact. 2 kills going over. Pays doesn't use his cleanse either. Meanwhile, he's doing something. He's like, I'm impacting bottom lane, I'm impacting top. And he's going to be able to help take away at least one of these grubs. As I don't know if Top Esports should really look to fight this Keen, rotating over with the TP.
Yeah, I mean, 369, he's just in there by himself, and yes, he is in the death chamber trying to take down Lehens, and he should be able to. Can he be punished afterwards is the question, as a knockup comes through. The all-out not ready, though, for Keen, and now Aru comes down onto Keen. He's got to flash away. Way too many members here of Top Esports. They weren't expecting this much pressure as Cream. He's like, oh, yeah, that's Cassante. I'm not going to be able to kill him, but it is Top Esports that get a minor win here in the top river. So looking for a bit more, actually. Mako going in once again, making a huge impact on this first pick, Leona. As well, Wolf, the fighting will finally end.
It will finally end. It looked really good for Gen.g at the outset, but that ultimate there from 369 actually ended up being a big game changer. Bought a ton of time for Top Esports. Those additional stats he picked up after he took Lehens out as well. And Keen, a bit far forward here.
He is still Cassante. He might actually kill Mako, but no, it is just going to be the pull in from the Mordekaiser. And that is going to be a nice kill over them. I do think that Mako got it somehow. But either way, still going to be a nice kill for Top Esports in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like maybe an Ignite tick is what actually ends up securing the kill here. Pays and Lehens, though, full control over bottom side with that roam from Mako, punishing Jackie Love. So while they gain something top, the kill goes to Mako, as you mentioned, and they end up losing plates in farm. Bottom side, as Ezreal is just denied until we see the rotation over. And this game was completely wide open for Gen.g. They had full control, but few small mistakes there. Losing Lehens, losing Keen, puts a lot of gold in the pockets of Top Esports, but where the gold goes is really the problem, because end up getting a kill on the Leona. Ezreal picked up one earlier, and yes, this Mordekaiser is going to be relatively, he's going to get some relative efficiency out of his gold, right? He's building AP, has his Rylai's already. But the Karthus is the bigger problem here. The Aphelios that picked up plates in the bottom is a bigger problem. To go all the way back to this, he pulls in Lehens, ults him, so there's no one who can impact this play. So if you're watching this, you're not familiar, you're like, why aren't they hitting the Mordekaiser? They can't, because he's in his ultimate. And when he pops out, he has additional stats to buy time for Cream to come over. Mako is here as well. And 369 just tanks it up, still has his shield. Keen's forced to flash. Really good plays here from the side of 369. Some comms there from Tian. Unfortunately, I won't be able to translate those for you guys. But if we get any Korean comps, maybe I will.
Yeah, that's our area of expertise, as Keen is going to also miss the cannon. And so far, it does feel like the Mordekaiser is getting a lot of value in that top lane. Like, Keen has done Cassante things, but the last couple of fights has absolutely gone in 369's favor. He's getting free money by just picking up the support, putting him in the death chamber, taking him down, gets a kill, and then living afterwards, also pretty huge. So he's going to be very accelerated. He already has his Rylai's, his Haunting guys, going to be working towards that Leandri's. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be huge.
If you consider all of the gold lead here is really just Canyon, like 2,000 gold is the advantage for this Karthus. You know, he's farmed massively more than Tian has so far, and he picked up those 2 kills earlier. That's where that gold lead comes from. The game is a lot closer than what you might just see on the gold graph, in fact, but we'll see how much of an impact Canyon can make here. Has his Leandri's for this fight. As Pays is not here, trying to get over here as fast as he can, but advantage to Top Esports for the moment.
Yeah, they are struggling to actually enter the river. A bit of poke does come out from both Canyon and Chovy. But once they do get into the river, Top Esports as a 5-man unit are going to be very confident to try to take this over. Now, Pays is pushing mid. He'll get some mid prio here for the team. But it does look like Gen.g don't want to fight over the Rift Herald. They say, okay, you can take it, and that should be a win over at Top Esports.
And in these types of moments, too, if you don't have the control of that choke point, if you don't have the ability to set up some damage, Canyon isn't going to be able to do a whole lot unless he has, you know, again, the ability to get forward and poke, but there's just so many ways to shut him down, burst him down when you don't have that advantage. Your Aphelios isn't quite online yet. He was late to the party, decides to go mid. They will grab that Hextech Dragon. It is going to be an Ocean Soul here for this first game, which does feel quite good for both teams if they could pick this one up. Turret, though, is going to go down here quickly, and this is why I'm on the Tristana side of the Tristana Corki, how quickly she can blow these up. Now, in return, Chovy will get it done by himself, had a bigger wave down there in the matchup against the Mordekaiser. Not much 369 could have done to defend. Pays getting a lot of free farm here in the mid lane as we reset. And the question becomes, when will Tian make a big impact in this game, because otherwise he's kind of half-heartedly been able to farm, has been able to help a little bit in terms of the vision game, but it's been Canyon who's made the much larger impact on the map.
Yeah, honestly though, I mean, it does feel like he is just very reactive, very much like a neutralizing pick into the Karthus. He's gonna sit there and wait for Canyon to do something, and then he's like, okay, I'll press my redemption. I'll press my trigger seed onto someone. They'll take less damage. Let me try to neutralize Canyon. And, you know, when you consider that, yes, Canyon is miles ahead in terms of farm, but also Tian's able to do a lot with the little that he does have, and he will also be able to support those 80 carries. As Chovy's just going to TP to the top lane. He says, you know, there's no minions here, so I might as well go top, and there is nobody top for top esports currently.
Yeah, I might have to use 2 TPs to try to make this play, but it is a really good macro read here from gen.g, getting some additional damage done. Herald's going to be dropped, and Keen probably just going to have to use that second teleport I was mentioning here if he walks down super slow, as we do have a fight up here.
Hens, once again, in the death chamber, has to throw down that death charge, and it is going to delay enough so that 369 won't stick around, knowing that there's a big gen.g presence in the top side of the map. But there's still this huge push down on the bottom side for top esports. They should be able to get this inner turret unless Keen can do something about it.
Yeah, and Keen decides not to teleport to stop the outer push either. No rotation down as they try to make a play top side but fail. So yes, Chovy gets 1 turret, but they get 2 out of the Herald. And they're really keeping this gold dead even. And arguably, you could say that as long as the utility of Tian is utilized properly, they're ahead, because the Karthus money is really where all the gold is for gen.g. Mordekaiser has an advantage topside. Yes, Pays does have that extra kills worth of gold and some additional farm lead he had picked up earlier in those plates, but this is such an even game. And if gen.g continue to make macro choices like this, they will find themselves falling further and further behind. And the read of both of our LPL representatives in terms of macro this tournament has just been phenomenal, despite the loss yesterday. And gen.g, I think where the real power is going to lie is when they get control over an objective and look to start team fighting, but top esports just not giving them any entry points, and Karthus made a huge impact early. But like you said, the reactionary playstyle of Tian and just kind of the sit back behind and wait, it's kind of being a little bit of a problem here for gen.g.
They're not sure 100% what to do about it. Just sitting back and farming is kind of the neutral kind of base position of gen.g in this point. I mean, they do have a Karthus. They do have 2 incredibly strong scaling 80 carries of their own. They've got the Cassante, which also scales very well, and very reliable team fight engage with that Nautilus. So I think gen.g not very rushed. They're kind of just saying, okay, we can trade turrets. That's totally fine. Maybe we can group up for the next Dragon. That'll be nice as well. We do have a TP flank coming in here from 369, but they just back away as they do see the TP coming in, and there's no objective at the moment, so the TP not getting much value here for 369.
Unfortunately not, but considering both outers are down on the top side, I guess he thought perhaps this would be a potential angle to get more mid-prio. Not really going to matter all too much, though, as Chovy clears this top wave, and not going to be collapsed on here by Cream and Tian, so very interesting choice there. But, you know, had gen.g not reacted correctly, had they overextended trying to fight for more prio in mid, maybe he could have found an angle there. He's just going to instead head to the bottom lane. Teleport, though, a very important cooldown now lost. Chovy picks up his second item here. 2 items for Canyon as well. The real, you know, spikes we're waiting for here are going to be the IE for Pays. You know, when is he going to end up finishing that? Just picked up a BF sword, so we're still a ways away from that. Once he comes online, that's when gen.g are going to be really confident to just straight up 5v5 fight, use the Cassante as a front line and go in. But we're not quite there yet. So like you said, they're kind of sitting back and farming. It's a bit of a slower game here. More LCK style than what we're usually used to for LPL games.
And I feel like top esports not too much of a stranger to it either. And you know, it's a little bit of a sleepy one, but I still do feel like, you know, both teams will benefit in their own way when we do get to the later stages of the game. I do personally favor gen.g. I do think that their front line on the top side, or rather for top esports, not that great. Although this stun is going to be huge onto Canyon. He has to flash away, and now he's in a lot of trouble. He's just going to try to die here and throw down the Requiem maybe. As there it is, it should be a lot of damage, but eventually the redemption comes in, everybody's topped up, and now top esports thinking about where they want to go from here.
I mean, the redemption in these types of moments is just so high value. It just counters the Karthus ultimate completely. And Canyon was just greeting for first strike gold. You know, he steps way too far forward. He's trying to put some poke down, fight for the neutral here, but ends up being punished. And yes, they can try to take out this mid turret, but it is going to be in exchange for the second dragon. And even that mid turret, I mean, still relatively healthy here, is something that gen.g can't get. And with that outer down, there's no value to be found in a side lane. Can't even punish the lack of teleport here for 369. And once again, Top Esports play this painfully slow, but incredibly effective and efficient take of these objectives. Once again, they're the ones who get the Dragon. Mako, though,
he is very tanky, but, you know, given enough time, he should be going down. Chovy, though, over the wall with the Valkyrie. Is maybe a bit over-aggressive, but he says, okay, I've got an angle here. Doesn't look like Top Esports can really punish me for doing that kind of crazy maneuver, as now, you know, Mako maybe trying to take a look at the Baron. And that's going to be the start of the Baron. gen.g say, okay, we've got enough value here. Let's just go for it. And take a look at the positioning right now of Cream and JackeyLove. They're not here as the TP is available for Cream, but will they actually go for it? It just comes down to a smite fight as it goes to the Corki. Chovy will take it down, and now the fight going the way of gen.g as 369. He's got Lahens in the death chamber, will be able to take him down, and Mako is going in, trying to open this one up, but he is being shredded down. But now a lot of low health bars here on the side of gen.g. We're looking for Top Esports to jump on in. Cream looking for a bit more, but they're only going to get the one kill for now. As long as they avoid the grab, that is going to do it. It is 4 Baron buffs and the Baron to gen.g.
Really great call here for gen.g, pushing Mako out. And yes, he has Warmogs. Yes, he heals up very quickly, but you pointed out the bigger issue. Tristana nowhere nearby. The support pushed away. They had enough control to start up. They have a very fast Baron take with this composition, even before the IE is done. It is now, by the way, 4 pays here on second item. And that's a Baron buff that's going to give them full map control here. The next 2 minutes, they will be able to finally say, Top Esports, you have to be the ones to come to us with your passive playstyle. You're going to actually have to break through. And this is where the lack of engage can be a huge problem. As you see here, numbers advantage to gen.g. The Tristana teleport is to mid, as Tian does come in here and try to make this close. The Corki that does secure. And then, you know, there's no winning this fight. Unfortunately, 369 can look for another kill onto Lahens, but that's all they're going to get. Scuttle Crab also fought over here, taken by gen.g as an extra additional prize. They will be able to get out with no problems. Bit of a nod here, as I gave it his best bet on that one.
Gotta love that. Not showing all too much, but it is enough. And by the way, shout out to Keen as well, because he pushed 369 away from the pit. Because as you mentioned, right, when the Mordekaiser was chosen in the draft, if 369 gets in there, he ults Canyon. Tian just gets in, smites the Baron, and it's Top Esports, and we're in a totally different game stage. So Keen identifying the real big threat in that fight and just saying no to the Mordekaiser. That just pushes him right out of position so that he can't get him in the death chamber. So now, you know, we were in a pretty even game state. There was only the one dragon that went over to Top Esports. It's just one Ocean, which is nice, but it's not going to be game breaking. But now gen.g looking to get a pretty big power play with this Baron buff.
And it's going to be huge, as Cream should be able to ult his way out of this one. But the turret, not long for this world. Chovy is just going to shred through it here with these Baron-empowered minions. And, you know, the 4-1 is quite strong here for gen.g. And this is where the lack of engage here outside of Leona becomes a huge problem for Top Esports. Their jungler can't do much, and Top Esports don't have a flank teleport top that can actually make a huge impact. We saw what happened last time. 369 tried to teleport flank, didn't work out too well. They don't really have great wards to teleport to either. You can see they have one to the left of the river here outside the Baron pit, but you know, he's just so far away from the rest of gen.g, even if he TP'd there, and he's Mordekaiser, so what can he really get done? So it's so difficult for Top Esports to do anything but just sit back and clear in these positions. So Baron's so valuable for gen.g. Tristana can obviously start to push out that bottom lane, but that was a lot of gold value here. gen.g furthering their lead now up to nearly 4,000, the advantage.
Yeah, just the one fight, the one kill that went the way of Top Esports, and that was it. This is definitely a very sleepy pace compared to what I was casting yesterday with Team Liquid up against Fnatic. But, you know, it's all right. We'll take it. It's just game one. We're just hanging out. It's a nice vibe, as everybody's kind of scaling on both sides. It's no rush, 25 minutes. And we're just waiting for eventually, because we know that a 5v5 team fight should break out.
Yeah, I mean, in 30 seconds, this dragon is spawning. So right now, T1, or not T1, excuse me, gen.g do have prio over top esports. And with the control that they have around this pit, this is when top esports are going to really be tested without that engage I mentioned. Leona is great in lane because you can set up the Ezreal combos, but going in straight forward by yourself in this comp, if you don't have enough damage or you don't get onto a target like Pays, it doesn't matter if you kill the Karthus, he doesn't care. He's still going to have value in that team fight. Try to go on to a Nautilus or a Cassante, you're really going to hate how that goes too. Mako does end up getting some control here in the river. TP coming through from Cream. It's just a 5v5 ARAM here in the mid lane fighting for prio.
Yeah, Cream did just pick up that BT, so trying to utilize that timing, I suppose, to go for a big team fight here. Bit of poke damage already done by top esports. I love the vision toggle here saying, okay, there's a ton of brushes up for the Ivern, and it is somewhat countered by the wall, but still going to be very annoying for gen.g to pull through as Daisy is going to go down. The hook goes on to the Leona. That's not the target you want, and gen.g slowly being chipped away and pushed away from this fight.
This brush is getting so much value. Pei's going to have to cleanse.
Yeah, he's going to have to cleanse. It's being pulled and then immediately rooted by the Ivern, so it's a lot utilized by gen.g. They have to back away.
If you don't have prio, you can just kind of leapfrog your way forward with these brushes, and if gen.g can't see you, they can't hurt you. Here comes the Requiem.
Yeah, it's going to throw that down. Already a nice amount of damage. Now they're engaging on a Mako, who does have to get away. The smite does go to Tien, so that's a second Ocean Drake now to the side of top esports as 369 gets on the Chovy and puts him in the death chamber. Meanwhile, the fight is going on to Mako. So much damage into Leona, but that's amazing for top esports as Mako will survive. The trigger seed comes in for Jackie Love as he ease into the team and immediately dies. That is not what you want to see from Jackie Love.
Why in Jackie Love? Down he goes. Pays at full health as they try to chase him down here. Meanwhile, Keen?
They should be able to take down Keen. He is just way too low of hands, and Pays being baited into this fight as well. Another hop comes forward, and top esports are winning this fight all the way. The shutdown goes to Cream, and that should be the Baron as well.
Jackie Love knew all along, doesn't matter, I'll sacrifice myself for the second AD carry.
Yeah,
Cream
surely.
baits gen.g in, and Cream now with 4 kills on this 3-item Tristana. They can take this Baron down with ease. If they time it right, which they absolutely will with the death timers here, they should be able to get 5 Baron buffs out of this. gen.g, on the other hand, going to have to lick their wounds and return. It looked like a good fight for gen.g at the outset, but unfortunately Chovy was not able to win the 1v1 in the Mordekaiser ult. If he's able to win that one, things are completely different, but 369 wins it, picks up a big shield. So difficult to take him out. The front line is there. And also, as you pointed out, Jackie Love, has so much space here. Mako absorbs so much of the pressure here during this moment. And if Jackie Love doesn't actually go in, this could have even been arguably more one-sided. Great pull here from Keen. Jackie Love insanely low, but look at Cream. He's like, yeah, all I have to deal with is Pays. So if you guys lock him down just once, I'm the better AD carry here. Keen just barely gets caught by this Zenith Blade. He goes down first, and Cream is like, oh, this is it. Jump resets for days, and Pays has no chance. Taking out, standing his ground as long as he can. But that's the Baron to top esports. And they're so close to taking a gold lead. They absolutely should off of this Baron here. But man, this Tristana is too big to fail, it feels, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, just able to do way too much in this game, just surviving. He's got Ivern brushes, he's got shields for days, he's got redemption, Leona the front line, a Mordekaiser to peel. And, I said it in the draft, I think if top esports get a lead, this comp is going to have a ton of power. And right now, they did finally crest into the lead with this Baron buff. So we'll see just how far ahead they are going to get. The game isn't done by any means, but top esports have taken a giant lunge into the lead here. And we'll see if they can get a bit more as they're looking for some inner turrets with their Baron buff.
And I wasn't a believer of the Ivern comp, and after I saw the early game of gen.g, I really started to feel like it was going to fall flat on its face. But when the game slowed down, it's just so hard to play against this. Look at the vision control they have here. Control wards in every brush, and then they make their own brushes. So hard for Chovy to actually fight back here. Has to back off. That's another turret down. Jackie Love pushing down this mid-inner as well. Ezreal with the empowered W auto there is going to wreck it. And this Baron power play here, 4,300 at the moment for Top Esports. They took a small lead, now they ballooned it to a large one. Ezreal's sitting on 3 items. The Tristana, however, the real AD carry for top gold in the game, as you can see here. And Cream, if you kill him, you still have to deal with the Ezreal, you still have to deal with the Mordekaiser. It's so hard to kill him because of the shielding he's going to get from the Ivern. And I think it's going to take a really good engage here from the side of Gen.g. I think it's Lanz who has to be the hero in this one. But one pick onto an AD carry, like you said, is just not enough.
Yeah, and right now, Top Esports trying to collapse here onto Keen, who is quite tanky. But I think with the amount of damage they have, it should be enough, as he's just going to be caught out and down he goes. And Top Esports getting so much value out of this Baron buff. Still 5 seconds left. Looking to push in, and we have the Ocean Drake. It's the Ocean Soul available for Top Esports in 45 seconds. And they should be able to take that down with Keen not in the fight. There is a chance that Gen.g do posture now that the Baron buff is gone. They've got TP on Keen. Maybe they really want to fight for this Ocean Soul.
Hayes also sitting on red-white. You know, he's the real big threat they have to deal with in the longer fights, and he's going to be the one who has to break through those health bars more than the Corki here. So with LDR completed, he's going to have to be the one who actually takes down that front line. The Mordekaiser and the Leona, namely, is Keen caught out here. This is just, unfortunately for Keen, a step too far forward, trying to set up for his team to maybe go in and collapse there and punish the side of Top Esports. Ends up being a big fail there, though. Respawning here shortly with teleport.
I mean, look at the vision control. Like, we can't even see it. Gen.g can't even see the brushes. But now they're like, okay, well, we got this part. How about the next part? As they put down a wall, that's really going to help. But eventually that does go away, as they're just being poked out all the while. They can't get into this one. It's Ocean Soul over to the side of Top Esports. They get the flash out of Canyon as well. Mako will definitely trade that flash. And Top Esports, once again, it's 2,000 gold, but an Ocean Soul into this from the poke, from the Karthus, the Corki, even the Aphelios is going to have huge value.
Top Esports have invested so much into control wards this game. You can see them all over the map during the setup for these objectives. It forces Gen.g to buy their own, to clear forward through brushes. And look at the damage here onto this turret. They're looking for an inhibitor. Look, level 18 Tristana, and so safely take this one out. Jovi is going to head back here to help defend, but the damage has been done.
Damage has absolutely been done. That is a big wall onto multiple members of Top Esports, but you can see they're already backing away. They're already disengaging, so it doesn't really matter all too much. And the bot inhibitor down with a minute until Baron is just going to be so much value here for Top Esports. They have total control of the map right now, as this keeps being shown, and it is very important to note that with those Ivern brushes, it is very difficult to see exactly where Top Esports are.
We got Daisy.
Well, it's a blind hook, and they're going to find Mako. That is a lot of damage into the Leona, as Mako is going to go down. Lands a second time going to hook the turret, as now they're looking for a bit more. The Q3 is going to miss. That's the hook onto the Mordekaiser. That's now in the Death Chamber. Lahen's in a lot of trouble, but you see Jovi, the rest of the team trying to get in the back line. It's not going to happen, and this Mordekaiser is insanely huge, as they will also get the Cassante, and that is that front line that they were looking for. Paze is too low. Cream is jumping into the fight. He is jumping into the base, looking for the end of this game, and I think Top Esports will get it right here.
I think they absolutely will. A dominant performance here. Requiem will delay the inevitable. Not even. Chovy trying to do his best to clear this wave here. Cannon still alive. Good flash.
Yeah, he is trying to stay alive. I mean, this wave was not cleared, though, and that is going to be the end of it. As the wave even coming in from the bottom side. Top Esports, a huge first game win, going their direction in this best of 3.
And the beauty of it is how calm they were through a rocky early game. The vision control, the investment in control wards, and constantly keeping Gen.g on the back foot, making them blind in this first game. We saw those shots of Tian where he just nodded his head, not freaked out. We lost the Baron, doesn't matter. Stay calm, guys. We got this one in the bag, and Top Esports take the lead.
That they do. Well, guys, we are done with game number 1. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the studio to break down that first game.
up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now.
For the first time ever, Gen G's Nexus explodes in the summer split. As you see it here, boom. They had their best shot at getting a comeback here in the mid lane, but they weren't quite able to do it. Top Esports toppled Gen G and are up 1-0 against the reigning LCK champs, MSI champs, and in a game where, in a series where no one would have expected this. Welcome back to the area. It's your boy Degon alongside Ox and Joshi. We'll be breaking down the action from game number 1 of our first series of day 2 of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. That was a lot of words. Ox, it's your turn. What'd you make of that game?
I mean, it was honestly, we've had Gen G domestically be so dominant, playing against good teams and confirming wins, you know, beating T1 convincingly, who beat BLG. It's hard to scope out always in internationals how teams are going to do against each other. But Gen G didn't underperform there, I feel like. I just think Top Esports really showed that their results so far in the summer really means something, and they really brought it to Gen G. I think it started off with the draft. I think the Carthus pick got countered so well by this Ivern, and the fact that you have this Ezreal who's going to outrange your Felios, you have this Tristana who's only going to gain more range as the game goes on, and you saw in the later game a lot of these setups weren't working too well, and also Carthus will lose so much value when you can shield a lot of the damage and heal it back up with the redemption.
And just as we were hearing the casters talk quite a bit about how Top Esports didn't have a lot of engage with just a Leona, we saw a very similar thing that Gen G had a very similar problem with. Yes, the Nautilus is great engage, but it's only one source, and as we were talking about Ox, we also got to see that if you only have one source of engage, well, Mordekaiser doesn't care. He eats that person, and the rest of your team has no real way to get in on the rest of the fight, and the range advantage that we saw coming out from Top Esports really carried this first game.
I know there may be one Ivern merchant that may live in Korea that is very, very happy with the way this one shook on out. Let's take a look at the highlights from this first game. And it was slow. There were a lot of slow moments, but here's an action-packed one. And it's so unique because we got to see Gen G do this to KT, I believe, earlier in the LCK split. Now they get dove under tower.
Yeah, and I love the aggression coming out from Top Esports bot lane. This is something that has always been a hallmark of Jackie Love, but it backfires. They end up going a bit too far, and they don't respect the Carthus, and they think they can get that second kill. The tower hits come through. That final hit from Pays there results in both kills going to Gen G, and that was a massive hit to Top Esports.
But it's also so close too. Pays was just one auto attack away. You know, Jackie Love looking for that little bit of extra distance they can get. One more auto attack would have drastically changed how we were talking about this, because they get that kill. Not only do we see Jackie Love live, but Mako might get out as well.
Yeah, but that wasn't the only fight. Then after a little bit of time here, a lot of farming between our junglers, we get a battle here at Baron, taken by Chovy, but it was so messy.
Yeah, and I feel like it got to the point where Gen G was starting to be a little bit concerned about the scaling of the enemy team, and the Tristana plus Ivern is such a powerful combo. They end up going with this Baron that is, it's a flip, you know? We see Chan get into pit, he doesn't secure it, Gen G get it, and this does allow them to sort of consolidate their lead. But yeah, the ensuing fight gets very messy.
One of the things I really liked about watching this fight and how it started as well is the fact that we got to see Gen G be very decisive with some of their plays. Some of the things that we were looking at a little bit later on, they needed to be a bit faster about how they wanted to take some of these objectives. But Gen G saw, hey, we have a couple of extra seconds here where Top Esports can't bring the entire team to bear. We need to make use of that. We have good enough hands, and of course they did. It wasn't the jungler that got the smite, but Chovy can do it anyway.
Yeah, the fight before that, at that Drake, I believe, is when they realized, hey, Requiem damage by itself not going to be strong enough, especially with the shielding of the Ivern, which then leads us to our third replay. Watch how dominant the Ivern is as they move Gen G out of the way into the Drake pit.
And the thing is, the vision control is so fantastic, because not only are they placing these brushes supplied by the Ivern, but they're frequently using control wards to make sure that Gen G can't ward them in return, and using the fog of war just to land consistent poke. And the thing is, yes, some poke comes back in return, but it's absorbed by those shields. Should anything go really amiss, you have, you know, the redemption to bail you out. It felt like this poke and prod coming out from top esports really allowed them to get control of this Dragon area.
Yeah, it turns out when there's so many control wards, Boss Bomb and the Wall of Pain just take too long. They're on too long cooldowns to actually try and muster their way back in. This was definitely one of those spots where it feels like Gen.G could have played this a bit more decisively. If they kite down towards the Dragon, it's not going to be the soul point right away, but that's the kind of thing that got them the Baron in the first place. They had the hands to do it, and if you just wait too long to try and find your opportunity here, well, the opportunity never shows itself, and after this, it just feels as though top esports had so much control.
And I love you see the Redemption come down immediately after the Karthus or the Requiem just to heal them all back up, and this ensuing fight, 369 on this Mordekaiser, immediately making a beeline for Chovy and getting that shutdown, and with him gone, he's still getting so much value on that Mordekaiser, but the rest of the fight for Gen.G just really starts to fall apart. We do get a little bit of a Jack Love moment. You know, they happen. But yeah, in the ensuing fight, we see a really strong cleanup from top esports, even without their AD carry. They have another one in Cream.
Yeah, I really was looking for Gen.G to back out a little bit earlier, even while they had Canyon sitting there in the Death Realm, just using those Skittles to try and push everyone back. There's an opportunity for Gen.G to try and run mid, maybe get some mid priority, but instead, that's one of the times where I was like, man, maybe we don't try and test our hands here.
Yeah, and I love that highlight right there because it shows the ingenuity of the draft and the understanding on how to play it. As you highlighted, anytime the Requiem went down, it was group up together, let's get this redemption, and all of a sudden the damage that the Karthus puts down that he's known to do, why he's one of the most picked AP junglers in the current meta, it gets washed away. And here's our final fight here. Lahen's doing his best, throws a hook into a bush, hoping for the best. They get Mako, but then they bite off a little more than they could chew.
Yeah, this is part of the problem, is that you have to close the distance playing into this composition from top esports. Yes, they can get the Leona, but when he engages on the Mordekaiser, you just get ulted in return, you get smashed, and suddenly out of the Death Realm, this Mordekaiser appears with such a huge health bar. They have to back away, and Cream is so strong, he starts chasing down for the resets. And I think a lot of people, LCK fans, might see this as a big underperformance from Gen.G, but top esports, I feel like they've just played better than any LCK team has so far in the summer, and they were really the only ones able to challenge Gen.G, and they did so in great fashion.
And I think the one last thing I kind of want to point out, we talked a lot about the Ivern, but I think the Mordekaiser being so prevalent in China has been something that Gen.G not necessarily nearly as familiar with. We'll see if it survives the draft next time.
Well, game number 1 goes to top esports, giving Gen.G their first game loss of the day. Will it be the first series loss of the summer split? We'll find out together after this short break.
If you've watched any sport, there's always going to be one name that kind of stands out. Even if you don't know much about League of Legends or about the teams, you can just watch this guy and be like, wow, he's insane, he's the best right now.
He is just the most gifted mechanical player that Korea has ever produced. Chovy has hit best in the world.
He plays, I don't want to say perfect, but he plays like really solidly, like he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He has a really good macro.
You will never beat him in lane, so he always gets the lead, and then he knows exactly what to do with the lead. And there were games where Gen.G were losing in best of 5s, and like Chovy would come in and essentially like solo carry the game. This happened in LCK Spring, up against T1, funnily enough, up against Faker, where the team, like every other lane was losing, but he still got the lead because he always seems to.
People think he's good at farming, right? Farm, but I think it's different. Like he good at farm, also he good at pressure at the same time. Normally, if you want farm, you have to sacrifice like something you're getting HP or demonstrate badly sometimes. But that means he do something like logically very well to how build up to play to lane page.
My favorite part of Chovy is the breadth of skill set that he has developed and seeing what he does when he's just sort of let loose.
It's very scary for anyone playing him since 2018, how many years he's played in a row now, and just think about how many times he also came so close and failed, and didn't have the right roster, and tried hard to carry, but he wasn't quite fully developed himself. But now it's like all of those experiences are culminating in like the perfect moment for him. it's really cool to watch his story now. Welcome back here to EWC presenting League of Legends. And yes, you heard it right. Gen.g lost game number 1 to Top Esports. Just outplayed Top Esports, an insane game number 1. They take down the tournament favorites, and now Gen.g are on the ropes.
As we jump into the second draft, I want to see some big adjustments here for Gen.g. They will stay on blue side here. The Ivern ban, I think, is one that definitely should be considered here, considering that it was really their undoing against Top Esports in that first game. They're actually going to take away the Tristana as well. I mean, Cream got so big, it was almost no losing that game, but it was the oppressive vision control, the control ward buys, and the leapfrog forward of the Ivern brushes that really did them in. Senna taken away here, no surprise there. Still no Canyon Zyra, still no Canyon Nidalee. The card this pick feels a lot weaker with that counter we've already seen from Top Esports. First pick Corki, likely still on the cards here, but it comes at a huge cost in that you won't have that final counter pick here on blue side. And they're actually going to pivot to the Ezreal pick. I like this quite a bit. Now, you banned the Tristana, you gave the Corki, so, you know, that's definitely going to be the lock-in here. Rumble is also available, and this is the power of red side, Valdez. Yeah, you got the Ezreal, but they get everything they want. Corki, Rumble. And yes, Ezreal, the strongest AD carry right now in this meta, but I feel the cost is just too high.
It is very high. I think individually, both Corki and Rumble are huge, and Top Esports saw this coming. They banned away the Lucian because they knew that, okay, they're not going to take Corki here. And so we get Corki, and they don't have Lucian, and they don't have Tristana. So this leaves Chovy kind of in an awkward spot where he is really going to have to dig deep for an AD carry mid, or he's not playing an AD carry mid. I mean, so I don't think he will in this game number 2.
He might just pull out the Azir, you know, a classic. It's been one of the big problems, you know, with these AD carryless comp or these mid laners that don't have engage, right? You're playing AD carry mid, so if you lose vision control, you lose prio. There is no super play, there is no shuffle, right? There is no big Orianna engage, and when you fall behind on vision, when there is no engage in the mid lane, that could be a huge problem. Now, this Twisted Fate comes through. We've seen this more recently as a mid pick. It is definitely one that can be played. Showmaker played it in the LCK recently. I think it was played in the LPL as well. So consider this a big flex. See, Top Esports will be thinking about this as well. It can be quite tricky to play out if it is going to be, in fact, the mid pick. The Sejuani we talked a lot about last game is going to get locked in here, it looks like, for Top Esports. The Ashe is still available here, so I think that's one that Gen.g should definitely be looking at, considering how powerful it can be into the Ezreal lane and how well it can set up for both the Rumble ultimate and can follow up or set up the Sejuani Glacial Prison.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the first things they need to look at down on that bottom side. Gen.g, you know, it's kind of a flip of the last game where Gen.g highly prioritized their top side of the map, and then we had a lot of huge picks for Top Esports on the bottom side. The Ezreal Leona, that duo going into the hands of Gen.g, but Top Esports have a really, really strong top side of the map with the Sejuani, setting up for both Corki and the Rumble. We do see the Yone, another AD mid. It's not an AD carry in the traditional sense. Does get banned away, but it's a huge pick for Chovy, and they're not going to allow him to play that one.
The Kai'Sa is one of the strongest picks into the Ezreal individually in terms of her ability to 1v1 the Ezreal and duel him before the fight breaks out. So very strong in terms of controlling neutral as well. So that's a no-brainer here. The Yone ban, which is one of the most commonly picked champions into the Corki when Tristana is gone, does seem to indicate Top Esports thinks this is going to be a top Twisted Fate pick here. And the Jace coming out as well. Another pick that can be quite strong in the mid lane as an AD. Won't be able to outrange the Corki with the Shock Blast. So not too shocking to see that one, no pun intended. But let's see what this final ban is going to be, because the Ashe really sticks out to me like a sore thumb in terms of how well it synergizes with this draft here for Top Esports. They take away the Draven instead. Similar ability to follow up on CC from the Sejuani, but the setup for the Ashe just feels so obvious here. Let's see if Top Esports will take the opportunity.
Yeah, they don't have to just yet, but they could lock it in and save their support for the final pick, as it will be the Ashe, as you mentioned. I think if you're not banning that, it's getting picked, and it does. So not too surprising at the end of the day that they do pick up the Ashe here. Now, what is the mid-jungle duo going to look like for Gen.g? As you mentioned, still flexibility with the TF, but seems like Top Esports not giving a lot of credit to that, and it will be the way that does come down here in mid.
I wouldn't have minded something like an Azir Xinjiao here for Gen.g because of the ability to set up for picks and threaten the Corki in mid lane, threaten the squishy Rumble. The way is going to be a similar idea. It will outrange the Corki, so put some poke down. One of the only AP mids right now that can kind of win lane against Corki eventually. It has great wave clear, but can be super problematic later on if you're not ahead and you don't have map control to actually be that engaged, because you have a big ultimate, you have big burst and follow-up to something like a Leona engage, but it's very tricky. Hovering the Varus for just a moment, teasing us that Ashe Varus lane.
Yeah.
Kalista as well, you know, saying...
It's a lot of strong double 80 carry comps that are available, but that's kind of like harkening back to an old meta. I actually feel like the Braum is insane value into this comp. Like, it's just ridiculous.
It's great into the Hui. It's great into the Ezreal, obviously.
Everything.
Yeah, and... I mean, you could have gone for the insane kill lane. You could have gone full Hail of Blades down there with the Varus. You know, throwback to what we saw a lot in the LCK a few seasons ago. Guma and Keria playing that pick quite a bit, but and when you consider how much engage there is, how much setup, I mean, the Braum ultimate is fantastic for the Rumble as well. You've got, you know, hot and cold you can lay on the ground. You have the Ashe arrow to set up the Sejuani. Sejuani sets up the Ashe arrow. You've got slows for the Ezreal lane to get a big advantage down there. Now, we have seen Ezreal Leona win this type of matchup. You know, the Ezreal has so much damage on his Q right now on this patch. And if he can land those Mystic shots, you know, you can end up winning the lane, but it is very risky. It's very dangerous into this Braum. And the Twisted Fate, I think, is going to have a large impact here on this early game. The first few ultimates are going to have to get a big lead here to Gen.g. In game one, we leaned a little bit towards Gen.g. We thought it was a little bit too finesse, the draft with Top Esports. They completely proved us wrong. The redemption pick for the Ivern was fantastic. Here in game two, it feels like they got everything they wanted, and it felt super obvious what their game plan was going to be, and yet Gen.g still confidently walked right into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of those comps on the side of Top Esports that you just look at it and you say, were there any bans in the game? Like, how did they manage to get pretty much one of the best comps we have ever seen? Like, it's just really, really strong, insane coordination, some of the best picks in the current meta, and it is fantastic. Now, on the side of Gen.g, I do feel like if they get ahead, they win their lanes, right? Canyon, I feel like his role is going to be huge. He picks up the Lee Sin. He wants to have an early impact. He wants to get ahead in the jungle matchup, but be more proactive with it. He doesn't want to sit back on Karthus, get really fed, and then press R and then get countered by Redemption. He wants to make impacts on top and mid. He wants to get his lanes ahead. And if they can do that, the pick potential from this comp of Gen.g is also insane. It is S+ tier with, you know, TF Leona alone, but also just everything else to support it.
Ascent MSI, this will only be the second time Jackie Love plays the Ashe pick, but it's a pick we've seen him play a lot in the past. Obviously, a player with a long story like he has, as mentioned on the desk earlier, you know, that pays a very young AD carry, quite storied early in his career, but Jackie Love a lot more experience, has a ton of experience on the Ashe across multiple different metas, playing with support Ashe alongside of him. I think is going to do a lot with this champion. And it might surprise people to hear that it's the first time Canyon's played Lee Sin since the summer season started as well. It's a pick that he has relied on a lot in the past. He's one of our best Lee Sins in the LCK, alongside Owner, longtime jungle rival. But yeah, definitely the bigger impact you were kind of alluding to here with this pick. Not going to sit back and farm, but we'll try to get his lanes ahead. As Top Esports, a little bit of invasion here at level 1, but not going to heavily commit or anything like that.
Yeah, looks like just a bit of juggling, just hanging around, and then eventually Jackie Love will place his ward down on the red buff. So they're going to know where Canyon does start. It won't be surprising that the Lee Sin does start on his red buff side of the jungle.
Look at Cream putting the pressure on as well instantly here. Jovi, his mana bar got ganked, you could say.
Oh boy.
With the 2 misses there. But Cream trying to push him out early here, trying to get some value out of that footwork. First proc of it, and We'll see how this mid lane matchup does go, because it's been a pick the way that a lot of our lower teams in the LCK, for example, have picked when they've made draft errors and have ended up, having to face the Corki. It's very common. Well, Hens did have an opportunity to look for his Zenith Blade there, doesn't take it. But if played well, I think the Corki absolutely can control this matchup early. He hits level 2 first. And, Chovy's just going to have to weather the storm until he gets a few levels under his belt. His first buy will make it a lot more comfortable. Bit of a whiff.
That's all good. Level 2 still going to be hit here by Lehens and Pays. Definitely what you would expect, especially Pays and Lehens starting in the lane. They want to get control of the lane immediately. Again, kind of playing into this idea in their composition, I think, where they want to try to win all the lanes if possible, especially bot and top. You were talking about that Wave versus Corki matchup. Can go a little bit either way. But, probably just going to end up pretty even in this one as we take a look at all of the lanes at the same time.
See, Chovy hits level 3 and can start to both pressure cream and clear the wave at the same time, so starting to come back there. We talked about the Rumble pick being S tier. Now, one of the only matchups where Rumble isn't going to find himself at a huge lead early on is the range matchup into TF. Let's look at that poke coming through from Chovy meanwhile. But Geen, managing the lead here pretty well so far into that Rumble. So that's one place where you go, okay, well, the Rumble pick is top tier, the highest tier top lane right now in this meta, but at the same time, as Chovy is aggressively Trey, I'm a little scared for Cream, but at least he's getting the range matchup to deal with it is what I was going for there.
Lehens, he wants to get information on if Tien is here. Now that is going to look a little suspicious, right? Mako trying to scan for Tien, making his way down. And I believe, they're going to see him here. So the bottom lane here of gen.g will stay safe, but it's double scan, and they deny all the vision from the potential Sejuani gank, just to, show her face and try to make sure that bottom lane Jackie Love and Mako can stay safe themselves.
Tier buy here for Cream off the first back and a refillable. We'll see the tier matched for Chovy as well. As you can see, the teleports being traded there, just showcasing the buys. As Chovy controlled that first few levels incredibly well, once he got level 3, really put the pressure onto Cream, denied him some farm. Only, 2 or 3 CS were lost. But gotta say, this is the kind of start you're looking for if you're going to leave the Corki up. You have that AP answer. You're playing Lee Sin. Nice little scan there on this ward. Quiet early game, but Chovy continuing to put this pressure on. Now, the real interesting sticking point in this game is going to be that first ultimate from Keen, what he gets done with that, where he can make an impact on the map. Obviously, sacrificing teleport here to go for the exhaust into this composition is quite an expensive choice. So playing this matchup now passively as 369, has all of his abilities unlocked, can overheat fairly easily, wants to play respectfully. Tian up here on the top side, so a wise choice.
Yeah, Tian trying to coming in here. He's going to get that control ward down. They are looking to dive Keen, but Keen is full health, so especially with exhaust, I think it might be difficult, but let's see how this one does go. Gold card held, and the exhaust not going to be utilized. Just stuns the Rumble, but that is not going to be enough, and Tien just tanks it up perfectly. His first blood to 369.
And nothing really Keen can do. They're holding the exhaust for a really long time there. It's not going to be enough of a slow to actually prevent the take, as Canyon's trying to go for the stop.
He's going to get in there, but he finds himself in a 1v2. He has to flash away, and he misses the Sonic Wave as a stun potentially to come through, but maybe on cooldown or out of range. And Tien and 369, just massive value in the 2v2 here.
Oh, insane. I mean, that was optimistic from Canyon to say the least. Doesn't have ult, of course, at level 5, and stopping the backs. If you could stutter them, where one back is stopped and the other isn't, you win that 1v1, but 1v2, it is just not going to happen. Has to flash away. And disaster here for gen.g in this early game. Find themselves 600-700 gold behind. Keen losing out a lot of control over the lane. Doesn't have teleport, of course, so has to walk back. Canyon will be able to at least secure this grub. Chovy is really crushing mid lane, so that's the place where the good news starts for gen.g. Trying to stop that back onto Cream. Having so much prio so that Canyon can grab these grubs. These are really important wins for the side of gen.g, but Top Esports unrelenting. And bottom side, obviously, we talked about how well Ashe can control this matchup, this 2v2 with the Braum. It's going swimmingly.
Yeah, definitely feeling pretty good down there at the moment. And Tian's gonna just start up the Dragon himself, knowing that Canyon is nowhere in the vicinity. And they have the push on bottom, so should be the Hextech Dragon going the way of top esports. Gen.g get 3 Void Grubs. As now Canyon, no flash. He's going to get over the wall. 369 doesn't have flash himself, but Canyon in a very awkward spot.
Keen does have ult available here, doesn't necessarily need it.
Let's go gold card, but Canyon is just dead. Yeah, there's just no way to get out of there. It just gets caught by 369, who's 2-0 on Rumble already.
And you knew that Tian was bottom side, so if you're Keen in this case, you've got to come over and make the assist happen faster. It's just the level 1 on his ultimate, but still, he had enough distance there to maybe come help out. As Canyon just burns, he's left to die in top esports. Again, the lead continues. Now, Chovy pushed Cream out a second time, did take his own back here, picked up his Sork shoes. He still has a lot of big prio, but because he backed, he's not here to help Canyon out. And it feels like a gross miscommunication between the Canyon and the solo lanes here, because obviously Chovy isn't here, but he still goes for this play. Keen does not commit to the ultimate, as meanwhile down here, I thought maybe something was going to go down. It's going to be okay, but not committing the ultimate as Keen there. No Chovy. It makes you wonder why Canyon was that far up, looking for the pick there. 369 with a big punish.
It's just one of those things where you say, okay, well, the enemy jungler, oh, this arrow is going to get the flash out of Chovy, who gives the thumbs up. Very nicely aimed from the side of Jackie Love. But yeah, it's one of those things, Canyon's like, oh, 10 can't be here, right? So I should be safe. And then all of a sudden, level 6 Rumble shows up, and he's like, huh, I guess I'm just dead. And, well, he is. And, you know, the TF picked into the Rumble to deal with the lane, to get ahead. We talked about this for the side of Gen.g, to try to win the lanes, to try to get ahead. It's only Chovy that's ahead because 369 and 10 got so many wins in the top side of the map. And they get an extra one, the cherry on top in their own jungle here on a Canyon.
Yeah. Canyon's flash is coming back Keen as well relatively soon here after that first debacle that did occur in the top side where 369 and Tian were able to get a huge lead there. But Tian's just hanging around the top side, knowing bottom side is under full control. And it's hard to make a play here, but Rumble has the equalizer back. Mako here as well on the roam. So awkward for Keen. Looks like he will finally be able to walk up here and take his farm, but the pressure is real. You could feel it. And even though Cream has been pushed in a lot, has found himself at a CS deficit, he's really been able to stay relatively even despite Chovy's advantages here. It's only 100 and, you know, some odd gold that Chovy is ahead, and he's not under any kill pressure, so he doesn't care.
Uh-oh, Chovy no flash. He is just dead. Just gonna get Sejuani ulted to the face, and Lahen's nowhere for him to go either. He's got a flash himself, but the damage comes through, and the phosphorus bomb picks up a double kill for Cream.
I mean, you know, it's been a few years since I've been the guy to call the games over early, but this one is looking pretty rough, Valdez. I mean, this is arguably one of Gen.g's weakest performances we've seen in the last 2 months. As the Valkyrie here pushing forward as they grab the stun onto Chovy. And then just concussive, gonna catch Lahen's here. The phosphorus bomb is just enough. Huge cheer from the crowd here as another Tian nod to come through. My man's a nodder today, but I gotta say, this time well deserved. Great ultimate from him. No flashes, no summoners expended at a top esports for the play.
Yeah, it's just the value of this composition shown very early on. I mean,
speaking of,
you get one pick. Chovy's just dead again. I mean, there's nowhere for him to go. He doesn't have flash, and Lahen's like, well, sorry, buddy, nothing I can do. I didn't block the arrow, and you're just dead. And that's the value of Ashe and Sejuani and Braum. And Cream right there started off in a rough situation, but now he's totally flying free, 2-0-1, getting super fed. And now on the top lane as well, 369 just burning down Keen. And, you know, I like what Ox was saying on the desk earlier on about top esports just showing an incredible performance in game number 1. I do agree. But here in game number 2, Gen.g are also not having a great one as Lahen's trying to get the flank here on Jackie Love, but he's just going to pick up the kill, and maybe he does go down.
TP as well, like Jackie Love maybe saved here.
Yeah, I mean, the kicks should come out as Jackie Love will be in a lot of trouble. Can they trade anything back? Yeah, Lahen's is going to go down. This is still a one-team fight for top esports, rather.
Yeah.
And they're just getting more and more value.
Now at least King can get some plates because he hasn't got a teleport, Valdez. He doesn't have one of those. He's not going to be matching 369 coming over here.
But he's not going to lose any farm, 369, because he could just take this one out as well. Picks up his 3rd kill of the game. He's got 6 Dark Seal stacks. And Gen.g just falling apart at the seams, looking for a really proactive play. But unfortunately, Pays going in on the Arcane Shift before Lehen shows up on his big wraparound. Huge error of judgment, completely punished. And yes, they will get the kick onto JackeyLove to secure the kill, but all it takes is a teleport from the already winning Rumble lane topside where no pressure, no gold card to stop him, no answer will come through. So yes, you end up getting the 1 kill back onto JackeyLove, which was your initial objective. But 369 picks up that 3rd kill. 2 kills went over to Cream on that last play mid. And we've got the money exactly where you want it as Top Esports. This is a disastrous early game. Not one that isn't recoverable from, but the way that Top Esports played, how impressive they were in game 1, Gen.g fans definitely feeling a little bit stressed.
Yeah, and Top Esports, incredible first game. But now they're playing an incredible second game. They have so many tools to do it. JackeyLove, immediate cleanse. Very nice, Captain Jack himself. He's just going to get out of there. The poke is coming down, and Top Esports just weighing their options here. Now they're just going to throw everything into the Leona. They take him down, and that'll be huge. As yes, the Dragon does go the way of Gen.g 10. He's going to flash away. Cream has to do so as well. Finally, Gen.g do get something, but Top Esports, they didn't even have the Rumble. 369 is just getting huge amounts of farm in the top lane while all of this is happening.
Yeah,
and it's only a singular Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, it's only a singular Chemtech Drake, and I think the reason why Gen.g felt so confident to actually go for this play is they know the Rumble doesn't have TP since he TP'd to the bottom side play. But no indecision here for the side of Top Esports. Notice as well how close that Dragon was to actually going over to Top Esports, down at 59 on the smite. If just one stray hit goes over and they actually steal that one away on top of the play there, it's even worse. Now, it is going to be Cloud Soul here for this second game of the series, and ends up being a soul that's relatively strong for both teams here. Obviously, always going to be really important when you have a top laner without teleport. The additional movement speed and the rift can really help you shore up that weakness of not being able to join team fights as quickly as your opposition. And we're looking at a situation here now where this next fight may be the game decider if Gen.g can't figure out how to set up for an angle. And Keen's ultimates, where have they been? We haven't seen any impact of this losing lane Twisted Fate into the Rumble. And it's all been because Tian put the pressure up there. Mako went up and put the pressure up there.
Unfortunately, that's the way it goes, right? You know, the TF falls behind, and then he's like, well, I'm just an 80 carry that's behind against a super fed Rumble. What do I do? I just sit back and try to farm and try to catch up, but he's not going to have an impact in this game for a very long time. And
if at all.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Top Esports, if they don't fall behind in lane, they just have the God comp, and well, it's the God comp. They're just kind of sending it in. It's now Tian, okay. Bit of a mistake. He's going to get in there. He is incredibly tanky. And you know what? He doesn't give a damn at all, as he is going to live through all the damage of the 3 members of Gen.g. And he survives with 14 health, as he does get over the wall as well. I thought maybe he was going to die at the very end, as Cream in a very rough spot does get shut down by Pays. But man, Top Esports are really clapping him now.
I mean, Pays getting the shutdown is pretty huge, but at the end of the day, I feel like we might be watching the beginning of Gen.g starting to realize those keys might be crushed, because I mean, you look at these plays here. Gen.g grouped up as 3, Tian on a control ward, but he has Aftershock. He can absorb so much damage here, and even with the ultimate coming through from Chovy, the arrow buys so much space. Cream with a follow-up over the wall with the Valkyrie. They have just enough damage. JackeyLove not even needed, but he was there just in case. Yes, they get that trade back kill.
Oh boy.
But look at the damage.
And again, 369 wasn't even there. He was just hanging out in bot lane. He's like, I'm just getting fed, guys. I have enough kills. So you guys can maybe get some kills. It's now very nice stun here on a JackeyLove, but the Braum trying desperately to hold the door as the gold card does come down. Mako in a bit of trouble himself, has to flash away. And finally, Gen.g do get 1 pick, but again, still very far behind, looking for a bit more, trying to get this mid-outer turret as Top Esports are pushing bot.
Bottom inner here going to go down. Meanwhile, they can't get the mid turret off of the pick. At least they're able to get the pick itself, but Small victory here for gen.g, but this is the type of proactivity that we're going to need to see from gen.g from behind here. Even if you trade down, you've got to try something in this game. If you just sit back and let this composition of top esports scale and wait for objective spawns, it's never going to be a winning strategy. When you have Leona, when you have the gold card, when you have this Lee Sin, you're going to have to try to fish for something. A moment of, you know, overextension here from Jackie Love. Doesn't get hit by the Zenith play, but will, of course, be hit by the Solar Flare. Mako doing his best here. They even commit the teleport, so that's a big win for gen.g. But look at how many members of gen.g it takes to set up this pick. Like you said, it feels like every fight that they trade, top esports like, oh, well, somebody else is getting a turret, though. Or, oh, it's free farm in the bottom lane, and gen.g have to expend more. So we look for a group up here on the top side of the map. Baron hasn't spawned yet. I know we're still sitting at a huge amount of gold here for top esports, but we're not having that discussion for a few more minutes.
You can tell they're like, huh, maybe we can do the Baron. Wait, it's not here. And, you know, Cloud Soul is actually going to be excellent for their composition, just finding more and more clean engages. Denying movement speed from the side of gen.g as well is going to be extremely important, as it does look like Mako is going to drive this straight into the turret. India's Braum should be totally fine here. And Tian over the wall, looking for an angle. Lahen's only level 7, and again, they're gonna get on top of Lahen's, but they do dive under the turret, but it does not matter. The damage does not get traded by gen.g, as that is just going to be a dead Leona once again.
I mean, it's Ashe, Sejuani, Rumble. The 3 top tier picks they got that gen.g gave, and it's just one after the other. Stun, stun, burn. Down they go, down goes the turret. And top esports, I mean, you have this much map control, you can just sit on Raptors. We've seen so many Sejuani's to this. Canyon's done it a million times. You can see Leona, you know, Lahen's positioning there perfect for what could occur. You know, he's aware of the fact that Tien could be there. They don't have vision. But blocking him from entering is alone not enough. Just too much setup here. As you can see, this is the vision of gen.g. And Lahen's, yeah, he's in position to prevent the carries from getting caught, but he's gonna get caught. He's gonna get burned down. Canyon's super low. And that's a kill, that's a turret over the side of top esports. And as Baron gets closer and closer to the spawn, we're talking about a Rumble nearly on 2 items here. McCorky, that's been on 2 for a while, has the luxury to buy a QSS for extra safety. They may very well just do Baron on spawn.
I mean, they can absolutely threaten it, if nothing else, right? Because their turn is S+ tier. Again, the God Comp, they just sit on it. They have multiple tanks, and they have so many ways to throw in CC, to find picks from ahead without much vision for the side of gen.g. So top esports definitely considering it, as they will hold around this area.
Yeah, I mean, with Dragon taken already, there's nothing to fight for bottom side. 369 has teleport advantage. Keen has to be on the top side of the map here near this Baron. He can continue to push and join as that teleport comes back online here. Really well timed with this Baron spawning in 30 seconds. They're putting deep vision up. They have Ashe Arrow as well for some additional vision. There's no great angle of approach here for the side of gen.g. Keen flanking could end up being a liability more than a setup here, as it's not impossible for gen.g to win this, but I think it's going to take a big error from top esports, or an angle that right now I just can't see. They've got some vision in their own jungle now. They cleared some of that vision that top esports was setting up. And it looks like on spawn, we're not going to see it, but Lahen's, he's got to check. You know, he's got to come over here and set up multiple wards, because the threat is real with the teleport disadvantage. I mean, Keen's back bottom side cannot join a Baron take. 369 has push control here. He's winning the side, obviously, and can join at a moment's notice, and now the group up begins.
Now, what I would say is for the side of gen.g, I feel like their one angle is you still have to find picks and just hope you've got enough damage with Chovy and Pays. If that doesn't work, you don't really have much of an angle. And that also relies on top esports making a big mistake, making a big error. As you see, Canyon, somebody's got to check it. Somebody has to get in, as now this time the Leona pretty tanky, but the equalizer up top. Mako is super low, as 369 still looking for a bit more. Pays is going to be isolated on the right side of this fight, but they do back away. gen.g holding on for dear life in this game.
Yeah, the equalizer in terms of his positioning looked good initially, but because gen.g could just back out, they did so much damage, they can't follow up. So gen.g actually handling that about as well as they could have. Lahen's absorbing so much of that damage after the initial engage came through. And now they absolutely can contest this Baron here. Top sending 369 back to the bottom lane. He doesn't have that equalizer anymore. He's going to use that teleport advantage to continue to put pressure around the Baron. Mako is able to get back, regen, come back into this fight. Doesn't quite have Warmogs just yet, but is full health now. And the rotational battle continues where it's just vision fights after vision fights. But no answer for that Rumble. It's just pushing wave after wave into the bottom turret. Now off of vision, gen.g have to be so respectful.
You see they are being very respectful. Keen, he's like, oh crap, I easily could have just died there. But he is able to get away without a scratch. And Top Esports, once again, it's just back to clearing vision, taking control over the Baron pit, and you know what? Maybe it's just killing Lahenza along the way. Might just be able to do that under the turret as Lahenza is alone. He's just going to be taken out. Nobody on the side of gen.g can help him.
They're spread too thin. Chovy has to go bottom to deal with the waves down there. They're missing so much farm. If he's not there, he's the one who's got TP. That True Shot Barrage is a nice boon here for gen.g. Some extra damage launched in, but no vision.
Oh boy, yeah, they just don't have vision. Somebody has to face check. Canyon is barely going to live. A lot of damage coming out from Chovy and from Chovy as everybody's low here on the side of Top Esports. Another equalizer is going to hit that back line, and now Cream just flashes forward, looking to get it. And you know what? I think the wallets are just way too large here on the side of Top Esports as Cream. Jeez, man, he almost went down as well. As the snipe is going to come in, Chovy takes out Cream.
Snap of his fingers. I mean, Chovy could not have played that fight better. I don't think gen.g could have played that fight better if they tried, if they were tool assisted, because that was so clean from them. But like you said, you took the words out of my mouth, Valdez. Wallets are heavy. The advantages that Top Esports hold are just too much. Chovy did so much damage, layered through the choke, massive ultimate, but it's not enough to win the fight. But what they will win is a deny of the Baron take. Top Esports will have to back away, will have to reset and head back over. Keen still teleportless on the bottom side. Canyon is down there. They feel like they've got a little bit of reprieve here. Rapid fire cannon is done for Keen. As you see this engage here, we're going back to this moment. Look at how much damage Chovy layers into this team fight. It's absolutely insane. Pays going forward here, trying to get the kill on the TN. Look at the low health bars here of Top Esports. gen.g, they used everything that Chovy had, but it wasn't enough. Cream just narrowly thought he escaped, but the snipe comes through from Chovy. Top Esports turn their focus now to Cloud Soul Point on the bottom side of the map, and gen.g just not in a position to trade for Baron. They don't have vision control of the Baron pit.
Yeah, they're just way too far behind to even consider that. And, you know, I think that we saw a showcasing of what Ezreal and Sway can do if you run in a straight line at them in a small corridor in their jungle, right? I think that Top Esports are doing a good job denying vision, but they're also playing directly into all of this AoE damage. They have enough money, so it's working out as this arrow, ooh, nice dodge from Chovy, but he might still go down as Mako's got this angle here. Let's see if he can land this ult. No, Chovy's still in a lot of trouble, and he will be going down here. Chovy a little bit too greedy up there in the top lane, and immediately he will be punished for it.
That was on life Chovy moment there. Just so much greed. You've got to farm. You've got to get out there on the map. But unfortunately, can't dodge everything. As Pay's looking for a pick.
Yeah, he's trying to do something, but the arcane shift forward as now Lahen's trying to peel for him. The cleanse comes through. The True Shot Barrage, though, is going to hit the door as immediately we are going to lose one of our members here. Keen? Looks like Lahen's will go down. Keen is split pushing in mid somehow as all of this is happening. Now he's going to be chased away by the Rumble. And
Canyon looking for a steal.
Yeah, he does have access to this pit, funnily enough, as Top Esports. Not a lot of health here, but still just tanking this one down. Canyon is going to be pushed away as he is desperate to try to get into the pit, but immediately he does get taken down. That is a Baron on 5 members of Top Esports.
Keen trying to get some of that bounty gold off of this inner. He's so close to it too. Ranged minions left. I think he will get it. Meanwhile, Pay's in trouble over here. Will actually be able to put the pressure on, try to stop some recalls, but he's in danger.
Pay's is just, he is desperate to do anything in this game, and you see gen.g playing kind of guerrilla warfare here. They're trying desperately to find whatever picks they can, but it is just not working.
I mean, this game,
Top Esports get more.
This game feels so doomed, but I gotta say, gen.g doing the best they can with one hand tied behind their back.
Now, well, Chovy's dead again. Not much he can do about this as the ult is going to hit them in the face, and Mako doesn't really care. And that is another kill here for 369, who is 5-0-0. Very clean scoreline for him.
Yeah, almost looks like Canyon, the color is out of his face on this one. Such a close attempt there on the steal. Flashless, mind you, on this Lee Sin, a Braum in his face. but he's not able to make it happen. I mean, the kill score is 4-20 at 26 minutes. I mean, they are practically getting Harlem globetrotted here by Top Esports, but in the last few moments, they've given it their best effort, got some bounty gold, denied the Baron twice, but ultimately it's still Top Esports. It's Canyon insect.
Canyon, he's gonna find Jackie Love. That is a massive pickoff here as the push was coming in, and they're kind of lulled into a false sense of security. Canyon's just gonna take down Jackie Love just like that, but he will be taken down himself, I think, although he will flash away, and they only get the inhibitor turret.
And not a true insect, the ward hop to go for it. Still has his flash, gets out of dodge there, is able to absorb. As a result, the equalizer there for 369, one of the best tools at, really ending the game in these types of moments. They're unable to get the inhibitor thanks to Canyon's heroic play. I mean, this could be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of international events for Gen.g if they can bring this one back. It doesn't seem likely, to be frank with all of you at home watching and those of you in the arena, but man, they have made this game where they're so far behind look so close with some of these clutch plays. And I think, as you mentioned, Top Esports, a little bit of false sense of security here in these moments, and Gen.g, they are not going to go quietly into that good night. They are not ready to see their key crushed just yet here at EWC. The massive tournament favorites for this tournament. A close one in game one. Game two, extremely one-sided until these last few moments as Chovy is stunned.
369 just ran by the guy that was backing, and now it looks like Chovy should be able to TP out of this one, so kind of unfortunate for 369, a little bit baited by the recall, but yeah, it almost feels like Top Esports are just like, yeah, we won this game, and you know what? They almost definitely will, but, perhaps just Jackie Love things getting caught out there a bit by Canyon.
You can see what Gen.g's composition can do. We talked about it. You really pointed it out very well in that last fight where Chovy did massive amounts of damage. Fighting in choke points, big no-no for Top Esports even this far ahead. The chain CC that can come through here, where you have the gold card, you have the kick from Canyon, you have the Leona. The pick potential is definitely there. They have a huge amount of damage. Even the burst. With Ezreal, you don't normally think of him as a burst champion, but on this patch, on 3 items, he kind of is. If you catch anybody, he will just blow them up. Same with the Hui. A lot of burst damage, a lot of AoE. Gen.g holding on by a thread here as the soul is up for grabs for Top Esports.
Yeah, I think all that Top has to do is just fight a regular 5v5, and they will win the game. They just got to set up very nicely here, just get some vision down into this banana brush and wait for the nice angle to engage. As now the arrow comes out, this is everything into Lahen's, but their wallets are just so huge, and Gen.g, they just leave him to die, as Lahen's still alive though, is going to survive in this one, as now the Sejuani ult comes out. That's not going to have any follow-up either, as now Pays over the wall, the arcane shift, as he is doing a ton into Tien, but eventually he should be punished. He is so low on health as Pays is desperate to do whatever he can in this team fight.
Yeah, trying to get his True Shot Barrage back, queuing this Dragon, doing anything he can. I mean, the health bars of Top Esports pretty low. Chovy running out of mana very quickly here, but this is looking good for Gen.g.
It is kind of insane. This should be going the way of Top Esports, and in fact, they will get the Cloud Soul, and Lahen's is once again tanking everything
so low.
They are very low as Pays once again trying to just E forward, trying to find whatever he can as the push is coming down in the bottom lane.
True Shot.
Top Esports will get the objective.
True Shot's back. Can he catch anybody? Oh, the angle. Ooh. Not good enough. Nearly takes Cream's head off, but it's not enough. This is insane, though, to see Top Esports struggling this hard at the big damage to Chovy. Opted into the Leandri's third, and when you consider how slow the team fighting has been here, low range Ashe, low range Quirky here, and Rumble kind of binary in that if his equalizer doesn't get that pick, you don't win that fight necessarily right away. And how many times do we see Canyon put big shields off in that fight, being a secondary support here, keeping his team alive so Lahen's can heal back up as Top Esports using this Cloud Rift to look for a pick.
So fast. They are just sprinting at Lahen's, and maybe finally they will kill this darn Leona as they finally catch Lahen's by himself in his own jungle.
The 8th time he dies in this game. It felt like the last time.
The reverse legendary wolf, it returns. And, Top Esports, I couldn't believe that they haven't already won this game. But maybe now they will put an end to this one. They don't even have the Baron buff. 20 minutes, or rather 20 seconds, until the Baron will spawn. The Top Esports are looking for 2 inhibitors before they go for that objective.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get it here. Jackie Love firing away. Chovy has to deal with these cannon minions. They have to defend their Nexus turrets. Gen.g do not have Cloud Soul. Will have to rush as fast as they can over while clearing this mid wave to the Baron to try to contest. Canyon this time has Flash to look for a potential steal, but I think more than a steal, they need a team fight win here. Top Esports, vision control, as you can see, totally blind right now. Are Gen.g a trinket to spot the Baron? Here we go.
And the ult is going to be thrown into that backline. The equalizer is huge value, but Lahen's once again taking everything up. He will eventually fall. Cream is unstoppable. The True Shot Barrage hits nobody.
Chovy is doing insane damage every single time. He gets a rotation of spells off. Now they're starting up this Baron.
Well, the arrow is going to sail wide, and once again, Top Esports, their turn is legendary as they're looking for any opportunity. Anybody on the side of Gen.g.
Remember, too, Gen.g have those super minions barreling down. They're on a timer here.
And they're just going to run at them. The flash comes forward, and I think Top Esports finally get the fight as Pays will go down. Chovy doesn't have any hope, any mana to do much as they only get Pays, but now they are looking to push right down the middle lane.
And they certainly should be able to end off of this. Or certainly end off of the Baron that they will now take and then walk down the mid lane as Jackie Love will also secure this scuttle. Gen.g, Chovy, their main damage dealer in this one, unable to be anywhere near that pit. He's got great wave clear, and they will be able to manage the top lane. But you can see 369 is already prepping the mid wave. He hits level 18. He has a Magi's Soul Stealer built, Banshee's Veil. The man is safe against anything, and he's got a TP to come straight down mid if he'd like to. And protect a minion with it if he likes. Elder, 2.5 minutes away, so even if by some miracle Gen.g can wave clear this and defend, there is just no chance they're going to be able to get to the Elder first, as Pays trying his best to do damage here, but a bit too far forward. Great choice by Top Esports. They have the movement speed advantage here, and Gen.g can't back out of the Baron. They lose the Baron, they lose the game, and with the super minions, they kind of had to kite away. Now Top Esports setting up these waves. Let's see how miraculous this defense for Gen.g could be, because it's been a miracle they're still in this game in the first place.
It definitely is. You know what it feels like is that they've realized that they've messed up. They have found out. And they're like, wow, Top Esports a great team. They're trying so hard to come back in this game, but it's a little bit too much. The wallets are just massively heavy as Top Esports are pushing right through the front door, right down in the bottom lane. And that is going to be the third inhibitor going down. As once again here with 2 minutes of Baron buff, they will be looking to end this game.
Clearing the wave as quickly as they can. 369, 2 super minions coming over. Buying a ton of time as Chovy's wave clear. That Leandri's damage ticking through, but there's just too much Top Esports here.
Yeah, there's just way too many members. The Baron buff pushing through the bottom lane. They have a full wave coming through as Gen.g desperate to try to clear the wave. And they're waiting on that one last Nexus turret to try to take this game down, but it is not looking very good.
Hands is back up.
Esports.
One Hail Mary.
They're not leaving. So I think eventually they will take down this Nexus turret, but a lot of respect being shown from Top Esports. That's the arrow. They find Canyon, and eventually this front door will come down. Top Esports, they will throw the narrative out the window, and they say, we are the better team tonight, and we will take the 2-0 over Gen.g.
A brick in the golden road of Gen.g. Top Esports with a dominant 2-0 win. Draft error by Gen.g in that second game, giving Top Esports all the S-tier champions that this patch and the previous patch had to offer. They gave them a damn good showing in the defense, 10,000 gold behind. They would not relent, they would not give up. Nothing is given, everything is earned, Valdez. That's the theme of this tournament. Top Esports certainly did earn the end of that game.
Oh yeah.
Cautious, safe, slow. Gen.g with some really nice plays to try to bring themselves back into it, but it felt like it was 1 step forward, 3 steps back each and every way. The Rumble, Sejuani, Ashe, these 3 picks they gave over were the picks that write the tombstone of the key of Gen.g find itself crushed later on this evening. It's hard to call this one an upset because going into this tournament, we weren't sure entirely how these two teams would match up on form, but the LPL has shown up in such a big way. Even though we saw BLG lose to T1 yesterday, it was a super close series, very resilient. Top Esports, though, the dominant winners of the first one of the day today.
They get this massive 2-0 upset over gen.g. We're going to throw it down to the stage with Jeannie for the interview. Take it away.
Jeannie here, joined with Krem for Top Esports after a dominant victory up against gen.g. Congratulations. I would like to say, how does it feel to have a victory over gen.g? This is their first loss since MSI, and you were the ones who delivered it.
首先恭喜你们赢得了这场比赛，是非常统治级的一个表现。那想问你们一下，自从 MSI 之后，你们第一次交手，然后你觉得现在是什么感受呢？
感受就是他们还是很厉害，我们赢他们确实很不容易。现在
I think they're very strong. They remain their condition since MSI, and I think it's very hard for us to actually win it over. But yeah, they're always that strong.
They were very strong indeed, and they put up a great competition. But as this competition goes, every single team has a key as well. And because of the victory, you will be handed over the key from the team captain of gen.g, and that is going to be Lehens. Can we please welcome Lehens to the stage? That is now yours to keep, as you have rightfully earned so. I would like to also start talking about this game particularly. Coming into this game, your coach, Maokai, particularly said that it was going to be very aggressive in the mid lane and the top lane. How did you as a team get that confidence to come up here on the stage, your first game, and just hit it swinging?
在赛前采访的时候，你们的教练茂凯其实有提到，你们想要战术就是在上路和中路打得比较激进一点。然后你觉得在游戏里面你们是怎么样执行的呢？
游戏里面就是按照教练选的阵容，然后在选之前会告诉我们这把需要怎么赢下来。
I think it's according to our draft. Our coach would just tell us how to acting our unique strategies, and we'll just perform it really well.
The draft seems to be a very big talking point for every team that is here in the competition. There is no lower bracket, you snooze, you lose, and you will have to give up your key. When it comes to this type of format, what has it been like for Top Esports preparing for it coming into it?
因为此次 EWC 我们采用的是单败赛制，如果就是输掉一场，可能就要回家了。那你觉得在这种赛制下，TS 是怎么应对的呢？
就放轻松打吧，就不要有压力。我们教练让我们。
We would just want to stretch out all the pressure and just let it go, follow the wind, right?
You guys did exactly that. There are a lot of fans as well here supporting you today. Is there anything that you would like to direct at your fans here at home as well, but also those in the stadium?
在现场来了很多你的粉丝，当然了，还有在电视机前的很多你们在家里面的粉丝，你想跟他们说些什么呢？
谢谢大家的支持。
Just thank you all for your support.
Give it up one more time for Top Esports! Thank you guys so much. 谢谢。
谢谢。
And guys, we'll be on a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
And for the second time in the summer split, the second time here at the Esports World Cup, Gen.g's Nexus goes down as Top Esports takes the victory over favorites at the Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends. Yeah, that's right. The fans were roaring as Top Esports took care of business, and there was no question mark. It wasn't a period. It was an absolute bold-faced exclamation point by Top Esports. Again, having not dropped a single match back over at the LPL, they do the same thing here. Welcome back to the area. It's Degon alongside Ox and Joshi. Gen.g are out. Top Esports move on.
Yeah, and I feel like with the new format of the LPL, you know, the fact that they are split into groups, we haven't seen Top Esports necessarily go up against the other strongest teams in the LPL. May have made it hard to judge, but you can convincingly say after this series that they are looking like the best team in the world right now. Dominated Gen.g. Both games, I feel like they had huge draft edge, but also just the individual play, knowing how to work that composition, it was just stellar to see.
And I have to say that pretty much everyone I've talked to, everyone I've seen on social media, everyone at this event pretty much had Gen.g as the favorites. The question for a lot of people was not, are Gen.g going to win? It was a question of how many games are Gen.g going to drop on the way to the championship. And Top Esports dismantled them. We will not get to see any more Gen.g, and their key is already gone.
Yeah, and starting for the draft, I love the fact that they have obviously the Rumble and Corki, 2 massive picks on the patch, but they have this like Freljord TFT synergy going. You know,
is that one? Glacials?
Yeah, Glacials is there, and sometimes you see like Sejuani Braun, but the Ashe as well. And it felt like in the team fights, there was so much damage from those solo laners, but anytime, and you know, Canyon try to go in on the Lee Sin, instantly the CC's there. And then there's another CC passive coming through. And then even if you manage to ward hop away, you're still getting slowed by an Equalizer or the Frost Arrows from the Ashe. So the comp was really effective, and they piloted it so well.
It just felt so redundant, right? There's so much crowd control, there's so much damage, it's so easy to play, and I really love seeing this whenever going on to a relatively new patch. We saw a couple of games yesterday, but this is the first match that these guys are playing, and it's just like, well, I point at that guy, and that guy dies, and you just jump on and do the same thing. And there's not a lot of opportunities for Gen.g to ever turn it around.
And I feel like you can see some theory in Gen.g's comp with like the long-range control from the TF and the poke from the Hui. Chovy got a lot of damage off there, but it felt like it required a lot more finesse, and when they fell behind early, really hard to come back with.
Well, let's take a look on how it happened here in game number 2. Lots of action starting on the top side of the map.
I think looking at this one, both you and I, Ox, were looking at this and saying, this looks like it's going to be a pretty tough dive, but these guys made it look easy. They had the crowd control. They just jumped him a little bit earlier than it looked like he was ready for. And then after that, it just allowed 369 to roll high. He got the 9. He gets another free kill as Canyon. We were saying probably not the direction for him to be running.
Yeah, I think he should have run round above that wall to play a bit safer. But clearly, just after those 2 kills coming through, things were really falling apart. And then the momentum didn't stop there. You know, this link up coming from Mako and Tien, using that layers CC, giving 2 kills over to Cream. Suddenly, this went from, you know, a rough early game to a disaster.
Yeah, and the first early highlights showed the top and jungle really getting ahead. But Jackie Love on the Ashe. This was the matchup that you were looking at here, Ox, and he played very well.
And, you know, he had a pretty quiet game 1. You know, maybe an arcane shift in there wasn't great. But here, the arrows forcing Chovy's flash from bot lane, fantastic. And then he ends up being the follow-up later on. While Chovy is still lacking that summoner, we see another arrow coming through.
This one was wild.
Yeah, this one was crazy.
I thought for sure this was going to be hitting Lehens, but no, it still manages to hit Chovy anyway. He's just bending the bullet right around, looking a little bit like how you play it in Wild Rift, right? But that's the kind of thing, Jackie Love having so much control. And just like we were saying, that's the redundancy. The Sejuani ultimate, the Ashe ultimate, both on such low cooldowns. You can just fish for these things. You missed the first time, who cares? We'll try again in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so he didn't miss.
He didn't miss.
Even better.
Yeah, and so with these gold leads, then on the top side of the map, even more focus. This is what I loved about this game. Everyone was getting theirs by Top Esports. It felt personal.
Yeah, and I think you kind of see the value of the comp. We have the Zeeks from Tien, so he's super tanky, but the AoE you get after you ult actually doing tons of damage, and Canyon goes in and just gets stun locked. There's nothing he can do.
I think the other thing about this is we got to see that because Tien is taking so much damage coming out from gen.g, well, ends up living anyway. Kareem doesn't take any damage. All that HP damage you saw was because he was tanking turret the entire time as Corki. That's just how far ahead they were. That's how easy it was to play this composition. You can play up against the extra members in the structures and you don't care at all.
Yeah, definitely not. However, Chovy. He's still Chovy, and in our, looks like, no, we're going down to the bottom side of the map, and this is the ending push here.
Yeah, so it did take a lot of time to get to this point, and it was a pretty good job from gen.g holding out, Chovy using his wave play, using his AoE, but the state of the game didn't massively change throughout that time. Eventually, all 3 inhibs down, Baron taken, that final push coming through. And I think the thing that really stood out to me from Top Esports was their control and team play. This is something we have praised gen.g for constantly. This team who feel like they always take games seriously, they don't happy game, they have such a good lockdown on how to play the map, and they got completely outmatched in that manner by Top Esports.
I'm really looking at this right now as Top Esports becomes the tournament favorite from this position. You take down the top dogs, you do it in such a dominating fashion. Neither of those games really looked close. gen.g had a couple of moments where, you know, you can blame some of it on the draft, but Top Esports comes in and they beat gen.g at their own game, and now they're going to be looking to do that against the rest of the field.
Well, that's what I think about this series. I think in game 1, it was the sneaky Ivern pick that comes out by Top Esports because it's been the world of the AP meta. If you play something else that isn't that, we've seen Xin Zhao, we've seen a lot of Sejuani, but the Ivern coming out, I think then forced gen.g to try and get creative in this draft, and they fall a little bit behind here.
And, you know, I gotta say, you know, there's been a lot of talks about the Fearless draft that was introduced into the LPL. It was a huge draft gap, I feel like, in both games. And we're seeing picks like the Ivern, and we did see even gen.g play Mordekai's in the LCK, but it felt like the innovation and the draft priorities were really sharp for Top Esports. So maybe the Fearless draft was a factor in that.
Yeah, well, with that win, it is gen.g, the MSI champs. They are out of the Esports World Cup, and it's Top Esports moving on to the semifinals. A huge, huge victory for the LPL. They will have representation in their undefeated squad. Again, great job by Top Esports. A huge, huge upset, which leads us to our next match. I love it. Another slice of the West. It's NA versus EU, G2 versus FlyQuest, as neither one of those squads want this to happen to them. This is gen.g's key getting crushed by the hydraulic right here.
Yeah, that felt like that game 2, you know, slowly just the pressure keeps building. Oh man, rough.
The pressure, the depression for the LCK fans at this point. It was just kind of rough to watch, but I'm really excited about this next matchup because, like you said, it is another Western matchup. You got NA versus EU, and so far, one team from every region has already made their way towards the semifinals. G2 A lot of people think they're the favorites, but if they drop it here, that means that EU never even makes it there.
Yeah, that means NA would have 2 teams, so NA the best
NA the best team?
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me? Well, if there's a team that's used to any pressure, it would be this squad, G2. Again, the kings of Europe. Enough cannot be said about how dominant this squad has been, not only in Europe, but all of the West. They are looking to move on and represent Europe in the semifinals, the final hope for Europe against FlyQuest, who, back at MSI, they had their heartbreak in the play-in stage, did not make it. This was going to be the proposed matchup, but it ended up not working out that way. FlyQuest then made the change in the mid lane. In comes Quad, and now they're looking to answer some questions. This will be our next matchup here. G2 versus FlyQuest. We'll break it all down right after this.
I think he's the best Western player ever.
Oh yeah, I think Caps is definitely the best Western player of all time.
I have not seen another Western player be as successful as good as him. He's winning more. He's been 2 World Finals.
He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's always performing and playing well when it matters in playoffs or international and everything. So yeah, it's just hard to play against him, I guess.
Obviously, he has the results, so many LEC titles, and then also he won MSI, was in World Finals. But apart from results, it's just kind of the teams he's on are always the best teams by far. Hearing my European teammates talk about him is wow, this guy's the GOAT.
Even I'm counting American, Western player, I will say the Caps is best player too.
He's very smart. Before joining the team, I didn't know exactly how he was. I knew he was a very good player, but I didn't know he has so much knowledge about the game. He's very, very smart at talking about side lanes, how we should split push and this kind of stuff. And he's really leading the game when we get to mid-late game. He's a very nice guy most of the time, but he's also he's very good at being annoying as well. He can be very good at being annoying, but that's just Caps, that's fine.
What Caps has proved is that it's not about the age, it's about the drive, it's about the motivation, and it's about the will to get better and try to be the best and not giving up. And I think that he is the perfect example of what the blueprint for how to be better, even if you're not in the best region in the world.
There you see the Kings of Europe making their way down Boulevard Studios to the Qiddiya Arena to do battle for their first match ever in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. The pretty much undisputed Western GOAT Caps in the mid lane going to be a huge focus throughout this tournament. And in the opposite side, it's the North American representative in FlyQuest. They made a big change in the mid lane, and it's a huge test here for Quad and the rest of the squad to see how they do up against the Kings of Europe. They're looking to make a splash and make it 2-0 from North America against the LEC. Welcome back to the area. It's Degon alongside Ox, and a guy who likes to lay down some bricks every now and then. It's Wolf. Welcome to the area, brother.
Thank you for having me. I'm really glad to join you guys here. The three of us often work together like this in Korea, but it's fun to do it abroad as well. Sad to see the demise of Gen.g, one of our two teams from the LCK, eliminated. But I gotta say, you know, I know we're talking about a different rivalry here, but closing thoughts, LPL looked really good this tournament, even with BLG taking the loss.
Yeah, and honestly, my inner Jackie Love fan is just vibing. I love Top Esports as a team. You know, so many MSI and Worlds where they disappointed, where they got knocked out of groups. Nice to see them show up. I hope it continues.
Yeah, well, definitely a lot of points in their bucket now because it was pretty much known the winner of that matchup would be the favorites moving on over. Let's turn our focus now to this matchup. G2 versus FlyQuest. 7-2 for G2 so far in the LEC. I believe they sit third. And then on the opposite side, FlyQuest 2-1. Their only loss to Team Liquid, who won earlier yesterday.
Yeah, and I think for most people, G2 looking heavily favored in this matchup. A lot of times people view them as the exception. Even APA in his interview after beating Fnatic said that EU is a one-team region. I really feel like this team often stands above when it comes to innovation, or when it comes to international results, even at this latest MSI.
And you've got Broken Blade in the top lane, obviously Caps in the mid lane with a massive champion pool. This G2 roster feels like the perfect storm of exactly what you want to see from Europe moving into a new patch. This is the type of roster that in the first round against a weaker opponent, not trying to throw shade, but I think we have a clear favorite here, right? This team will both showcase their international prowess, but also they're just right, you know, straight up raw macro mechanics. And Hansama and Mickey have been so good this year. Were great last year. Top tier bottom duo. And you look at the squad and you think, this could be one of the big dark horses from the West of this entire tournament.
Yeah, Hansama sits third between all players at this tournament in terms of damage tier, behind the two players over at Team Liquid and APA and Yon. The opposite side, though, it's FlyQuest with Bwipo-inspired Quad, Masu, and Busio, a very unique mixture of experience and youth, which has been hit on a lot of the time, but they made a big switch in the mid lane, shifting out some of that experience for even more youth.
Yeah, and I think it's key for FlyQuest that this is a tournament for redemption. After MSI, not being able to make it into the top 8 was a big hit. And the change in the mid lane, I feel like often when you're going up against stronger teams in international tournaments, something that's helped G2 is Caps being so good. And it's because the top teams, you know, your Gen.Gs, your BLGs, your T1s have these fantastic mid laners, and if you lose that lane, you just can't handle the matchup. So I think this change has the opportunity to really allow them to start challenging some stronger teams if the change goes well.
Yeah, I think this FlyQuest roster has some real boy band energy to me. You know what I mean?
What does that mean? What do you know? No, I don't know what that means.
You've got a lot of really young players coming in, very talented. Quad is kind of the guy who's like the ex-band member. He didn't make it. He got cut, but now he's got this new opportunity. You've got Bwipo in the top lane, right? He's got a ton of experience. I look at the way this roster was built, and I think there's so much potential here. I don't know if it's going to be realized right now, to be frank with you guys. They haven't really been able to prove themselves internationally. I think there's only up to go from here, and even if G2 crush them, they'll probably learn from the experience. We'll go back to the North American region with a lot learned here. So I feel like for them, on one hand, there's almost nothing to lose in this best of 3.
Yeah, there's so few opportunities to compete internationally for a team that any extra help can make so much of a big difference, especially when you are testing out a roster swap.
All right, well, bringing on in right now another pair of voices. Let's send it on over to our casters, Atlas and Joshi. Guys, what are your thoughts on this matchup here?
Well, it's feeling a little bit top-heavy, but our previous matchup was a bit top-heavy as well, and top came out on top. So, Joshi, I think it's
there could be room for an upset, am I right?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I feel as though G2 might have their opportunity to finally get their upset over FlyQuest. It's looking like we're going to have an opportunity to get all of our regions to make it to the semifinals.
We will see. I had my eyes on more G2 being the favorites there, sort of agreeing with Wolf, but I do like the gusto, and I like to have a representative from either side. So, gentlemen, to answer your question, we have no idea here on this desk, and we're hoping that we're going to find out after this best of 3.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll all find out. Again, some of the players over at G2 had some experience in the LCS. You take a look at Hansama, he was part of that super roster over at Team Liquid. Broken Blade played some time over at TSM. I feel like this is a roster that's made to defeat some North American squads.
Yeah, and I feel like a big factor for me when we're looking at G2 is Yike, I think, is someone who really, even when the meta wasn't really favored towards carry junglers, it was a strategy that they looked to go for. And I think on the back of Caps, you know, you have that backing, you have that mid lane that could really provide the pressure for the team. And I think in this meta currently, having a strong mid jungler is just so important.
And for me, I think Broken Blade is a big key in this as well. Obviously, I mentioned Caps earlier as being a player who has a large champion pool, adapts very quickly in new metas. We've seen a lot of new pocket picks coming out this tournament. We saw the Varus top attempted, right? We saw the Zeri top. We've already seen Ivern, for example. So maybe G2 have some curveballs they can throw. I feel like Broken Blade is extremely flexible, especially with the Skarner nerfs that we have coming through, really unlocking that top champion pool right now. I think Broken Blade's going to shine.
Yeah, and I love that point too, because it gives us the chance to shout out the coaching staff over at G2. Dylan Falco has been one of the most innovative coaches in the West, spending time across multiple huge organizations, then moving across the pond to Europe, and now finding huge success with G2. They're going to have a great pool to work with. On the opposite side, we've seen the unique picks like what we just saw in that last game, or last series with Ivern coming on up, be a key to success. If FlyQuest were going to be doing something unique, who on their squad would have the pool to do that?
I feel like Whipper is always someone who's been a very intelligent player and always been really able to understand the game at a deep level. I feel like obviously pro players all are very good at playing the game, but there's a difference between a player who obviously plays the game well and also understands it at such a deep level. And I think Whipper is someone who always is able to reach into his pool and bring out picks really contextual to the situation the draftee's up against.
And, you know, unfortunately on the counter end of this, I feel like Quad in the mid lane is a player who's been really small champion pooled throughout most of his career. Obviously a little bit more unlocked as he's moved into the LCS. And he is a player who masters a small champion pool and really iterates on it. Moving into a new meta like this, I think he'll probably lean more on those AD mids that were popular on the previous patch, what he was practicing and scrimming before coming here. I don't think we'll see anything unusual out of him. I think we're more looking towards Caps in the mid lane for that type of pick.
Well, with that breakdown, it's time for our STC predictions. And again, you at home have the opportunity to play. Head on over to stcplay.gg to make your predictions for this next matchup. Another chapter in the NA versus EU rivalry. Gents, it's time. Where are you going with this one?
I think for me, I got to go G2. I think they've looked so strong historically as an org representing EU, and I think this is a pretty big mismatch in their favor.
Gonna have to agree with Ox. I'm gonna have to say G2 2-0. I think we saw yesterday North America prevail over Europe, and I think a lot of people are kind of riding on that narrative a little bit, like, is North America stronger than Europe? No, I think Team Liquid yesterday was better than Fnatic and a large margin. So I think G2, good meta for them. Very, very adaptable team, great coaching staff. Moving into this patch, I think they'll have a good read.
I think both of you guys have a pretty solid shot, so bear with me as I cope for a little bit, just like Kitty did earlier. Kitty threw out some copium. I think for me, the only thing that I can possibly hope for is that G2's roster is like if you loved Cheesecake for Life and all of them were cheesecake, that was the only thing that you had. Every single one of those players, sweet, delicious, and great, but too much of it could be bad. You have to decide.
I think Kitty had a lot better reasons, actually. I think Kitty ended up being right.
What are you talking about? All right. Hey, look, G2, heavy favorites going up against FlyQuest. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out together and send it on over to the Qiddiya Arena.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, at the Qiddiya Arena and watching at home as we are prepared for one final quarter-final match of the day and of the entire bracket. But before we get into that, Top Esports, they did it!
Nobody thought that they could upset Gen.g, especially after their history in MSI. But who knows? 2-0. I honestly expected that gen.g would win the whole thing, but that never happened.
Yeah, all the predictions I think just went out the window in one single series, and I'm sure that gen.g is going to be looking at that tape. Top Esports feeling very good about that one, as well as LPL fans across the board, because there was concern, would there be an LPL representative going into the semifinals? Confirmed, we will have one moving on in the tournament, and the winner of this next match will go on to face them.
That is correct. EU versus NA, another classic that we have on this stage going on right now. G2 is the last hope of the whole EU fans, and honestly, they're not going to be an easy win. FlyQuest, they have shown real dominance in the North American region, and can't see what they can bring on the stage.
Yeah, we heard the desk talking about how strong this team is looking, the history between these teams at MSI. How about we meet them? Let's talk about the final quarterfinals match of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last EU hope. Please welcome to the stage, G2! In the top lane, Broken Blade, Yike in the jungle. And in the bot lane, Hans Sama with his support, Mickey X. And in the mid lane, it is the MVP, Cubs! EU fans' last hope in Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. They have consistently shown that they are the biggest Western threat, having placed as the best performing Western team during MSI and Worlds for years.
And their quarterfinal opponents from the LCS, FlyQuest! Their roster consists of top laner, Whippo, jungler and team captain, Inspired, mid laner, Quad, AD carry, Masu, and support, Busio. This team has proven they can play at the top of the LCS, but today they prove if they can compete on the international stage. Gadia Arena and everybody at home, let's get ready for our final quarterfinals match. And the captains, please bring your keys to their starting locations.
Another classic EU versus NA matchup. Can't wait to see how this one turns out. Whoever wins will be our last semi-finals in Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. And let the games begin!
I always love seeing Caps on the international stage. He just always calm, cool, and collected, doing the royal wave. He always does that, and then all of a sudden sits in his chair, transforms to the greatest player from the West.
And it's just crazy, you know, this team, that player is one who have done it all, you know, going as far as to win an international, which we just haven't seen since season 1 with Fnatic MSI. And I feel like they're always looking to try and get to those heights once again. We saw them lose that final to Top Esports, sorry, not Top Esports, FPX back in 2019. And since then, they've always been fighting to sort of reclaim that glory. And I think this roster definitely is putting a lot of good matches, especially in the most recent MSI.
I think the G2 fans always trust, right? And I think there's been a lot of doubters leading into MSI. I was one of them. There were a lot of people saying, I don't think G2 is going to perform at MSI. Obviously, they didn't reach those heights you were describing. They didn't take the title. They didn't make the finals. But they had a really phenomenal performance, I think, more than people expected based on the dominance they showed in Europe and how LEC looked a little bit weaker at the time. I think this is a similar scenario where people are like, okay, well, Fnatic lost yesterday. G2, not as dominant as they were in spring. But I think going into this matchup, it's an international tournament, new patch.
I feel like they might be the biggest favorites we've had in any of our quarters in each individual matchup.
Yeah, again, you could see the players on stage. Whippo having some last-second technical touch-ups, but should be in there in any second now. Again, I think a player that we didn't touch on, and I really want to give the shout out to, is that man that you just saw on your screen, Busio, in his now second year of LCS and stepping up on the big stage, because I think he was the one that had the largest drop-off from his domestic forum to the international forum over at MSI, and he's so earnest. He is a savant about the game, not only in terms of mechanics, but the way that he thinks about the game. If they're going to find success, that bot lane needs to hold up against one of the most dominant bot lanes we've seen in the West.
I don't think it'd be so difficult when you're fighting to make your way to an international and you match up against some of these absolute giants. You don't get too many opportunities to sort of figure things out, and you can often get knocked out of the tournament quickly. And this is exactly an example of that here. This is their first matchup against G2. Everyone has G2 pegged as the favorites. They don't get a second chance outside this best of 3, so hopefully they get the opportunity to show their A game on this stage.
So much less pressure on FlyQuest, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't mean that in the sense that they don't have to try. They know it's doomed. But I mean that in the sense that there's so many opportunities they can take here. If they have a really cool draft read, if they end up getting even an upset win in the first game, momentum completely shifts into their favor because G2 has all the pressure on them. Massive favorites in this series, the international legacy. And in one best of 3, anything can happen. So I think FlyQuest, I think, is going to be happy it's a best of 3, not a best of 5. You know, maybe they could shake something up here.
Well, one thing that we have seen so far here at EWC presenting League of Legends is the fact that the easier to execute compositions have been the one that have found more success. And a thing about Nuke Duck, as a former player, now coach over at FlyQuest, he likes to keep it simple. If you can play this, great, we're going to do that. If you can't play this, that's fine. Let's execute better and innovate on the things that we have.
Yeah, I think particularly in the meta with picks like Nidalee and Zyra in the jungle, it's very easy to pick up these finesse comps where, sure, when played at the absolute highest level, it can make sense. You can see how they can have an advantage over their opponents. But I think a lot of the comps that we've seen working well have been about having that pick potential, about having that strong team fight where you see a champion, you know you can engage, you know you can find that advantage and pick up a fight on the back of that.
Yeah, certainly true. I think do or die here for this first game. Momentum is so important in this best of 3. I think FlyQuest, if they're going to upset, it has to start right here.
All right. Well, will they be able to do it? NA versus EU round 2 here at EWC. Let's open that chapter right now with our casters, Atlas and Joshi.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown, and we are so excited to get into this best of 3. It could be every single region with representation moving into the semi-final. And Joshi, I do need to start by putting out a bit of a public apology.
Yeah?
I was sitting with Kangas during the last series.
I'm sorry for you.
And I was very sad. And I just want to say sorry to Kangas for being a little sad sack in the corner, because I was expecting the Gen.g were going to win. And that means that we've set the stage for some upsets. And let's see whether FlyQuest can do the same thing as we get into the draft here. And the Cassiopeia ban, I absolutely love it. Of course, Quad, a known Cassiopeia enjoyer, and he thought that, you know, his name was Sulker when he was mainly playing it, thought he could hide behind that one. It never is going to escape. So really cool that they do at least ban that one away.
Turns out that coaches do, in fact, do their research. Quad, most recently, he spent a lot of time playing in the North American Challengers League, formerly known as Academy. He had so many good games on that. We haven't necessarily seen it come out all that much in the LCS so far, but this is definitely a player to be watching out for. They recently decided that they were going to have much more success with Quad than with Jensen, and so far, this FlyQuest squad has only dropped anything to Team Liquid.
Well, we'll just have to see how it is going to go. The Rumble ban, obligatory, and when that gets through, it tends to win games. And our first Skarner could be coming out here. But no,
us.
I think the Corki would make a fair bit more sense. Tristana up and available as well, as the immediate hover of the Kaiser does come in. Interesting. We have seen, of course, incredible amounts of priority on this Corki. Of course, Quad has been one to play a lot of it as well.
Yep.
And I feel like in these first few weeks of the summer season after MSI, every mid laner has played like 3 champions.
Yeah.
And Caps is different.
Yes.
He's played 4.
Oh my gosh, and whole extra champions. That's a 33% increase. The big thing that I was looking at for this tournament was, okay, everybody's gonna be playing Corki. What do people play when they can't play Corki? For Quad, that has almost entirely been the Tristana. He's gotten 4 games on that and only 1 other game on an Aurelion Soul, and so it's not a surprise that this one is coming out right off the bat. And this creates another opportunity for both these squads to really showcase what they want to do relatively early on. Busio going for this Leona does mean that you have a lot of engage tools that we have seen have so much success earlier, and it really pushes out things like the Nautilus, which has already been banned.
Yep, loving the Anivia hover. We'll see what actually does come through here. There are so many different schools of thought when you have like these 80 mid lanes. I know it's a little bit boring. We're seeing Tristana versus Corki all the time, but it is going to be a little bit of that Freljordian vibe. And we did see into the Leona, the Braum did very, very well. Ooh. And this is another thing. I was actually thinking that on the other side for FlyQuest, that this Ivern could actually do a fair bit of work, but instead, G2 are going to jump in there and take that one away. The Brand jungle to come out from Inspired. And I feel like this is Inspired's bread and butter, right? He's just been carrying from the jungle all season long.
That said, I'm very surprised that the brand is coming out now, right? Because the brand already has a couple of champions on the other side of G2 that it's going to kind of struggle into. The big one is the fact that Braum has that Unbreakable. You have to be very careful that you do not use the brand ultimate before Braum has used that, because simply you lose so much of the efficacy of that ultimate whenever you try and go for that at the same time. We've also seen what can happen when Ivern is just making sure that all the poke champions are not going to be able to do anything in these fights. It completely shut down what gen.g was trying to do, and I feel as though Inspired will have some opportunities to blow it up. You don't need to have vision if you're just going to be throwing skill shots into brushes, but you do need to see what you're shooting at.
It's very true. However, I do have a counterpoint.
Counterpoint?
Brand is fire, and Ivern's a tree.
That is true. We have been
seeing
that's
just naturally counterpick, right?
That's a very good point. What about Ice type? I know you're way more up to date on this than I am.
I mean, Fire's pretty good into that as well, as it turns out. And we do have, you know, the very physically accurate representation of that in Pokemon that we've all played. The Kog'Maw and the Ashe both banned away. Of course, Kog'Maw a little bit of Hansama flavor. It does mean that there is his most dangerous champion left up and available in the Draven if you would like to pick it, but we'll see exactly what is going to be locked away here. Could be a dangerous option with that Leona already being threatened. The Renekton being banned away here by G2 as well. So Bwipo's pull a little bit thin, but we know that Bwipo plays basically everything. And the Ezreal Leona lane to be considered here for Masu and Busio. Busio, of course, having a little bit of a rougher time this season, but I'm expecting that they should be able to bounce back. It's a great opportunity for a reset here at EWC. And expectations seem to be a little bit of a problem here, as Hansama is just going to lock away the Caitlyn.
And the Caitlyn coming through, I really like this. Traditionally, we have seen that Ezreal and Caitlyn tend to be strong in similar times throughout the history of the meta, and this is a great opportunity for Hansama to create a lot of pressure. Both these AD carries very self-sufficient, and both supports very capable of roaming. And we know that Mickey X loves to move out of the lane as early as possible. We also get the Gragas as the last pick coming through for Broken Blade here. A bit of an unsurprising blind pick, right? You get that extra magic damage, you have great tools, you have good disengage, and just as we saw from Top Esports earlier, there's a ton of disengage. There's so much burst if anyone tries to jump in, and Bwipo actually going to be bringing in the first Skarner of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I find the Gragas to be really dangerous when you can set up all these brushes. I also love the headshot synergy by being able to create all of these brushes. Just sad that there's no Rengar for the true Ivern synergistic pick, but that you can't have everything, right?
You have everything that you want. It's ultimately not solo queue where you have the Rengar coming through. As fun as that will be, I'm really excited to see how this Skarner is going to be performing. Every team so far has pretty much dropped it entirely. It lost a lot of damage. It is mostly just relegated to being a strong tank, but this is kind of a similar thing to what we were seeing in our previous series as well. A lot of damage and a lot of beefcakes coming out for FlyQuest.
Exactly right, and they've got Brand, they've got damage for days, right? Brand, Tristana, and Ezreal, all of them going to do phenomenal work as far as that DPS is concerned. So you can have a few beefcakes there just to augment it. I do really like G2's composition for the way that it synergizes together, though. You know, you create all of these brushes, you set up the Caitlyn, firing from exceptionally long range, with then Caps able to throw out those rockets and really provide that poke required. I think G2 Esports have a very, very solid game plan in mind with this composition, and FlyQuest are going to have to do their very best to dismantle that as we get ready to jump onto the Rift here for game number 1.
I think looking at this draft in particular, the player that I kind of want to highlight for FlyQuest that is going to have a difficult time and is going to need to step up is this rookie, Masu. Masu has been a player who we have prided as a new rookie who has kind of been following the footsteps of so many other players, where he has still opportunities to improve the laning phase, but has been so clutch later on in the team fights. But in this one, he's going to be outranged by Corky Rockets. He's going to be outranged by the Caitlyn. He's also going to have to deal with the fact that there's a Gragas and an Ivern constantly preventing him from doing the damage to the targets that he wants to. And there's going to be an opportunity for Masu to showcase that he has what it takes to play on the international stage.
Very much looking forward to it, but let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. G2 Esports versus FlyQuest. The last chance for an LEC representative to make it to the semi-finals. Team Liquid already there for the LCS. FlyQuest would love to join them though. We'll see whether it is going to be the first region eliminated from EWC. A lot on the line. Doubled prize money just for winning this.
Just for one.
Doubled prize money. And you also don't have to hand your key over, which we have seen just be devastating.
It's tragic
for everyone. And it's so public. It's right up there on the stage as well. Oh man, it just looks really, really rough. So I imagine that's what most teams are dreading.
That's one of the big things that you're going to be looking at. And you know that if FlyQuest does win this, they're going to be picking that G2 key to put in their own trophy at the end of everything. Yeah. It's just the kind of rivalry that you will have for years and years. But FlyQuest not going to be able to get anything done. I love the fact that Yike already walked in just to say, hey, what's going on over here? Is there any opportunity for me to do something a little bit cheeky? No, FlyQuest, you're doing a good job crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but Broken Blade, at least get some vision down so they know where Inspired will be pathing.
Yep. Able to get in there, of course, get a little bit of information. Broken Blade able to get that ward on the Krugs as Caps just doing that Corky into Tristana thing. Now, I haven't seen this matchup for a really long time. Joshi, can you let me know how it got? No, we don't need to worry about it.
We've seen this a little bit. It's
We've seen it
new Azir Corky
all the time. Yeah. The new Azir Corky. Oh, God. I'm so worried. Of course, that's another one that Caps is still playing, as we have a bit of biffo here towards the bottom side. Not too much to worry about, as I'm interested to see what FlyQuest can actually get done here. I think you can do a lot as the Ezreal and Leona in this lane. But I think if Hans Sama and Mickey X really start landing these Winter's Bites and the Braum can play aggressively, it can be a little bit dangerous down there with all of the range of a Caitlyn. And of course, control of the lane is what she's all about. See how it does go, because we haven't really seen Caitlyn just yet here at EWC. And it was the last champion that Hans Sama played, so of course, feeling pretty confident.
Yeah. We're already getting a little bit of a scuffle, but I'm mostly just curious to see where Inspired's going to go. Caps a lot of damage there from one of the new players coming out for FlyQuest. And this is one of the opportunities that Quad does have this matchup, even though it's fairly stable most of the time. If one of these two mid laners does get a big advantage in the laning phase, it can translate to a very different play across the rest of the board. And one of the things that we do know about Quad is he does a lot of damage. We're talking about the Cassiopeia that he was known for before. This is another opportunity for him to just pump out the deeps.
I mean, Cassiopeia is basically an 80 carry that does magic damage, let's be honest. You just press a different button in order to do it. It's okay, Boosty already taking a lot of damage. Yike coming in, and that is going to be first blood already at 3 minutes into the game. Yike going to collect it, and G2 on the board.
Saving grace that it is going to be going over towards the Ivern. Not going to be the same kind of damage output, but hey, you can do more damage if you just don't die, and Yike is going to be doing that for the rest of his team. And Inspired not able to build up a CS advantage at all. Now, he's going to have to be worried about where he can even go on the map. He's not going to be able to do his bottom side scuttle crab because of all the pressure that's coming in. He will be able to at least get it on the top side. And so, with Yike already getting this first gank off, that is a great play coming through for the side of G2, putting some pressure on the bottom lane, where we know this is going to be one of the toughest places for FlyQuest to play from.
Yeah, having a look at this replay, just not a whole lot of options here for Boosty, who does try to at least taxi his way out, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to flash at all, but I always love seeing players just hold those. Like, yeah, you know, I could try and do something weird.
Yeah, he was real dead.
Very, very dead. It's still going to be a spot where they're going to be pushed in quite a bit, but Yike looking to make another play up on the top side.
This is a very actively ganking Ivern, I tell you that. As Whippo, not a whole lot of mana, does have his flash available, and does have the opportunity to grab that shield as well, so it is a little bit of a dangerous dive, especially with Broken Blade, not with a whole lot of the blue stuff. So it's going to take a drink, see whether they can still set up for it. And you can see Yike pretty keen for this crash to come on in, and Bwipo is really keen to just not let those minions approach the turret. As Inspired comes on over, Trigger Seed is going to stun him up. Gives him the good old okay, as one more time, action here towards the bottom side. Not able to stack up that passive. Finally, the concussive blows does come in. As Busio down to 50%, but it's a lot of damage being offered back here by Marcio. Oh no, Busio, he'll have to flash this time around, and he at least isn't going to die, but that is a big cooldown. Marcio still staying on that front foot, and I think really saved that play.
Really needs to be very aggressive there. They need to get this wave underneath the turret in order to allow themselves time to back. They know that Yike is on the other side of the map, but he's moving towards the bottom side very quickly. You do not want to get caught here for too long. You can't afford to give Han Sama this incredibly long freeze. And Inspired, he will at least spot out Yike, so the bottom lane of FlyQuest knows they have the time, they get in, and at least save will look like a very dire situation.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough. Inspired going to be able to come over and grab this Rift Scuttler though, so is going to stay ahead as far as that farm is concerned. Of course, just an extraordinarily fast jungle clearer versus the Ivern, who is at the mercy of the passive just a little bit there. So it's understandable that the brand is going to be cutting these ones down. Still, Ivern having so much of an impact in this early stage really does not bode so well for the LCS as times go on. As Cap's going to catch this wave as it moves in. Busio having a little bit of a roam towards our first grubs that are coming down. And this might actually be a little bit of a skirmish. You can see Yike coming up. Quad going to dive in on top of Caps here as well. Does get the Buster shot out just to try and get some sticky damage. As Winter's Bite not going to find the mark. Mickey X just going to punch a minion in frustration.
Good up there.
Yeah, and here on this top side of the map, Busio going to be able to grab a stun. Gets the flash out from Yike as well. Definitely not wanting to stick around. It looks like Inspired should be able to grab these grubs. There's the second one as well. Bwipo coming down, utilizing that lane control that he's picked up, and that's all three. Can they find a team fight as well? Those rocket jump in. Quad is going crazy. And Caps trying to get himself out of that impale. Very close, but not quite close enough. The strides on Yike able to get him out of there.
A very confused set of battle lines coming out for both sides of the fight. It looked like GT was a little bit more coordinated at first, but FlyQuest just had the damage. They had the clear speed coming out from Inspired to make sure that they get every single one of those grubs. No one ends up dying and all of that, but that's not for lack of trying. Quad is still looking for more opportunities, and Busio not able to find any opportunities for him.
I do like a man who executes on Hex flashes a lot, though.
Yes.
And Busio just coming in, trying to get what he can, and Caps catching waves. You can see it's actually more than a wave in the lead is Quad. It's going to be not quite that, as this wave is going to get cleared up by Caps, but still will have an advantage. And having that lane control going to be important there as well. So shout-outs to the newest addition to FlyQuest. We'll have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, we see Quad jumping right on in. Bwipo tries to catch Mickey X, and if Mickey doesn't flash her, it's probably lights out. But Bwipo also committing the flash to try and find the impale onto anyone, but not going to be finding anything at all. Just both sides just playing on the edge of what is possible. And now Inspired does get spotted out. Is level 6, will do a lot of damage to Broken Blade if he does choose to throw it. But it looks like he's just trying to buy a bit more time for Bwipo to re-establish control over the lane state.
Yeah, just going to be getting rid of these minions. And Inspired being frustrating, but otherwise not too much is going to happen there. So just going to get Bwipo a decent back timer. And there's a cask, actually, as Bwipo's in a bit of trouble. Going to be able to get himself out of there, but I think message received.
Yeah, and Moss is receiving a message on the bottom side as well, as GT potentially setting up for a dive. Busio is entirely under tower.
Yeah, decent amount of information here for FlyQuest, but information doesn't mean a whole lot when there's not very many people that can come down and help out. Quad's trying to get down there. We'll just have to see. Minions are going to dissipate. That means FlyQuest have an opportunity now to go back home. And yes, G2 have picked up first blood, but here could be another opportunity for FlyQuest as Caps trying to get himself out of there. The Q going to miss that from Inspired. And the burn is going to come in, and Brand is on the board. 1-1 now as Fly even the score.
I thought for sure that Caps was going to be walking out of that one, but Inspired just gets that little bit of extra damage. The Blackfire Torch or the Ashes just there in order to get that little bit of extra The fact that Caps only got hit by one instance of the ult from Inspired, I thought that was going to be enough to walk him out, but we're seeing that FlyQuest looking to try and make this happen again and again. They've gone mid lane so many times. We've seen Busio here twice. We've seen Inspired come a couple of times, and Quad instantly just jumping in and shoving Caps right on over towards his teammate is a fantastic look for them, knowing that you can hold the stun as well to see if you can get Caps into a position where you are going to be hitting the stun anyway. Great play overall from FlyQuest. And
yeah, committed to death as well is what it kind of feels like. You know, that was the last instance of damage that we really saw, and that's got to hurt. But I do want to shout out to Caps because he is getting the Faker treatment here in the mid lane. Everyone just piling on in there, realizing that you have to take down the main man. And we'll see whether Caps can get himself back on the horse, because of course it hasn't really affected the CS or anything like that. It hasn't affected too much about how the game state has been, but giving Quad that assist, giving Inspired all of that gold from the kill. He's got his Leandries now picked up, and we know that Brand is nothing if he doesn't do damage. As now Masu in so much trouble, not going to be stepping on the snap trap though. That was so important. If that headshot had to come through, I think he might have just died right there on the spot. Does of course have the barrier available, or just available now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
could have just been taken out.
That would have been a very likely death, but now Inspired coming down towards the bottom side of the map has the flash, and Mickey going for a roam up.
All right, Pillar of Flame going to come through, but Mickey not going to die to it.
I really want to see Inspired go back towards the top side. We have another set of grubs spawning, but Mickey, not out of the woods yet.
No, puts up the door. Masu not going to be killing him with a Mystic Shot or anything like that right now. Looks like it's just going to be a Dragon consideration, as Whippo doing a fair bit of work up here. Last time we checked in, the Gragas was doing a great job, as G2 looking to even the score when it comes to these grubs in response to the first Dragon of the game. And FlyQuest actually with a fair bit of control as far as picking up these neutrals and staying in it as far as the tempo of the game is concerned. I think a lot of that has to do with Quad actually standing his ground beautifully here on this Tristana into Corki in the mid lane. So Yike going to come on over and does clear this one out. Caps, phosphorus bomb, will he be able to stop this? And he is.
Stop. Yeah, one of the big things that we've been seeing from Quad is he's always been a very strong laner. He really likes pushing the edge of what is possible, and every time that we have seen him so far, and with the amount of help that FlyQuest has put into him, it's not a big surprise he has a small lead coming out over Caps. The big question will be, what does he actually do with that lead? And I think that picking up this Dragon, the fact that it's a Cloud Dragon, will help out quite a bit for the two FlyQuest marksmen that are being played, because there is a lot of damage coming out from the G2 backline. Caps and Hansama have so many tools to be aggressive, and it's all about moving in and trying to find that very small range where you are able to auto-attack and your opponents are not going to be able to. And that becomes so much easier for the FlyQuest backline when they have that bit of extra space.
Yeah, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about for FlyQuest, though, is all of these Ivern compositions really feel like they come online when it's about team fights, when it's about that 5v5 and the setup towards these neutrals. And G2 right now on very even footing, and in fact, in the lead slightly, moving towards the mid game. I think that FlyQuest need to try and make this a little bit more messy. You know, try and get what they can before G2 can set up the phalanx and really start to play the game the way they want. Of course, a very clear identity. Is Quad going to come in, and he was listening. He wants to try and get something done.
It definitely feels like a very vegan version of Brand, right? We know that this is a very fast-farming jungler. We know that you are super good at clearing all these camps, but it's not necessarily about being a PvE game. This is the kind of game where you do need to take control because of how strong the composition from G2 will be scaling off into the game, and also how much damage you are going to be losing from the top side with this current version of Skarner having lost a third of the damage on its Q. But FlyQuest still looking for more of these opportunities to, like you said, muddy the waters a little bit, and I'm hoping we'll get to see an opportunity for them to do that around that Herald that's spawning in the mid.
Yep. Quad going to be doing a bit of damage here. Blade of the Ruin King now online. A unique item choice. Haven't really seen that one too much for the Tristana. Allows you to do a little bit more battle, though, as Busio really wishes that that Zenith Blade was a little bit longer, like a Teemo or two, perhaps. As Inspired, going to be stealing from Yike's basketball court. Not super great. Not really very fair. But it is still going to be those Raptors taken down, and the Brand doing exactly what it says on the tin. Currently about 30 CS in the lead over Yike, as Quad rocket jumping forward, as he loves to do. Caps grabbing that little shield as Yike going to be moving towards the enemy jungle, which, as we can see, is very barren.
Something there. It's not even a Baron just quite yet.
I know, it hasn't even spawned. It's still quite some time.
That's been a very slow Esports World Cup, I feel like. A lot of these teams playing a very slow style. We know that gen.g...
Did you choose not to watch the second series yesterday?
Yeah, that is fair. But this is definitely one right now where G2 Esports are going to be the ones starting up the Herald, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any response whatsoever from FlyQuest. This was the perfect opportunity for them to dirty the waters, get a couple of those kills, get a couple of those opportunities for team fight, but none of that's going to be coming through. And the big thing you always got to ask is when one team gets an objective, what is the other team doing with the time? And unfortunately, G2 seem like they're doing the exact opposite of what Fnatic did against Team Liquid. They are the ones who are getting objectives for free this time around, and they're going to be scaling into a perfect set of games later on. They have the tools to be very aggressive in the side lanes later.
Yeah, speaking of very aggressive, Cap's just going to wander past the minion wave, and Masu is going to have to get the heck out of there. Really just a show of force from the mid laner from G2. FlyQuest not wanting to accept it, though. They will bring everyone up here and look to try and start a fight. But like you say, just a little bit too late, right? The Rift Herald already taken down, and they can use that to try and guarantee themselves this next Dragon, which will even the score as far as that is concerned. I think there's a decent game plan in the early stages from FlyQuest, but they have slowed down on that proactivity, which we want to see a little bit more of. Still, damage potential is absolutely massive out of both teams, to be perfectly honest, especially with the fact that Broken Blade is building more of that AP rather than the full tank Gragas. When I see full tank Gragas, I just get sad, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh?
It's all right. Not going to be Bwipo finding that Impale.
Impale is so much slower now than it used to be. You know, the instant was so good, but looking for a Broken Blade.
Yeah, Pillar of Flame coming on through, gets the passive. That is a lot of damage. Like, Brand just does so much damage. It is really silly.
One rotation and one item, Broken Blade taking a ton of damage, and I really want to see that come to fruition. We have another dragon spawning here very shortly. It's an Infernal Dragon, meaning we are not going to get yet another Infernal Soul in this game. Like, we got 4 out of 5 on day one.
I know, it was
Infernal
insane.
Souls. I thought it had something to do with the heat, but I guess it is a little cooler today here in Riyadh than it was before. But now, FlyQuest, they're going to be looking towards the Dragon, but G2 on the other side, turns out it takes 2 to tango. You can't just fight yourself.
True. And it's going to be spawning now. We have the Rift Herald spawning in the river, just back where she belongs. It's actually really cute. And she's going to run from home and try to take down this outer turret. That should be a thing, but FlyQuest are going to be able to trade it for this Dragon. And the extra gold for G2, I think they're going to be very, very happy with, right? Being able to build up a bit of tempo here at this stage feels great for the composition that just wants to scale later. Of course, Caitlyn, 3 items is really what you want to get to, of course. With the item changes, I feel like Collector IE feels like a good 2-item spike, but you kind of want a little bit more than that. And the Power Trough will definitely be in there. Of course, bridged by Caps, who's just completed the Trinity Force.
We'll see how much that actually means for these two teams, right? If you're not fighting, it doesn't exactly matter what items you're on. And this is going to be one of the things that we have seen sometimes FlyQuest struggle with a little bit. They're not necessarily the team that is playing around the side lanes nearly as much as a lot of other teams. They haven't necessarily been opting into as many hands checks as teams like Team Liquid have. And now G2, I mean, they're the ones who are actually creating pressure in this side of the map. They have the very strong core key, but they don't know how many FlyQuest members are actually here.
Yeah, there is a sneaky little Mario, and there he comes. Quad diving on out. Cap's taking a lot of damage, and there is the Tristana sec. Quad gonna be able to lock down that kill there as well. 1-0-1 for the Tristana. As Broken Blade, he was actually trying to go for a counter play off the back end with the teleport, and unfortunately lost his mid laner a little bit too fast. Masu in this mid lane, trying to deal with G2, looking to make a cross map. And it might still be possible. The slow not actually going to land on a Mickey X, though, as he finds the Glacial Fissure. And FlyQuest kind of thought they had an opportunity, but Inspire goes down before he can really do anything at all. And now G2 are trying to dive on him. The Impale is decent, but the Body Slam is better. And now the Teleport's coming in once again. Quad finally in the battle as Bwipo diving for Barrage, cuts them all down, and they don't even need the Brand to do the AoE because Quad and Masu are going bananas here in the mid lane. Caps finally respawning though, and can he do enough to try and get this one back as Yike is there to support him? What a bloodbath. It was so incredibly slow until everything happened.
Yeah, that is exactly what we're looking at. That was the dirtying of the waters we've been looking for from FlyQuest for such a long time, but now Caps, he's got so much strength. He's got Yike right behind him, and will look like a fantastic series of plays.
Again. Yeah, Quad diving on forward. Yike able to keep him shielded up, and Caps is just fine. And so G2 able to really stand their ground, even though they lose caps towards the top side. I think because Quad took so long to get there, it was a bit of a disaster as we check out the replay.
Yeah, Inspired being pushed away from this fight almost immediately and dying. Yes, he gets the ult off, but 2 or 3 of those balances end up hitting Daisy and minions. They don't do what they need to. And then, like you said, it's all about the body slam and the impale. Broken Blade and G2 now on the run, and Quad coming through. Whippo flashing forward. Just needs to get that little bit of damage as the True Shot Barrage goes across, hits the entire team. I'm a little bit surprised Quad did not live up to his name and get even more kills off of that one, but Caps still ends up making an even fight, and that means we got 2 minutes left until the Ocean Dragon is going to be spawning, and that's kind of where I'm expecting FlyQuest to take another opportunity for a fight.
Well, Whippo, he's going to be driving towards Caps here, does get the Valkyrie out as there's the Solar Flare, stuns up the Corki. There's not a lot of damage, but I guess there is enough as Whippo locks it down. Masu able to dodge the Winter's Bite there as well as he just throws it all into the door. You love to see it. Just break it down. If it's in front of you, hit it. And he's going to do so. FlyQuest really not giving up at all in this mid-game. They're putting on so much pressure. And Inspired, the more they're doing this, the more dangerous he gets. Look at this brand damage. It is absolutely ridiculous. True Shot Barrage doesn't quite find the mark, though, as Quad just shooting against Broken Blade. Yeah, over and over again. They're just not quite able to answer. It's Quad. He's going to say, yeah, you're going to push me away. I'll jump forward. Is now just looking for Broken Blade here. Redemption going to be able to keep him up. And the threat of having an extra person up there means that he doesn't overextend. I kind of felt like Quad could have killed him, but maybe he's just being merciful. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing. You got to show some mercy when you're starting to just win across the board. We're seeing that Whippo with that plate on the bottom side, Quad with jumping onto Broken Blade on the top side just means that the side lanes are suddenly going very well for FlyQuest. We also have the Thimble Winter being completed here for Whippo, which is a massive durability increase. That's coming in at exactly the right time. 30 seconds until this Ocean Dragon. I know Ocean Soul isn't the most exciting soul of all time, but if you're playing up against a composition like G2s that love taking these slow fights with the Ivern, Ocean Soul is going to be one of the best you could ask for.
Absolutely. 2 items now completed here for Quad as well. He's feeling extremely strong. Masu just completes the Mirror Mana as well. That is a gigantic spike for this Ezreal that was already playing so aggressively here in these fights. Looking forward to seeing what more he can actually do here as Santa Claus is going to be teleporting his way into the mid lane and immediately picks up a True Shot Barrage. I think that earns you a spot on the naughty list there, Masu. As now Whippo getting pushed away from the Banana Brush, but they still do have that ward in there. In fact, everyone with vision available. Quad moving on up, and with all of these extra brushes, it is a dangerous time here for G2. They're trying to set themselves up, though. They've got their brushes down. As Mickey X moving forward, the Impale is going to pull him out. That is going to be the Dragon picked up by G2, but can they keep themselves alive as the Redemption comes through? But it's a little too late, and they lose their support. Mickey's on the floor, and FlyQuest, yes, they lose the Dragon. They don't get to that soul point, but still feeling really good about how these fights are going.
We're seeing that G2 not able to do the same thing that top esports are doing with just pushing their opponents around. They end up getting the Dragon, but because they end up taking so much damage on their way in, it's not going to be giving them the same kind of team fight advantages as we saw from top esports earlier. And FlyQuest right now is taking a look at this. They come in from a lot of different angles, and it didn't seem as though either team was ready to full commit for the fight. I was wondering what Whippo was going to do, but he ends up just grabbing one player. He grabs Mickey, they are able to kill him, but it still takes them so long to take them down because there's not a whole lot of other follow-up after that. Bucio not able to find a big solar flare to allow FlyQuest to drop
hit
off.
2 people with that soul flare. It was actually so sick in that fight.
But it's just too far.
Yeah, no, and not able to get any more. But, like, I mean, you'll take that, right? Being able to get that kill and being able to get control back of the map. I feel like this is not the FlyQuest I was expecting. I was expecting G2 to come out with a creative draft and then really just kind of go Harlem Globetrotters. That is not what's happening here. And FlyQuest really able to hold their own. Yeah. As I say that, of course, Masu takes a headshot to the face, and as headshots generally do get aimed. And that is looking dangerous And that is that 2-item spike that we were talking about. One thing that we need to mention is the fact that FlyQuest really had an advantage. Oh, never mind. Masu tries to get out, and he's not going to be able to. The shutdown comes through. Inspired has to flash, and the outer turret is going to be taken. And in an instant, G2 just say, no, we have the control. Never you mind.
We got surprised about that just the same way that Masu did. I had no idea that Broken Blade was there. They get the kill. I was just about to launch into tirade talking about how well Masu was actually playing all these fights, getting those 3 kills. When Broken Blade shuts him down, they find a bunch of kills. They find some more going over on top.
Speaking of which, finds the double body slam. Quad able to get himself out of there, but the door is in position, and the flank angle from Caps is crazy. Still decent position for Quad, but they find him. Body slam comes through once again, and the shutdown comes in from the mid laner from G2. Whippo's out of there. There's the double kill for Caps, and all of a sudden, everything's on fire.
And the flanks from Broken Blade are going crazy. That's another opportunity to get everything coming through. G2 have such a good understanding of how to get these fights started from multiple angles, and now Masu is still coming around to see if he can try and poke people off, but he's got to deal with so much. There's a mid lane turret that they could potentially get, but G2 taking the fights that we saw earlier, turning them on their head. Now they're going to be getting the Baron. Now they're going to be taking control of the map, and this might be the Harlem Globetrotting that we were looking at.
Yeah, this is a huge swing for G2. They are going to be able to take this one down. The Baron will be taken with 0 casualties here, as well as that ward will be taken down. FlyQuest not able to find anything, I don't think, off the back end of this one. Empowered Recall is going to be helping out, and at least they do manage to get this outer turret. Okay, Whippo is taking matters into his own hands, but I don't know whether it's a great idea. Knocked up by the Glacial Fissure and then knocked down by Hans Sama. So maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there.
Yeah.
Stopping the backs to make sure that at least the outer turret goes down in mid or something like that. So we're going to check out this fight one more time.
Broken Blade is coming over from a wall, and Caps coming from the backside. I love the fact that Caps takes the ultimate from Inspired and then uses the Valkyrie to make sure it doesn't get multiple bounces that could have taken down the Corki relatively quickly. But immediately, FlyQuest is already routed. Inspired just had to turn around. Now they're looking for Broken Blade.
Yeah, that's a party cask there, as Broken Blade should be going down here. Quad able to lock that one up and had the explosive charge there. So FlyQuest able to get something back, and that might stop that Red Bull Brown power play, or the lack thereof, from being picked up here. So 1,000 gold is not as much as what you get just from killing it.
Yeah, that is a very big pick coming through for FlyQuest, and hopefully they can see if they can do even more of that. They do have a man advantage. Whippo does have the teleport, but that seems to have been the thing that G2 was doing so well before. When I saw Whippo running into 4 members there, it's like, yeah, I know you've been looking to be as wide as possible. You are a very big tank on this one, but unfortunately doesn't have the same kind of damage as we were looking at before. 30 seconds left, though, before we get another Dragon. And now FlyQuest, yeah, I mean, Broken Blade, just wrong place, wrong time. Cass not going to take anything. Going to be sharing some gold and a bunch of members. And FlyQuest, easy money.
Yeah. Not exactly psyched about it is Broken Blade, but still with a fair bit of extra money. And as you can see, able to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. FlyQuest, let's see what they can actually do, because they've got Quad in the mid lane, getting some work done. Whippo in the top side. And this Baron buff is being used to take down 1 turret with all 4 members that are here. Gragas moving towards the mid lane to try and stop Quad. But if FlyQuest are able to get more, then it should be okay. But if they lose an inhibitor, it's probably not.
Interesting.
So we're going to be trading for the Dragon, and FlyQuest, your base is now exposed.
Yeah.
So 1 inhibitor, not end of the world, I guess. But if they lose a Nexus turret, it's really, really bad.
Here comes the teleports coming through from FlyQuest. They will get the Ocean Soul point, but they're not going to be finding a fight here at all. They do end up defending their Nexus turrets, but feels like a very brinksmanship kind of way of playing League of Legends. We'll do everything else. We get exactly what we came for, but losing an inhibitor feels like a much larger price, especially because they didn't get either the inner turrets in the mid lane or the top lane. FlyQuest, though.
Solar Flare going to connect onto the Ivern. Not exactly the greatest of prizes, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point in time. Quad on a flank angle, but Caps is right there to try and get him out. The Glacial Fissure is going to connect only onto Whippo, who's happy to tank it, and Quad cut down to half health, but still able to get that disengage. And the Baron wears off, and in the end, did actually net G2 a whole bunch of gold. And so, moving back towards his mid lane with a whole bunch of extra control, G2 in the driver's seat.
G2 in the driver's seat. We also saw that FlyQuest, one of the big things that I was looking at before is the difficulty that it we were going to see Inspired have actually piloting this brand because Braum is always there, because Ivern is always there. So much of the brand damage is mitigated. We actually saw that the ultimate from Inspired did go directly into the Unbreakable and would have gotten so much damage across all of those grouped up G2 members, but not going to be able to do that at all. Instead, we're going to have to be looking at the next couple of objectives here, Alice. 2 minutes next until the Baron buff will be spawning. 3 minutes until the Ocean Soul will be spawning. G2, they have a pretty big gold lead, but it's not going to be enough because, or it's not going to necessarily be enough to push them over the edge just quite yet. It's going to mostly depend on whether or not they can find another good flank from Broken Blade.
Yeah, the thing that I'm worried about, though, for FlyQuest is the fact that as soon as G2 has control of the map, this Ivern can get to work, right? You can set up all of these brushes, you can make Hans Sama have all of these positions to place down the traps, and if it's you that are setting up for this Baron that's going to be spawning in a minute and a half, they not only have so much damage for it, but they can also set up so many traps to stop FlyQuest from being able to get on in. So I'm a little bit worried, and hopefully FlyQuest have a plan to trying to combat that, because they're the ones with the soul point. They theoretically have a slight tempo advantage when it comes to the neutrals. It's just getting themselves into a position to utilize it that is important.
One of the things I do find very fascinating is that Monsu often go for the Spirit Shojin here as his third item as opposed to a Bloodthirster, which has been becoming much more popular, especially in these kind of games where you are going to be outranged by the Caitlyn, outranged by the Corki Rockets, and you really have to be very careful about your positioning. You get a lot more freedom when you just have that little bit of extra lifesteal to keep yourself topped off. Now, FlyQuest is saying that, Masu, we believe in you. You are going to be doing all the damage that we need you to, but it also means he has to be very careful with his positioning. He does have all the summoners up, and with 40 seconds left until the Baron, we have not yet seen G2 set up. They do not have the Ivern in those positions that we were talking about, where they would just get all the vision control they could imagine.
Well, they're going to be setting up for it now. 30 seconds on this Baron. It's a little bit dark up there, as we can see. Mikyx slightly separated and Whip on a beautiful flank angle. Solar Flare going to immediately be cleansed, but that is now on cooldown. Oh, the Impale goes absolutely nowhere, and the door is fantastic. Whippo having to flash away as Caps back into the fight one more time. True Shot Barrage doing deadly damage, actually, as FlyQuest, they slink back into the fog of war, and they have control of the river for now, with Broken Blade at least very, very healthy moving up this mid lane. And they have to protect their base. I don't think they can give away 2 inhibitors in trade for a neutral, Joshi. I just don't think that is the right play.
This is definitely the spot where we see FlyQuest. They are trying to get every single one. They do end up getting the red buff, but they're going to be giving a mid lane turret for it.
Well, Quad is now back, so maybe FlyQuest are happy to fight as Inspired, looking to try and set up. Great Cask is going to connect, but Inspired flashes away. True Shot Barrage finds Hans Sama on that backline, but he's very safe. Masu, though, he gets on in there. Hans Sama is in so much trouble, but he survived. Oh, there it is. It's Whippo that locks it down, and FlyQuest are finding the team fight they've been looking for. Yike now getting chased down by the lawnmower, and will have to flash to get on over. He escapes, but could this be FlyQuest now setting up for a Baron themselves? Or do they have to go back and protect their base? Or are they going to try and win the game? There are a lot of different options here.
They're trying to everything. They're looking for Caps on the top side right now. Cap's going to be blowing up, and he's going to be away from the base.
He finds
only
so much time, but Quad is at least able to take down the inhibitor in the mid lane, and that is a staggering of the backs there as well, with Caps going down so late.
And with the Baron buff and the Ocean Soul all spawning at the same time, FlyQuest have so many options they can go for. They are going to be choosing to go for the Baron first. Whipple comes over the wall. They do got to send somebody back. They can't afford to lose another Nexus turret. But FlyQuest finds such a huge fight, and Mazu's going to get himself out.
Yeah, okay, that was a little bit scary for a second there. And then it was an Ivern and a Braum. So we weren't going to see a death or anything like that, as the Baron will be taken down. The Ocean Drake is up and available. Now, FlyQuest don't necessarily need to care too much about it, right? Because it's only giving away a second Ocean Drake to G2. I think the Baron, very important. And also, having the minions not destroy your Nexus is also somewhat important if they do want to win this game.
Yeah, a little bit surprised, though. I feel as though they could have gotten both of those things with Cap still dead. True Shot Barrage not going to be getting the Miracle Steal, but you have to be very happy as an NA fan. I'm very happy as an NA fan, as FlyQuest already looking to potentially get another upset on on the day. The first game looking to be in their control for now. They just opened up the mid lane inhibitor for G2. They have a number of inner turrets that they are able to go for as well. And Quad and Masu, they've been having fantastic positioning in every single one of these team fights so far. They're creating so much space, and as we saw, as soon as they were able to free fire into Mickey X, he went down very quickly. The rest of the fight ends up going completely their way. We'll take another look at this, and the big thing here is watch how Masu and Quad, they're creating an opportunity to try and start shooting, but it takes them a long time to actually get their damage in. And finally, once Hansama starts having to deal with the rest of the FlyQuest team, that's when they make their move. They come and they get the damage down, and then they're able to chase Dyke and Caps.
We got another team fight, another Impale going wide. There's a Glacial Fissure somehow avoided. That was Narrow Whippo right there.
Narrow Whippo.
Kind of thought that, I don't know, I guess he shrunk the hitbox. A man that has that much control of his size, I guess, is just able to do so. And he's able to just lawnmower his way out of there. G2 now with Daisy by their side as well. An unfair 6 versus 5 at this point. FlyQuest, 2,000 gold on the Baron buff as well. So looking pretty good. Yeah, also having a bit of a lead, which is not something I'd be expecting. It wasn't on my bingo card for game 1 of G2 versus FlyQuest here at 35 minutes.
However, all that said, they only were able to get the top lane inner turret. It's not going to be the biggest win coming off of this Baron buff, but now they still have about a minute left. They're grouping up. They have Inspired down the bottom side to make sure they can push that out, but this is an opportunity potentially for G2 to go for a 5v4 before Inspired can actually rejoin them. They know exactly where he is. They know he's not there, and FlyQuest not able to get enough of a push going off with that. And so it is a Baron buff win. They do have a small lead, but it looks like we're going to be spending a little bit more time thinking about how this Ocean Soul is going to be going in 3 minutes.
Exactly. Setup right now has Whippo on this slight flank angle. Masu and Inspired looking a little bit delicious in the mid lane, but I assume G2 understands that there is something up. Busia off on the side. Going to be able to find anything here. So this control ward just going to be taken down, and G2 looking to get control of the top side of the river. And Baron control certainly going to be there with control wards aplenty. Now just making sure that they can have the Ivern positioning. Just put Hansama in a brush, make something happen, and look at that damage. As Hansama gets more and more items, that's 4 now completed. It's going to be very, very difficult. FlyQuest is going to have to make sure that this Caitlyn has a whole lot of trouble doing damage. As Broken Blade getting chunked. Remember, this is not a tanky Greg. This is got a cosmic drive. As, Quad is just playing the PvE game here on the bottom side of the map. Inner turret will be taken down, and G2, I think they're going to have to start protecting their base. There's the teleport to come on through as True Shot Barrage. Not going to be stopping that one anytime soon. Still, Caps gets back. He'll thin out that wave, but it buys so much space here for FlyQuest to play with.
Really good stuff coming out from FlyQuest. You saw that Inspired and Manzu over the wall, just doing the damage necessary to dissuade Broken Blade from any kind of play whatsoever. That stops the push entirely from G2, and because Quad down there in the bottom lane the entire time just gets a free turret, that's 700 gold, that's 2 kills that effectively go into Quad's pocket right there, and we're very rapidly approaching full builds for multiple members. Caps already has 4+ boots, and then another half on top of it. Hansama in exactly the same position. Masu very close behind, and Quad, I mean, as soon as an opportunity to back away and spend all this gold, we're going to be getting every single one of our marksmen on 4.5 items, which means that these fights are going to be incredibly bloody.
Oh yeah. I feel like there is a... It's actually completely... I was about to say, with Broken Blade building damage, they'll have more, but they've got an Ivern in the jungle, and there is a Brand on the other side. So, as far as damage is concerned, there is a whole lot coming out of everyone on both sides. And we'll just have to see who's going to be able to find the team fight they're looking for. It could be over in the blink of an eye if a few of these headshots do land, as Whippo keeps that health bar high. Ace in the hole. Oh, Masu did not want to tank that one. Thankfully, he does have that Bloodthirster now completed, so he can get a bit of that health bar back. But you can see pushing them out. And Mickey X finds the Glacial Fissure, puts up the door as the Impale comes in. Solar Flare is fantastic. And Mickey is just cut down, and now FlyQuest are flashing forward the explosion as Quad is going to be taken down on the back end, but they'll trade that for Caps, and Masu is still up. Hansama is surrounded, finds the net. It was decent, but they didn't kill the Ezreal. A triple kill for the young man from FlyQuest, and they might just walk down the mid lane and win game 1.
And Masu, the rookie, like you said, coming up huge. We said that he was going to have trouble trying to navigate his way in this game, and he is doing it magnificently. 7-1-5 coming out for the young rookie, and FlyQuest are going to be getting the first game over G2. This is not the way I think anybody was expecting today to go. We already got 2 games from Top Esports, and FlyQuest now in pole position to try and knock EU out of the tournament.
And someone's got to check the time zones or something like that, because Orcs yesterday said that it was no longer going to be the 4th of July, but I'm sensing the freedom as FlyQuest destroy the Nexus here in game 1. Oh man, EWC definitely getting real spicy, but it's time for us to throw it to a short break. When we get back, the gentlemen at the studio are going to try and break that one down.
Adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Ivern aficionados that live in Korea and maybe possibly in penthouses are currently in shambles as it does not get it done. A huge upset here at EWC happens. FlyQuest getting the win over G2. crazy stuff. As yeah, this was also the other upset that was happening with Top Esports over Gen.g.
Just here to give us LCK representatives a little grief.
Because these guys
when
did
this
believe.
happened earlier, I'm like, I've been trying to forget, but congrats to Top Esports, of course. Big upset here in our first game. I think Quad, Inspired, playing together incredibly well through the early game. This Tristana was winning lane. They used it as a pressure point, excuse me. They went for Blade of the Ruin King on this build, something that Ox and I really liked. Really unique style and really gave them a big edge going into the early mid game.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is we've seen these Ivan compositions work really effectively when they group together. It's like a death ball, they're all masked up. And actually the value that a brand gets in those situations, like in a team fight, you throw the ult in, there's so many targets to bounce between who are clumped together. On top of the Daisy, who's just another champ, well, not even a champion, another target that can bounce from to get those passive stacks, to get the AoE coming down. And let's be honest, this game was pretty back and forth when we got into it, but I feel like the team fighting from FlyQuest at the end to clutch it was massive.
Yeah, and I think a huge part of that is the big move that they made in the mid lane. Again, last time over at MSI, the international appearance that FlyQuest had, it was Jensen in the mid lane. They make the move to Quad. He gets the Tristana, and he looked solid early on, and based on this build that he had, was willing to be the guy, willing to be in the face of the Western GOAT in caps and deal the damage here.
I mean, a point Ox made, when we were watching the game is the Blade of the Ruin King great when everyone's full health and you have that double shields. This is another great gank here from Inspired, set up by Quad, pushes him back. Caps ends up unfortunately dying here to that extra burn earn damage plus the Comet. They make the same play topside here. Again, looking for the pick onto Caps. Quad jumps forward. Caps not respecting the ult. He gets Buster shot back and taken out. Two great proactive plays. Quad's lead was pretty small, pretty incremental, but it started to snowball from here.
And I love the aggression and the willingness to push those advantages. I feel like so many times we've seen NA teams match up against G2 and they lose just because Caps diffs the mid laner. And I feel like I love that they knew this was a point they want to put focus towards. And really, even though it didn't get a ton of momentum, as you said at first, those little advantages really start to build up.
Yeah, so it kept them in the game there, especially given the fact that the other lanes, not so good. Then we have this fight in the mid lane. It was scrappy going the way of G2.
Yeah, and you see here, G2 very clumped together. They do find that nice burst onto Inspired, but they just end up overcommitting. They could have been happy with that pick, but this double impale next to tower gets so much value. And it's at this point, they're like, okay, we can churn this. We can bring the Tristana in and start to look for those resets.
So Quad has the gold, right? He has the tools to actually follow up on this play. It's reset city when everyone gets this insanely low. Yank is able to get out with his life, but otherwise a pretty big overextension. Bit of a disaster for G2 until Caps decides to flank his way back in here. So they saved the play a little bit, but it was very back and forth. At this moment, you were like, okay, we know where the gold is on the side of FlyQuest. It's on this Tristana. The Ezreal is scaling. And at that point in time, if Caps doesn't turn that one around, FlyQuest might have just had an unbeatable lead.
Yeah, but then from there, you expect the fight back. We've seen it every match here so far, except maybe the last match from Gen.g, but they still did a good job. It was the TP play here. In the mid game, the team that's behind always finds an angle.
Yeah, and I feel like when you see a play like this from a Corki, you expect the package, but that's no longer the case. It doesn't stop Caps, though. He comes in, gets so much burst damage onto the backline of FlyQuest, and understandably, they try and commit to take the Corki down, but by trying to aggress on him, the rest of G2 move in, and it ends up backfiring massively. So really pulled that play out of nowhere. This is kind of why we give so much respect to Caps.
Yeah, just a lot of escape, right? On this Corki, you have the Valkyrie, he had Flash. So I think it's a relatively dangerous teleport if you're looking from the outside looking in, thinking about how easily this Corki could be collapsed on. Very squishy target, right? But he knows he has the angle. The team trusts his teleport flank. The timing of the re-engage is really clean. He gets out, becomes this kind of dummy target, this taunt Corki, and he's able to win the fight as a result.
And from there, we don't have as much time to show all the highlights, but from there, we had some craziness with like G2 taking the bot lane tower into the inhib, and then it gets really close to where FlyQuest gets this final fight. It's huge scaling from Brand. Look at this flash forward by Inspired.
And I love the decision to focus down the Braum, as the Unbreakable's timing out, using the Skarner ult. They have so much tank shred between this composition, and the thing with an Ivan composition is getting people low isn't too much of an issue. You can shield them, keep them healthy, but if you start taking out targets, the death ball really starts to fall apart, especially when it is that Braum who provides so much safety, and they really just ran through them on that fight.
I mean, quick little thoughts as well on that type of engage, going into that choke point, into the Skarner. It's a similar type of overextension to what we saw happen in mid lane, where we did see FlyQuest take that lead. They could have tried to fan out, set up some brushes, slow play that. I feel like G2 was getting super impatient in this moment, where they didn't really need to hard force.
Yeah, again, just kind of confusing to see, like the macro play that happened throughout that game. Unique to see FlyQuest be able to hang in there from a micro perspective. Within the lane, you saw the scraps early on. You got to see the TP plays from G2, but they didn't close it on out. It allowed this composition for FlyQuest to scale, have big damage. 30 seconds before we go to break. What do you think?
I mean, I just think it's crazy the upsets we've had today. I was going in today thinking that it was going to be 2 matchups. I had a very good idea where the outcome's going to come. Series 1 went to Top Esports. Series 2 in FlyQuest's favor. They just need to continue this momentum.
Wolf?
I mean, look, I think that this is a huge momentum swing. This is what I was saying earlier. You win game 1 as FlyQuest. You take that one upset. Momentum's in your favor. Pressure's on G2. Carry that forward. Maybe you get the upset.
Again, G2 have been so dang dominant in international play, especially against the West, including in their domestic league, but now have their backs against the wall here at EWC. How will it pan out? We'll find out after this short break.
Breaking news from the BR stage. Today is the last group stage for the Call of Duty Warzone competition, where 7 teams out of the 14 will be eliminated. Tomorrow will be the finals, and with the current standings, Team Falcons is in the lead. Of course, we also have Fnatic, who is currently ranked 2nd, and also ranked 3rd in the club championship, although they were defeated in the League of Legends tournament yesterday by Team Liquid. Let's see what happens next.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke that's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters true, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for possibly the final game of the day.
Where'd you say that?
That'd be nuts. That'd be absolutely crazy. G2 with an opportunity to bounce back here up against FlyQuest, who really did just run the rift in that last one. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in order to mitigate it. You can see the brand already taken away, the Leona also removed. I feel like Leona is really starting to step up as a really big pick this tournament thus far, and they are going to address it. There is also the LeBlanc ban, which is somewhat curious here on the FlyQuest side of things, and Zyra going to be taken away as well.
It definitely looks to me as though they are trying to protect something that Quad is looking to play, because the LeBlanc is not a champion that we've been seeing at all this tournament, or even all that much during the spring split in pretty much any region whatsoever. But it does look as though G2 is trying to rectify a lot of the mistakes they were making in the first game. The brand's off the table, Zyra's off the table. They're trying to take away a lot of the magic damage jugglers that Inspired has had such a strong spring split on.
And there is the Rumble being let through. I think that this is always extremely dangerous. If anyone tries to do so, we've seen Rumble be so incredibly powerful so far at EWC. So it is a bit of a gamble being taken here by FlyQuest. We'll see what they answer with.
We saw in our previous series as well that it felt as though Gen.g was doing fine in almost every single one of their fights going up against top esports until the equalizer hit. And it's like, oh, yeah, that is a lot of damage coming through all at once. But at the same time, with no Leona available, they are going to be going over towards the Nautilus. And the big thing here is this, I think, is the longest in any of our drafts that Corki has not gotten picked.
Oh, and maybe FlyQuest aren't even going to pick it, as they're at least hovering for now the Cassiopeia, but instead it's going to be the Corki. Surprising to me that Quad didn't decide to go towards the Tristana. I think he did very, very well in the matchup. I assume that Caps would probably be keen to go towards it anyway. So somewhat surprising, but we'll see what the answer is going to be here, as Vi Rumble is utterly terrifying. And that's going to be Tristana locked in as well for Caps. We saw the way that he utilized buffers at MSI. We'll see whether he can do so again.
Oh, true.
Here at EWC, he is an extremely talented Tristana player.
That's the kind of thing where every single time we saw a buffer, it's like, that looks like the kind of guy who just went to practice tool and was like, hey, let me practice this with you. Can you press crowd control on me over and over again? And Caps was figured out exactly how to dodge out of almost everything. This composition that we're seeing already coming out from G2 looks incredibly terrifying, because a little bit different than what we were seeing in the previous game, it looks incredibly proactive. Every single one of these players can already do something to get a fight started, especially if you start going towards these choke points.
True. I really like the Ziggs ban, though. We've seen Ziggs' superiority, and our boy Orcs really does like to talk about Ziggs when it's winning, so we're going to see it banned away this time. So, Daniel, please, no more bus rides with only conversations about Ziggs, if you do not mind. Ban to come through from G2. We'll see where they're going to be targeting here. I imagine the jungle could be somewhere they continue to look to make sure Inspired doesn't have full comfort, as there is the Nidalee taken away.
You really have to start looking at this composition from the rest of FlyQuest and say, they already have two of the marksmen. What else do we pair with marksmen? It is almost always magic damage junglers, and this is the third one that's taken off the table. There is still the Karthus available, but it is worth noting that Talia did take a pretty significant nerf in the jungle specifically, which is why we've only seen it in the mid lane coming up from APA so far. But I would not be surprised if this is just another magic damage jungler ban coming up from the side of G2 to force maybe some magic damage to come out from the top side of the map, which has traditionally pretty much been only Rumble.
True. I mean, the Karthus is the thing that really comes to mind. Of course, Inspired playing a bunch of games of that so far in the LCS. So if they want to get rid of every single AP jungler option, if we assume that the Talia is taken away, and there it is, going to be that Karthus ban. So how deep are we going to go? Of course, Lilia up and available, I guess. You could try to just play the Talia and hope. Certainly, a lot of junglers available, but maybe not the top tier ones. Yeah. So where are they going to sit? As so far, an Udyr being considered.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the Lilia a little bit more right now, because in general, Lilia does not like two things. One of them is point-and-click crowd control, which is Vi, and strong auto attackers, which is the Tristana. And ooh, you really are going to be struggling to try and play a Lilia into a Draven Tristana Vi composition, which looks to me as though this Udyr is way more likely to be building up a little bit more magic damage. We have been seeing Udyr start going for the Liandry's as a first item relatively commonly at this point, so a little bit less burden put on to Inspire to try and bring that magic damage from the jungle, but it could also be, we have seen Udyr very many times being played as a jungler in the past.
Well, the Varus is going to be locked in. I feel like, we've seen one other Varus, but not in the bottom lane so far here at EWC. So looking forward to seeing what Hans Sommer is going to be able to do on that champion, assuming he's going to be playing it. As Mickey X, what are we locking in? It looks like it's going to be the Rel for that bottom side. They needed a little bit more engage and a bit more AoE as well, as Vi does like to just go in on a single target. So that is going to be your G2 composition. I feel a lot more cohesive and a lot more aggressive. I think we heard Wolf talking about the fact that G2 were playing pretty impatiently. I think with a composition like this, if you're playing impatiently, you're doing it right.
Exactly. You're going to be looking to be very aggressive, and it's going to be on FlyQuest to try and play a triple marksman style composition that is going to be kiting back. They do have a couple of good tools, but instead of going towards that extra marksman, it looks like they are going to instead try and bring out the Maokai. It's champion, I'll be honest, I had kind of forgotten about just because it had moved down so many tiers in terms of how much damage it was doing, but you can still build the Leandras, you can still build the Blackfire Torch, you can still do a lot of damage with this, and it creates a very strong backline coming out for FlyQuest. It's not going to be doing the same kind of upfront and just raw damage that we're oftentimes seeing from the Tristana and the Varus, but Corki is not going to be something you can shake and stick at, and Senna will constantly keep your frontline alive.
It's true. I mean, I feel like in the last game, we had a firepower, we reached firepower parity, right, between the two squads. In this game, I feel like G2 has about 4 times as much that FlyQuest has. Yes, they have a fair bit of durability, but they're going to have to really make sure that they lock in on their target selection and get rid of these incredibly high damage threats on the side of G2 if they're going to stand a chance in these team fights. Or, you know, wait until Senna has 1,000 stacks.
Yeah, the flip side of that is G2 really only has one player that they need to target, and it is Quad. We saw that Quad was getting the better of Caps with a little bit of help from his friends, but nonetheless, Quad did so much damage last game, and now he's going to be the primary damage dealer also coming out for FlyQuest. It says to me, Yike, go mid lane, pitch your tent. It's going to be a great time to shut him down, and we could potentially be looking at a game 3.
Looking forward to seeing what is going to happen here because it's a very different playstyle from both teams, right? It was an Ivern composition last time around for G2, not necessarily something that can be similar to many other things that you play. This one, a lot more straightforward, engage dive composition. We just want to kill you and we do not want to wait before we do so. And on FlyQuest's side, it's much more of this kite back, find opportunities to just settle in and go for the long fight that G2 Esports do not want to give them. I do like it because we've seen a lot of this where in game number 1 it's very clear identities and in game number 2 very different ones, showing the flexibility of these teams. Now it is time to head towards Summoner's Rift and hope that we get another 3-game series. Yesterday, 3 games and then 2. Today, maybe it's 2 games, then 3. Wouldn't that be nice?
As long as it's consistent, right? As 5 games every single day. Well, it'll lead up to a fantastic finals, which will be a best of 5 when we eventually get there. But as I'm looking at this, like we said, I feel as though G2 really got to have a chip on their shoulder after that first game. They were pretty heavily considered favorites coming into this series. Game 1, they had a couple of moments, mostly Broken Blade looking to really step for his team and getting a lot of major plays. But I don't necessarily want to just be beating up on G2 if it's not Caps really living up to his name.
It's true, but let's do it. Let's dive under the rift for game number 2. G2 trying to get their revenge up against FlyQuest, who really did just take the bull by the horns in game number 1. Found that victory. Beautiful pan out here as Neon Strike Vi, my favorite skin on the Vi. Always a necessity, though, to toggle the glasses on. That is very important. I don't know whether Yike has done it yet, but I assume he will.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that. We'll get the observers on that. Now, the other major thing that I think is a very important discussion right here, Alice, is I have been hearing Wayla's alt chat now that APA is not in the Rift.
Yeah, no, it's not a thing that we're going to need to worry about until we head towards T1 versus TL. And
we'll see if
what's
T1
Faker going to say to APA?
Probably nothing. I don't think I've ever seen T1 or Faker in particular like alt chat ever in anything. So maybe we can get a little bit more out of that one. But right now, launching into this one, I'm going to be looking for Yike to potentially go towards the mid lane even earlier than what we were saying. We did see some very proactive play from him in game 1 on the Ivern. This is on the Vi. You get access to your ultimate at level 2 because you get Q and then the flash is already built into the champion. You can go for so many of these very strong engages, and already Caps is trying to say, let's play a low health lane in the mid lane.
Yeah, Mickey actually getting some information here on Inspired as well, who is in his pajamas trying to take down the Sentinel. And now moving back here towards this bottom side as Marcio and Busio already in position. Hansama and Mickey X, I think, should have a fair bit of control in this lane as Caps stacks up that explosive charge. And Quad on the opposite side of the matchup this time around. We'll see how he's going to do. Because in game number 1, I felt like his navigation of the Tristana side was fantastic. See whether he's going to suffer the same fate into Caps or whether he's just going to be able to do the same thing once again on the other side. Yeah, just have to see.
You can win both sides of the matchup. That is a resounding play coming out from the side of FlyQuest. A lot of it, like we did identify, came from Busio spending a lot of time, and now he's playing first hook.
Coming on through here is Mickey down to about 50%. FlyQuest, I think, like, almost getting surprised by the fact that they hit level 2 first. Almost weren't ready for it. But are still going to be able to connect that hook and do a fair bit of damage. As Broken Blade trying to deal with Whippo. Another hook going to connect here as Busio really up in this early game. Got his eye in after some difficult times on the Leona early on in game number 1, then having some fantastic solar flares as it went on. This is feeling a little bit better, the amount that he's being able to put together so far. That third one in a row going to land. And that is, like, if anything, a statement, right? That's like, I will hit you with this hook, and you must respect it.
And I think the one thing that I'm kind of looking at is, as you said, the first time that the hook actually landed, it felt as though it took Moscow a bit by surprise. We've seen a couple opportunities to try and land the root immediately after the initial crowd control, and fortunately they've both gone wide at this point. So it does feel as though these two players, maybe not on exactly the same page, but they're also starting to fall behind in terms of CS quite a bit as well. The wave is coming in now, so it will even out a little bit. But it does feel as though Busio and Mazu are winning some of the individual fights, but potentially losing the threat.
Perhaps. I'm also very curious about this top lane as well. We've seen both ends of the Udyr versus X spectrum. Udyr needs to be having a whole lot of control of the wave, I feel, and it's only been Keen that's been able to figure that one out. Now Inspired, looking to try and help Whippo get into that position. Has walking behind the turret. There's the flash already. He's taking so much damage, though. That's going to be first blood, and maybe you just take it.
You end up just getting this trade, and you also get a massive freeze coming out for Whippo. He's not going to be able to hold this freeze super effectively, as Broken Blade will be teleporting back up to the top side, but it ends up being a fantastic play coming through for the top side for FlyQuest. We'll see how much more Whippo can actually get off of that, because he gets a little bit more CS. He'll be able to get that back off, and he will be able to teleport right on back to a perfect wave state.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade was able to just teleport back in, so not the end of the world type situation, but collecting just the Swifty boots off the back of that one. You see Whippo teleporting back in, and so, like you say, he's going to be able to even things out, and oftentimes it is, you know, Rumble's really wanting to take control. Same thing can be said for Udyr, and you can see Inspired getting that message, trying to make sure that it's his top laner that's going to be the most happy as Broken Blade now moving through the jungle. No flash is actually somewhat dangerous here. Of course, Whippo electing to take the Ghost. And his Udyr runs real fast, you know? Runs and slaps and runs and slaps and stuff like that.
Yeah, not going to be getting any flash bear slaps, unfortunately, with no flash from that champion, but could just run at Broken Blade.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to grab that shield. There is the slap like we were talking about. And now Broken Blade kind of out of cooldowns here as he's looking to try and run away. Whippo really just doing a good job, and I like this. This is looking like the aggressive version of the Udyr that we like to see as Masu. Lying in wait, looking for his opportunity to try and help out here as he's been unlocked from the lane. Ooh, moving around the alcove, but he's spotted on vision. Mickey moving up. Now FlyQuest just going to try and shove this one in, get themselves some tempo here towards this top lane.
Both junglers also potentially in the area. Inspired does showcase where he is, which means Yike is uncontested.
Feels like FlyQuest are a little bit too far up as they do get into the mist. They avoid the crash down, but that is still so much damage that they're taking. The flash out does come through here from Masu. The snare is decent, and Whippo just grabs himself a shield, and here we find Mickey. I don't know about that one, but he does get the Shattering Strike off. And now Piercing Darkness is coming through, and FlyQuest keep themselves alive, although they don't hold on to the flash from Masu.
And Inspired is here. He was able to get the Krugs, and he's trying to turn this fight around.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him interested. The equalizer is too good, though. And maybe just feeling a little bit like they could bite off more than they could chew here. The level 6 from the Rumble needing to be respected. There's an interesting Valkyrie here from Quad in the mid lane as he throws out the rocket, doesn't find caps, but still wins out on the trade. Hook comes in now onto Hansama. Busio doesn't have too much else to offer back. As Kangas is kind of losing his mind there, I think.
I would be too.
Like to do a bit of a check-in at some point, see what that one was all about.
But yeah. The fact that we do see Masu ending up going down there means he has as many deaths now as he did in the entire first game between these two teams. They were able to
doubled
take
his
down.
deaths.
Yeah, it's crazy. We gotta start looking at it. We'll take a look at the post-game breakdowns for all the KDA, but G2, they are taking a little bit more control of the top side, giving themselves a very small lead across the board. But FlyQuest are still going to be the ones who end up getting a couple more of these grubs. And look at that, Masu just crossing the first breakpoint with all the souls. He does grab his 20th one and still manages to find his way up top side, just leaving Busio to his own devices.
Yeah, Broken Blade going to be able to get underneath his turret. Will be just fine. Slight CS lead here for Whippo, and does actually have more minions to take. So that should be extending. Yike looking to come up and try and break this. As he's trying to back away, they get information that the Vi is going to be there. That's why there was the explosion of pings. Now everyone, we're going to get a repeat of the last situation. Yike was looking to get in range of Masu, but doesn't manage to do so. As G2 will just back away towards the river. FlyQuest just holding on as best they can here towards this top side, and actually holding off G2 from really punishing as Whippo gets further and further ahead. All right, Mickey coming down towards the mid lane, but Quad just able to exit stage left, and he should be fine. As Whippo, Busio throwing out the depth charge, gets the cleanse from Hansama as well, and he'll just walk his way out. Feels like a bit of a drive-by from the Nautilus.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that people who are classic Busio fans know all about. Before he was playing in the LCS, he was well known for playing some very aggressive supports down in the bottom side of the map. He was well known for playing the Yasuo along things like the Senna, and now he's just going for some of these duels as well.
Well, he's able to do a fair bit of damage there towards Mickey X, who's a bit frustrated about the fact that Busio is allowed to farm and he is not. One of those center situations, down about 20 as far as the Nautilus versus the Varus situation is concerned, but center naturally makes a bit more money than a regular support. So you're probably thinking that things are absolutely fine. 300 gold the difference, approximately, between G2 and FlyQuest at this stage. And I think when you're the composition that has the Maokai, Senna, and the Corki and things like this, I think you're feeling pretty good about having a deficit of only this amount at this stage, and it seems to even be shrinking.
It seems like everything is going FlyQuest's way, except a couple of these small fights, right? We did see that Inspired gave away the first blood, and then Mazu stepped a little bit too close, a little bit after that. But FlyQuest, they're still doing a good job. Mazu's moving around and staying on par with what we should be expecting with the souls that they will be picking up. The one thing that I do want to see a little bit more from Inspired is he's been going for a lot more dedicated farming, and while Yike is going for a lot of these ganks, Yike is still managing to stay abreast in terms of the amount of farm that he has been able to pick up, partly because he's consistently able to move around. He has enough priority coming out from camps that he's able to get all of his own farm at the same time, whereas Inspired not necessarily looking for as many of these plays, but now potentially making me eat my words as he makes his way towards the top lane.
Yeah, looking like he's considering something. Broken Blade playing pretty defensively as he clears out vision, but then looking for that face check. Twisted Advance comes on through, equalizer down, and Broken Blade's just walking on it, doing a whole bunch of work with that ultimate, but the Nature's Grasp coming on out. Whippo just standing in front of him. The flash comes in, Broken Blade down to about 3 health. Vault Breaker from Yike looked like he was trying to take down his teammate, but that is just going to be a real happy Braum and a happy Broken Blade there as well. Had to invest the flash, but he's happy to be alive.
Honestly, a fantastic equalizer, like you said, just running along his own red carpet, making sure that if FlyQuest want to do any damage to him, they're taking a ton of damage in return. That just means that Whippo and Inspired have to walk away from that one, and the teleport comes out from Broken Blade. He's going to get all of this CS as well, and Yike even coming towards the top side, making sure that Whippo is going to have to go and complete that recall. But FlyQuest, at the same time, this gold lead, it stayed about the same spot for a long time. Uh-oh, Quad.
Yep, not sure about this one. Dawning Shadow comes down as Quad looks to get himself under the turret. He will do so. Inspired, can you get here in time to save your mid laner? The answer is yes, as they go too far! and FlyQuest take 2 under their turret. That was an insane teleport, but I guess Quad can say it was all planned.
I mean, that's exactly what we need to be seeing from FlyQuest. They find an opportunity to turn it on its head, and G2 going a little bit too close. And finally, FlyQuest, they not only have a gold lead, but they're also going to be getting another neutral objective as they are starting to look for this Ocean Dragon. FlyQuest, I mean, it looks like we've had so many of these opportunities where there is a 2v2 or a 3v2 going on at one time, and then some global ult comes out, turns things around, inspires it in exactly the right place. I can't wait to see it again.
Man, that was nutty. And just getting there in the nick of time as well. So they'll be able to secure the first dragon of the game. That's going to be an Ocean here for FlyQuest. As Blippo, this is what good Udyr looks like. He's behind the turret. He's just slapping minions, trying to take as much control as he can. As the equalizer is going to come down, that should band-aid the lane here for Broken Blade just a little bit, as Masu needs to be careful of these harpoons that are coming in. You can see Blippo there on the player cam as well. Very vocal. Feels like FlyQuest have G2 where they want them for now. See what G2's got to trade back here, because if it's back-to-back upset, like 2 zeros today.
Oh, Hansama.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, depth charge comes down. There's the flash. The hook is perfectly placed. As Quad comes in, that's a lot of DPS available. But Busio, he's just gonna die. And Hansama, can he survive here? As Quad's dead as well. So that's a 2-for-1 in favor of the young Varus underneath his turret. Hansama just saying thanks, I guess.
Yeah, that was just an overextension classically coming out from FlyQuest. They go underneath the turret. They don't have the means to take anything else. The turret ramps up damage so quickly, and FlyQuest, they're going to be giving over a couple of kills. They're also going to be giving over the Void Grumps. That's the 4th one going through, and now FlyQuest have to be very careful because it looks like it's not done.
Yeah, flash crash down. There's a Magnet Storm as well, as Inspired is just going to be put into the blender. Finds himself the twisted advance, and Yike will get taken down here by Masu, who's just underneath his turret, standing his ground. We got to get a bit of damage off towards Caps here, who's looking for that auto. There's the flash hook, gets the flash out of Caps. He did not want to try to risk buffering that one, as he does get to safety.
Really like that play coming through. That was one of my favorite examples of what I've always liked to call the wiggle. You see the 280 carries like, oh, step forward, oh, step back, step forward, step back, oh, breaking line of sight. This time, Masu able to get out of that one, but it is still a very even game of FlyQuest with a small lead. We were already saying that they should be very happy with the composition that will be scaling further on into the game, and the fact that the gold is so evenly distributed across both teams just makes it very, very equal. But now, FlyQuest, as they go in, I mean, the ultimate's there, the Chain of Corruption comes through, and Hansama just stands and delivers. He knows that he can just do damage to the Nautilus and then turn towards Quad, and I mean, that turret does a lot of damage at this point in the game. We see another one here in mid lane, and as the damage ramps up, I do have to give a lot of props to Inspired for getting every single one of those buttons off before he dies, because every single one needed to be used, or else Yike would have gotten out as well.
No, exactly. I was surprised that the Nature's Grasp even came through, as we're straight out of the replay into the fire here, as Caps and Mickey X in the mid lane. Root will connect, but otherwise not too much is going to happen. Piercing Darkness starting to ramp up that damage. Only a serrated Dirk there for Masu, but that is going to get more and more dangerous as this game goes on. We've seen some of these centers actually adopting the Edge of Night first build, where you just get to stand up and auto attack until they get rid of your shield.
Yeah.
Has been working out so far in the LCK. We'll see whether he decides to go for it or whether it's more of a traditional idea.
True. You don't want to do the opportunity anymore. That one did get nerfed pretty heavily.
Not so good anymore.
But he is already out mid-40s. Is that 45, I think it says, on the number of souls. Definitely well on track with what you are looking to be at this point in the game. And now we got to start looking at how teams are going to be playing around the Rift Herald. It's been up for about a minute. We have a minute and a half until the Cloud Dragon is going to be coming through. And FlyQuest, it looks like they are trying to get ready to play towards the top side. The Double Leandres is online. The Trinity Force is here for Quad as well. Feels like all of their power spikes are coming in at the perfect moment to actually go for some fights.
Yeah, and also able to get that mid control as this Rift Herald is going to be considered as well. They don't decide to take that one down. They actually are looking towards this top lane, as it is going to be Caps taking that first turret of the game on the Tristana. They're not looking to stop, as well as FlyQuest will answer, but first turret blood going on over to G2 will be able to help even out that gold advantage that FlyQuest had built for themselves, And now Bwipo and Masu, I don't know whether they're going to have the easiest of times trying to defend here as they're just looking at the minion wave. That's what they're going to take down first. So explosive charge, not going to be able to finish it off at all. So 50% health on the inner turret. So just going to be an outer in trade for each other. As Inspired will move on over and look to try and tussle with Shelly.
Yeah.
Get things done.
Quad, not going to get anything done there, but like you said, Shelly, the 1v1 with the Maokai will be coming through. Now, I do have to talk about it. I don't talk about items a lot, but the opportunity, got to be reading those patch notes, guys. It has so much less lethality now on the new patch for ranged champions than it was before. So maybe a little bit less damage than Masu was hoping to do off of this one, but still going to be building up all those souls. We'll still have plenty of towers going through, and 10 seconds left until the Dragon FlyQuest will have the Rift Herald available to them if they do want to try and find their way towards the mid lane. They are going to be teleporting members into the middle. So that is going to be Busio coming through. Quad can be here in just a moment as well, and it feels as though with all the gold on the right members, they should be looking to take this mid lane and potentially the Dragon as well.
Yeah, 3 members of FlyQuest here in the mid lane for now. We can see even Bwipo just moving back towards the top side. He'll have that teleport at the ready. It's now FlyQuest move in, but this is just it. There's no way that they're going to be able to contest that Dragon. Mountain Soul this game as well, which is kind of interesting. We're going to have Shelly go for a bit of a ride. Unfortunately, crashes straight into the wall, which is not really what they wanted. Now the Magna Storm is going to start off this fight for G2. The Dawning Shadow is trying to keep them alive, but Masu is just going to be taken out. Yike will be destroyed as well, though, so a 1-for-1 trade. And now Bwipo, can you keep Inspired alive? The answer's no, and it's a double kill for the Rumble. Yeah, a little bit of missed driving there on the side of FlyQuest, and G2 knew exactly how to pilot their composition to win out on that team fight.
Great aggression coming through from G2. That's exactly what we were saying. They had so much proactive tools available. Quad still alive, though.
Yeah, he's able to Valkyrie his way out. That's going to be okay for the minute, as these minions will be taken out from underneath the turret. So not exactly destroying the gold leads or anything like that. There's 200 gold in it. It is still extraordinarily even, especially considering the fact that now it's 1 dragon apiece. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, this is a bit of an odd usage of Shelly. I think it looked like Busio made one decision and changed it, but I was very surprised here. FlyQuest went directly onto Masu, and now potentially looking for Broken Blade.
Yeah, they'll find him as well as Quad, like ships in the night will just wander past the Rumble. That was weird, but I liked it.
Yeah.
Now looking to just go back home as this outer turret in the mid lane is under fire. Inspired moving on over as Mickey X and Han Sama were doing a fair bit of work, but there is a lot of wave clear actually.
Yeah.
As Mickey gets some deep vision and spots a couple of bad guys, and once again it's just players walking past one another, and Caps in the meantime is going to take the inner turret on the bottom side. It was a weird passage of play.
Yeah. It was very much just moving from one side of the map towards the other, but ultimately Caps, like we said, doing the quad impression, just finding these inner turrets on the opposite side of the map, just going to be getting that one in the bottom lane this time around. 2 effective kills going to Caps just for picking up that structure, and that is where potentially the largest gold lead of the game is actually going to be coming from, is the fact that that bottom lane turret does fall down. Well, there's still so many outer turrets on both sides of the map still available, as most of these fights have come from most of these kills have come from very explosive fights kind of out of nowhere from both sides of the map. We haven't necessarily been seeing the same kind of coordinated pushes from one side or the other.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing whether we will get just a 5v5 coming up, or whether it will still just remain a very messy game. I think G2, obviously very happy to play in the mud as far as this game is concerned. Their composition does very well, just locking down single targets and taking people out when they're unawares. FlyQuest wanting to set up for some of these neutrals. The Baron now on the map has just spawned. A very dangerous one to be taking down right now, but as the game goes on, I think that could be a place that FlyQuest looks to really start clamping down, trying to get things into the style of play that they're looking for, right?
Absolutely. Slow things down a little bit, right? We said that FlyQuest wanted to dirty the waters last time, but G2, like you said, frolicking in the mud in some of these last couple of fights. One of the things that we haven't necessarily been seeing FlyQuest do in this game is they haven't necessarily been using Maokai's saplings, the same kind of dominance that we've seen from versions of Maokai in the past, especially at this last Worlds, where you just got so much information all the time. We're not seeing FlyQuest creating opportunities to just move around these objectives and force G2 to walk their way through all of Maokai's children. And FlyQuest, I'm kind of curious when that switch is going to be flipped for them, because at some point you do have to dictate how the game is being played.
Yeah. And that Leandri's, like you were talking about, has been picked up here by Whippo, and you can see it mows down these minion waves, so he's able to defend against Caps decently well. But now Quad moving up towards the top side to try and protect Whippo. Dawning Shadow looking to try and save him as well, but it's not quite going to work out. The Nature's Grasp comes in, Quad is going to be taken out, and there's the Twisted Advance. Inspired, he's able to at least kill one, and now the Root's going to connect onto Mickey. Inspired's dead though, and it's still a one fight for G2 as they're also able to take down the turret.
A 3 for 2, Caps instantly looking at the turret saying, hey, there's a teleport coming there. We do not want that to complete. FlyQuest losing an extra member. I thought Yike going over the wall was potentially look at the Baron. It's like, wow, that is aggressive, but not going to go for that one. It is just going to be another small gold lead, continuing to build up for G2 at this point. With 30 seconds left on the Baron, we do have another opportunity, and this is what I always like to look at for a second fight. What ultimates were used, what summoner spells were used, and frankly, almost everybody still has their flash. This is going to be a full power fight from both sides, with almost every ultimate and every summoner spell still available, meaning that we will really get to see how FlyQuest can potentially set this one up as Inspired books it towards the Dragon.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. Dawning Shadow won't be there. But other than that, like you say, whole bunch of buttons ready to be pressed as Whippo will find Broken Blade for the minute, and he's not able to quite tank it as well as he used to as the Equalizer comes down, and there goes the Udyr. He runs around a whole lot, but other than that, it's hasn't been a whole lot of much as he just finds the barbecue and unfortunately puts his face on it. So now the first Mountain Drake going to be taken here by G2. Should be able to secure that very comfortably, but FlyQuest not going to give up without taking something themselves, and the depth charge going to come on through as well as Quad does a whole bunch of work. Now Caps, can he actually help grab this kill is the question. Is Mickey a little bit too far forward? Yike looking for an opportunity, but the Vault Breaker does not work, and he does get snared by Busio on his way past. This Nautilus playing beautifully, but now Masu is off on the wrong side, and Caps will just shoot him where he stands still. They're able to take down Broken Blade, and this fight is all over the place as Rocket Jump from Caps will get him underneath his inner turret. And is this an opportunity for a Baron?
I definitely think so at this point. FlyQuest is going to go directly over there. Yike is too low to really come over whatsoever. He'll try and jungle privilege his way back up to some reasonable HP. But it looks like Caps is just going to have to go for the mid lane turret here. And FlyQuest, like you said, a very chaotic fight, but they should be able to pick up this Baron buff, and we'll see what they can do with it.
I'm absolutely baffled, but now Yike is coming in. He's here at exactly the right time, but the saplings were there. And he gets the ward in, but that's just to watch the Baron go down as Mickey's going to get hooked. He's a little bit further forward than the rest of his team as Busio, he may have to be the sacrificial Big Daddy. And he will be taken down. Cap's going to grab yet another kill. 4-2 and 5 now on the Tristana, but a Baron surrounding FlyQuest. And Mickey, he's not a jungler anymore, is the Rel, but still going to be able to try and do battle for that one as the Teemo face comes up, and FlyQuest feeling pretty happy as we go back in time, Joshi, and this is the fight that FlyQuest found to get the Baron.
Yeah, Han Salman just a little bit too greedy for that one, and then everything starts looking up for FlyQuest for a little while. They're able to reestablish battle lines, and Masu runs away and is able to get away from Caps the first time. However, when the rest of his team starts going towards Broken Blade, it's like, wait a second, guys, you forgot your 80 carry. Caps did not forget the 80 carry whatsoever. Finds a couple of kills in that last one, but still, the Baron buff going over towards FlyQuest does set them up with enough tempo to try and get something. There are still outer turrets on the side of G2. You can go towards the bot lane and try and pick that up, because you know you need to get enough of a push going to set yourselves up to at least stop the stacking of Mountain Dragons.
Exactly. I think that they should have an opportunity to do so. Of course, the Baron will last until a minute on that timer for the Mountain Drake, so they should be able to get all of their waves in order, especially with the amount of wave clear that they have. So I like that you bring that up, and an opportunity here for FlyQuest to close that gold gap one more time. It's only 1,000. And I think that with the Baron, they should be able to definitely augment that with a few more doubloons. As okay, Yike comes on in. There is the CC assist as Equalizer is down as well, but Yike has now found himself somewhat overextended as Inspired into the back line, and he's just going to run his way out. He might be in his pajamas, but they look like running clothes to me as Bwippo on that inner turret. He might just come on over and look to try and take down Broken Blade. He gets the slap, and there's the twisted advance. The Bramble Smash is decent as the Dawning Shadow comes in, but the piercing arrow is so strong, and Busio goes for a buster shot right, and now Hans Sommer's just free hitting. Busio will be taken down. It's a double kill for the Varus, and it's I throw you catch here in this game.
And it's a negative Baron power play coming up from FlyQuest with so many members of G2 just barely getting out of that one alive. We saw the FlyQuest goes a little bit too far, and G2 starting to really look like a game that we saw yesterday from Team Liquid and Fnatic, as one team looks like they have a lead for a little while, then the other team immediately picks it back up, and now Quadamasu looking for Broken Blade.
Yeah, Broken Blade completely out of flash, and I think he's really, really dead. Yep.
Very dead.
I'm not a prophet, but I got that one right.
Atlas
as inner turret will be taken in mid and top lane, and I imagine that if I was Broken Blade, I would be saying Worth.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of turrets, a lot of gold getting picked up by the side of G2 just for that one kill. And with a minute left until this next Mountain Dragon actually spawns, we'll take another look at this last replay. Quad does a really good job creating a lot of space. The Equalizer not doing nearly as much damage as we would have wanted coming out for G2, but FlyQuest, they seem like they get out scot-free with almost all of that. However, they look for the re-engage, and I was very excited because it looked like the flamethrower is going the wrong direction, but Quad not able to do enough damage. We see Yike barely walking away from that one. Mickey also not taking the Frost Bomb on the backside of it. And with all of these members just walking out, it ends up being a terrifying situation. And when you see Whippo looking a little slender there, not having the tanky stats to actually come through here.
No, exactly, and I think that he was probably holding his head because he thought he'd set them up. And the dominoes just didn't fall down. They were kind of wobbling there a little bit, but G2 did not fall. And that could have been, like, it was a few, like, auto attacks away from it just being an absolute wipe. So very, very close there from FlyQuest, and of course they still have it in them. Let's see whether they can get it together and look for this next fight as the Dragon has spawned, and G2 right in position to collect themselves a soul point. And FlyQuest moving towards an empty Baron pit at this point in time, not feeling like they have any right to be heading on over and contesting for that position.
A little bit surprised.
Yeah.
Right, that's what we were looking at with FlyQuest. We were saying, hey, they got really good setups. Turns out that Maokai saplings are a bit of a pain in the butt to try and walk through when you got to go through every single one of those brushes. But FlyQuest give it up. They had an opportunity to be there first. They choose not to. And now G2, I mean, this Tristana is very, very strong at this point. Is at level... It's level 16. Still got a little bit more range to build up from there, but 4 items already completed, and it feels as though Caps and Hans Sommer in perfect position to take control of this game and take us to a third game.
100%. This Varus, absolutely terrifying, but you're exactly right. Caps, 4 items on Tristana. We know exactly what she can do. We've been seeing it all day, and in fact, G2 bore the brunt of it in game number 1, something that was then given over to G2 after Quad opts into the other side of the matchup.
Yep, so the LEC fans right there.
Yeah.
Pointing it out, just making sure, hey, everybody does know what's going on, trying to find even more. This game looking like it could be very, very kind of waiting for this
very waiting.
Spawn. Yeah,
it is a very waiting game. And maybe that waiting will pay off. Or maybe no one wants to fight Caps. And so
I don't want to fight.
We're both going to go home.
Well, now we have to do a little bit more of that waiting. We said there's going to be a lot of it, but the Baron buff is going to be spawning here in about 20 seconds. And finally, we do have FlyQuest there first this time. Around 100 souls just being crossed here from Moss, who does have a ton of extra range. Has the rapid fire cannon as well. So we'll be able to do some good damage here to Hans, Sama, and Caps throughout the course of these fights. But just as we were praising FlyQuest for their ability to set up for this Baron buff, they leave.
Yeah. So it's that little, the trade of vision here between the two teams. And the battle for mid lane control. We've been seeing this for many, many years.
Oh, Mickey. Okay.
Yeah. He's been going for plays, hasn't he? All game long. Might have an opportunity to do so once again here.
Yeah, it does get spotted out by that sapling. Hey, turns out that those are very good abilities. But we are also seeing Quad moving to the other side of the map, saying that Blip was having a bit of a tough time with the Western Go, as we do have a Baron getting actually started up.
Yeah, it is. And Caps is down here by himself. And this Baron is going down extraordinarily low. With Mickey looking for that turn, though. Caps is able to even take one down in the 1v. It's a double kill. He kills both of them. Never you mind. And now FlyQuest are being routed on the other side because, of course, it's a 4 versus 3. Busio now, yes, he's relatively tanky, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. No inner turret to run to. And it's going to take Yak a while, but he'll just punch, and then he'll punch and he'll ask questions later in those Vi quotes and things like that as he misses the Vault Breaker, and things are looking a bit yakety sacks. And he just lets him leave.
I mean,
that was weird.
That's a little bit weird. Ultimately, the Baron will be going over. I need to see a replay of what happened in the bottom lane because I was looking at everything in the top side of the map, and that means that Caps walks away with a double kill in the 1v2. G2 have a Baron power play to bring us even further into this one. They have total control. Caps looking to complete his build. Han Sama very close to finishing out as well, and G2 just feels as though they are a little bit better coordinated around all these neutral objectives in this game. They have the Baron buff. They will be able to create space for themselves around the Mountain Dragon. They should be able to crack open the base here, and it feels as though we are on par for a 5th game of the day. We'll take another look at this one, and Caps get some damage down. That's a lot coming out from the explosive shot, and great job just dodging out of everything. Does he get another explosive? Yeah, he does, and it's the minions that are actually ones who take him down.
Oh, with the help of some Leandri's damage there from Whippo, but unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough there from FlyQuest, and Caps really demonstrating that he is, in fact, a raid boss. And as soon as he flashes one ability, the double kill comes in. So G2 now with Baron surrounding them. Caps now pushing in the top side of the map. They're going to have all waves shoved towards FlyQuest. Can FlyQuest find themselves a team fight to get them back into this one? 5,000 gold isn't end of the world, but it's getting closer as Busio really wants to get into depth charge range. Doesn't have flash, so won't be able to do so, as now it's Whippo that's in trouble on the bottom side, and the rest of G2, they're just relying on the Caps global taunt, and they'll just win the game. Yes, congratulations. The Tristana is dead. Are you happy to trade her for a Nexus? I don't think they are, as the Magnet Storm comes in, and Mickey, he'll be taken down. It looks like this defense may work out, but it's a Nexus turret that is going to be destroyed here, as G2 are potentially even looking for more.
I mean, honestly, that's just absolutely insane. The fact that Caps is able to stall them out for as long as they do means that you get the bottom lane inhibitor, you get the bottom lane Nexus turret, and you can even back away and start playing for this Mountain Dragon, because FlyQuest committed 2 teleports and 3 members towards the top side in order to just take down 1 player from the other side. This is so monumental of a lead coming through for G2 in this game. Already up 6,000 gold. The Mountain Soul really going to putting a stop to almost everything, and it might be the spot where Caps is going to be having to deal with 3 people at a time and still getting a triple kill in those spots.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many people are actually required to avoid anyone dying if they want to take down Caps. You raise a very good point there. 6,000 gold is the lead, but there are souls and then there are souls. And I think Mountain Soul in this case, when FlyQuest were running out of damage as it was, is feeling like one of those nails in the coffin towards the end of the building process of the coffin, you know?
Yeah, it's a very tough position if you are a FlyQuest fan in this game, but now G2, they're lining up for potentially the last fight of the game. It will be a 5-on-5, and here's a teleport from Broken Blade.
Yeah, looking to make his way in. That's going to hold on to that minion there, as well as Equalizer comes down as soon as he gets there, but FlyQuest have the help of the turret, and the hook is going to connect as well. Broken Blade able to go golden to try and keep himself alive, and Caps has already taken down Busio with the explosive charge as he makes his exit. Remember what had happened earlier on? If this was a cooking show, this is what we prepared earlier. That dead inhibitor means that G2 can then move on over, take this one out. FlyQuest are distracted by the super minions, looking to bear down on their 1 remaining Nexus turret. It's just brute force, but it works out here for G2 as they'll open yet another door.
Yeah, ultimately, there's just too much damage coming up from the side of G2. We said it at the very beginning. G2 had about 4 times as much damage coming out as the FlyQuest composition, and with Quad being the primary damage dealer coming out from FlyQuest, watch out in his replay. He is forced to Valkyrie backwards. He is forced to Valkyrie away from the fight. He's not able to do damage for most of it because the Equalizer coming down from Broken Blade means that Quad and Inspired are already out, and then it becomes a 5v3 briefly. Busio ends up dying, and that is enough of a health disadvantage across the entire team that G2 able to open up the base of FlyQuest even further.
And it's 6 items almost here completed for Hans Sama. Just needs to grab himself a Zephyr, and he's a very, very happy Varus. Just doing so much DPS as he's popping these blight stacks over and over again in the new and improved version of the Varus. As this ward does not survive for very long, but at least Whippo is able to run really fast, so should be able to escape Yike, who is still chasing. Just trying to tell FlyQuest that they're not allowed outside of their base.
Yeah. I mean, there's nowhere else for G2 to be at this point. Just got to continue pushing them. And Quad.
Oh dear. Quad's going to get jump scared and destroyed.
All right, next challenger.
Yeah, Whippo turns up and he's like, oh, I'm going to run. And Udir's very good at that. Does have Ghost if he needs it. He does not, but he might use it now to try and join this fight. Masu just going to be eviscerated, and the wallets are getting real heavy. That is going to be the shutdown, so at least Hans Sama is going to fall, but so is the Nexus turret. And Caps, he can decide to end the game if he would like to, but first, he has got some revenge to pick up from after game number 1. G2 now looking to even the scoreline here against FlyQuest in game number 2 and do it with style here a little bit as well, as G2 will take down the second Nexus of the series and bring us all tied up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the studio gonna break that one down.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. It's 1-1, all tied up here as G2 take down FlyQuest in game number 2. That was a true NA versus EU classic right there. Back and forth, slobber knocker, until one of the teams decided they were going to take control, and it was the GOAT and the rest of his squad doing it right here as G2 take the victory. And now it is a sudden death. One team will move on to the semifinals and face Top Esports. The other one will be packing their bags on the nearest airport. And hopefully it's not that team, you know, with my NA bias. Welcome back, everyone. Degon alongside Ox and Wolf. Guys, that was crazy.
This game felt chaotic. This felt like both teams squared up and just headbutt each other, and whoever had the strongest skull won. And that ended up being G2. You know, Caps in particular has a very strong skull.
Yeah, I do think there were some decisions that were made by both squads that ended up backfiring. We did see a big focus on Broken Blade in the top lane. They really wanted to put this Rumble behind. I didn't hate the Udyr pick. We've seen it actually picked into the Rumble specifically a lot this year. And when Udyr first came back into the top lane, this was the matchup you saw it in most frequently, even after it got changed and was less common. And I feel like they did play around the Udyr pretty well. Unfortunately, there were some big mistakes as well. Like, we didn't see Masu ult when he hit level 6 in one of those fights, had a huge opportunity to get a kill there. You could really feel the tension of these two squads when it comes to how important this series is, this one best of 3.
Yeah, I also think we're seeing time and time again the Tristana just being such a powerful pick. We keep seeing Corki Tristana traded, and I feel like the Tristana is the better side of the matchup so often. It just scales so well. You know, I feel like we've had Tristana mid for such a long time, but this current iteration of AD carry items, she feels like so much stronger in the late game than she has before. Just an absolute monster, and Caps really managed to utilize that this game.
Yeah, 4 AP jungler bans on the side of G2. I was in the green room with Kangas, who was freaking out that we won game number 1, did FlyQuest. I threw a we in there. And we're just going through our list. Okay, we're kind of running out of AP junglers here. What do we got? The Maokai comes on through. Not a ton of AP damage there, given the fact that it felt like G2 knew exactly what FlyQuest wanted to do.
I feel like for me, when I watched the Maokai pick, I really liked it in terms of what it does into the dive, the big collapse. You have the Vi Tristana pushing through. Obviously, the Rumble can layer damage on top of that. I saw the pick as kind of more of a D-dive, like anti-dive, slow this down, re-engage type pick. But they constantly used it to try to find picks, try to barely reach out with the ultimate and catch somebody. And, you know, even listening to Joshi's kind of take on how they were going to be playing around this Maokai is kind of the opposite of how you'd see this play out in the LCK. So I was pretty surprised.
Yeah, we saw, I'm just going to say, the early mid game was hectic. We just saw this series of plays where we had a lot of back and forths.
Yep, this one's Top Esports and Gen G.
Yeah, this is from the earlier series. Well, 369 was playing really well, so credit to him. I do want to, I guess, just reminding everyone how good that series went.
They're just doing the LCK trio up here dirty again.
Guys, you know.
Hey, you know Gen G lost earlier, right, guys? Yeah, that's basically what.
T1's still in it. Okay.
We'll get the right replay up for you, but basically early on in the game, very, very hectic team fights here.
Yeah, and it felt like there was this constant situation where fights were being forced and then subsequently backfiring. And this one actually ended up going pretty chaotically. You know, they're diving pretty deep for Hans Sama here. It starts to work out for FlyQuest initially, and there's just this really weird passage of play where, like, Yike goes in without having ultimate, and then Masu backs away.
Walks in again.
And then he walks in. He's like, oh, there's a Tristana there. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, I did check, you know, his stats. He's now 4-4 career on the Senna. You know, a pick he didn't seem very comfortable on here, but I think not necessarily a dig on him or his proficiency with the champion. But again, the tension in the series, you have all this momentum on your side. There were definitely some big mistakes made. The build, he went for IE as well. We were a little bit critical of how this one all shook out. Wasn't able to do that much damage this game.
Yeah, I also feel like when you have such a tanky front line, but your back line is like Senna Corki, they're not high DPS picks. Like, compared to the Tristana and the Varus, they will cut through anything in the late game, but it feels like you only really have burst with that composition, and especially when the enemy team gets Mountain Dragon stacked up and then a Soul, it becomes really hard to cut through.
Let's take a look at highlight number 3 here, as again, G2 taking control, but this time on the top side of the map. A nice little look here for FlyQuest to kick it off.
I mean, FlyQuest trying to get in here and pick the backline. It's a really nice wraparound. Obviously, the Dawning Shadow here is going to get insane value, but bigger than that is the Zhonya's here for Broken Blade. I think at this time an arm guard, but buying enough time for the turnaround here. And this is exactly what Ox is talking about. Look at how much damage Hans Sama is able to do. He's just going to rip through this Knowledge. There's no escape. There's no turnaround. There's not enough staying power in this composition for them to win it after such a great setup, such a great initiation. If they had a traditional AD carry with this comp in this game state, I think it looks a lot better for them.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if they had, I mean, it's the fact they didn't have the damage to the top lane, like Udyr wasn't doing that much damage, and then the Corki and the Senna, if you had like a different AD carry or like the Tristana instead of the Corki, I think all these things would have made those team fights just feel a bit better.
Yeah, and as we take a look at our final highlight of the game here in game number 2, this was just indicative of the type of play that we expect from Caps in a 1v2 super fed Tristana.
And Quad clearly is feeling desperate here because he Valkyries in like, I need a hell Whippo, and he actually takes the damage from the bomb that was stacked onto Whippo, which puts him into easy kill range for Caps. And while this fight is happening, they're trying to contest this Dragon 3v4. They've just lost that 2v1 on the bot side, and it just completely goes out of their control.
Yeah, really rough fight here around the Baron, and it's just all a big disaster. And I feel like there was a certain moment where they lost control of the map completely. The Udyr isn't able to pressure in sides, and then from those moments on, they're constantly trying to fish for setup, trying to fish for these Maokai setups, and it's just unfortunately not going to work out when you lose that 2v2 in the top lane, or bottom lane, excuse me, the side. They're already on the Baron, just kind of out of tools here, and I feel like FlyQuest absolutely could have won this game if they played the mid game a little bit cleaner. This third game feels like it's anyone's to take.
Absolutely. I mean, we can look at draft and say, okay, maybe you get an AP jungler a little bit earlier, or have a comp that has a little bit more AP damage somewhere in there. On the opposite side, G2 feel very comfortable. They've been in this position before. Will they be able to bounce back? We'll find out after this short break. Game number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EWC. I'm Atlas, joined by Joshi here as we look towards game number 3 between G2 and FlyQuest, and that is not something I was expecting to say, sir.
I was not expecting it either. I was expecting this to be a little bit faster, and the fact that FlyQuest had such a dominant game 1 and then game 2 also happened for them means that we are now in a position where we are looking at a third game between these two teams, and like you were saying before, the last game of day 2 of the Esports World Cup.
Exactly. The last game of the quarterfinals here as well. And G2 has to do it if we're going to have every region represented in the semis. And FlyQuest, they could add 50% freedom to the semifinals if they win. That would be absolutely crazy.
That would be the most semifinals in an international event that NA has had probably since like 2012.
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
It's definitely been a while. So looking forward to seeing what they're able to do here, whether it is going to be FlyQuest answering back or whether G2 have just found their stride, you know, found their form. And of course, this is a team that does just like to play a whole bunch of different things. And we'll see what it's going to be as we look towards the draft for game number 3. I'm wondering what's the pocket pick that's going to come out? What is it going to be?
Well, we might finally learn why Yike has been hovering in Nivea pretty much every single time we have seen him. But I have this sneaking suspicion that Whippo is going to bring something out that nobody was really expecting him to. And
like Udyr?
Oh man, well hopefully something a little bit more active than the Udyr. I would love to see something like maybe reprising a role as a Jax. It's not a champion that we have been seeing nearly as much these days, but is something that could create a lot of pressure off in the sideline.
As long as there's no Rumble, I'm psyched about it because I think that that's going to be first on the chopping block and was certainly a good idea to remove that in game number 1. And now with side selection, definitely a possibility. So the countdown has started, ladies and gentlemen. It is very close to the final game that we have here for day number 2. And all we'll have for you after this, the semifinals.
I want to do a countdown real quick. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rumble ban.
In a brand ban. All right, well, Whippo is definitely not nearly as known for his Rumble as Broken Blade is. I feel as though Broken Blade has made a name for himself on the Rumble throughout his play on TSM in Europe and then back in Europe again. But we do see the Ivern ban coming through, and I really like taking that off the table because it's a champion that if you don't have a lot of experience playing against it, it can be really tough to adjust your expectations over the course of a single series.
I also think that if there's a player that's good at navigating Ivern, then you just want to get rid of it because it's very, very frustrating. So I agree with you. What the final ban is going to be interesting, though, because we've got, like, okay, we're just against trees. Fly do not want the trees to be involved today.
Well, there's no Rumble, so they can't have the type advantage going into the trees. You got to make sure.
No brand either.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
wow, that's a lot.
Being removed.
So, with all this already getting banned, we still have no real touching of the mid lane coming through, right? We don't have the Corki taken away. The Tristana is still available. We still have all the other counter picks towards the Corki at the same time. We oftentimes see that a lot of people will like the Corki or the Tristana, but some people will play the Hui or the Aziri, even as Faker likes to do. And FlyQuest is saying, yeah, we'll take either side of that matchup, honestly. We're happy to play the Tristana, we're happy to play the Corki. It does not really matter. We will do either of them. Instead, they will be going over towards the Leona, which has been Busio's most played in spring.
And it's also just really, really strong on this patch. I think it's a great first pick here, and she really has been climbing up the priority list rankings so far this tournament. So good to see it locked in. As Broken Blade going to make his decision, and like you were mentioning before, kind of a plethora of options when it comes to the mid lane, and the Tristana being the highest priority. I love this because we've seen so many Corkis picked, and then so many teams lose.
Yes.
So I actually think that prioritizing the Tristana makes a lot more sense, and that is what G2 are going to do here.
It definitely feels a little bit more comfortable for Caps, right? He's able to be a little bit more proactive. You have the crowd control coming out with the Buster Shot. You have the ability to just take down structures if nobody has been matching you, and that has been one of the major themes that we have been seeing so far at the Esports World Cup, is that Tristanas are being allowed to just sit inside lanes and hit structures with nobody really interfering with them.
It's true. And then another one that has been working out quite well also in the Braum, the answer to the Tristana. Didn't work, the Leona. Didn't work in game number 1. We'll see whether Mickey X is going to be able to make it happen this time without having to worry about a Tristana pushing the door out of position. That is definitely not what you want to see. As there is the Karthus being considered and locked away, so not going to be leaving Inspired's pick until the next round, making sure that they lock that one in. This could once again, though, be that dangerous position that we saw gen.g in, where the Karthus composition didn't quite have enough range in the neutral, and it didn't really work out.
Yeah.
So G2, they can try and play into that.
But one of the crucial differences is that this time it's not playing into the Ivern, right? We did see that just having a champion in the jungle who loved building supportive items with the redemption, just neutralizing a lot of the damage that the Karthus was doing, and also just making it very hard to land those Skittles, very difficult to counter poke anything that the Ivern was setting up, does mean that this Karthus is going to be a little bit more available. However, with the Ashe going over, we are once again seeing G2 having a pair of marksmen that are going to burn through anything later in the game with the amount of just raw DPS that they can put into targets.
Exactly. Looks like the Bandle City infiltration of Freljord on the side of G2. Do like to see it, as the next round of bans going to be targeting some 80 carries from Masu. I think that the Ezreal, definitely a well-deserved ban, well-deserved respect for the man as well, who did have such a good game in the first one. Still plenty of options, of course, but where are FlyQuest going to be considering? Because I imagine Broken Blade, someone they probably want to try and address, but still a few things to be looked at as Yikes champion pool comes under fire, as Lilia, first ban that we see for her here in this draft.
Yeah, I really like this Lilia ban as well. You're already looking at the double marks when you have to start looking at where you're going to be bringing the magic damage with no Rumble available up on the top side. There's not a lot of other options there that we are commonly seeing these days. The Lilia getting taken off the table. I'm actually kind of expecting something like a Nidalee ban, or I mean, the Maokai is already taken off the table. Just make sure that there is nothing that Yike can comfortably play, or really push him down towards that, you know, B or C tier junglers in order to try and find a lot of the magic damage that G2 is desperately needing.
Absolutely. And then they could possibly push Broken Blade towards something like a cannon or something like that on the top side if they're desperate for magic damage. But with the Rumble Band, of course, the premier magic damage dealer for the top lane, they're not going to have it. Mordekaiser comes to mind as well, that 369 certainly did extraordinarily well in our previous series. This one is a very different one. Twisted Fate, though, going to be taken away. Now, Han Sama, what's it going to be? What's going to be the lock-in as the Xin Zhao, the consideration?
I mean, it would make sense. It is a very common pick when there's not a lot of magic damage dealers left in the jungle. Xin Zhao oftentimes becomes one of these premier picks. I do not like the Ziggs. I don't expect it to come through, especially when you already have a Karthus. You really love having solo magic damage when it is a Karthus or a Ziggs. They both like being by themselves. And even into a Xin Zhao, as somebody who has played a lot of games into Xin Zhao's, I love playing triple range compositions. You don't want to do that into that champion, but instead it is going to be FlyQuest saying, hey, we don't care. We can kill everybody else, and then the Xin Zhao will be the last one they have to deal with at the end. So FlyQuest, a lot of range, but not a lot of easy ways to take down this very strong front line that has materialized.
Speaking of frontline, that is what FlyQuest are looking for now. The Renekton going to be locked in. That's a little bit more early game brawling power for Bwipo towards the top side. His blind pick choice into Broken Blade as well. I feel like it's a bit of a dangerous one, because there are a lot of options that you can take into it. That is Dr. Mundo.
Yes, I think that G2 absolutely have the better draft from this position. One, the Mundo has a pretty decent matchup into the Renekton up in the top lane. Two, even though Mundo does not have the free magic resist built into his kit like he used to, there's not the same kind of just raw DPS coming out from the side of FlyQuest that G2 has access to. It means that it's going to be very difficult to take down this Mundo every single time one of these fights is actually going to start. And with the very limited crowd control that FlyQuest has access to, the passive for Broken Blade goes absolutely nuts. You can't use the stun from Bwipo. You don't really want to use your stuns coming out from Busio on this character either. And so suddenly, it means that Broken Blade is just always going to be free to run havoc in the FlyQuest lines.
Mundo does what he pleases, is what you're saying.
This is where he goes.
And that is absolutely true. I really hope that it's going to be corporate Mundo as well. I cannot wait for those TPS reports to be on my desk by Monday. And I haven't seen Dr. Mundo in so incredibly long, outside of, you know, the game in the Baron Pit when you just throwing cleavers at one another. But that's the only thing that I've seen. I really just haven't seen Dr. Mundo for many
Corporate
years.
Mundo.
Yeah, and it has to be. It is, and obviously it has to be. There is only one skin for Mundo. Yeah. Did you know that? Like the other skins are actually disabled.
There's not actually even a base skin. It is just corporate. Yeah. Now, one of my big things, one of my favorite stories is I have like an 80% win rate as Mundo in Clash, just because I only ever pick it when it wins the game on the spot, and this one absolutely has the Joshi seal of approval. This is one of those games where it's like, oh yeah, this is a Mundo angle. We can just win this one off the bat. We'll see how effectively Broken Blade can navigate it.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what Orcs is going to be like when Ziggs loses a game, if indeed you are correct, or whether once again we're going to have a bus ride consumed by Ziggs' conversation about how well he navigated this Mundo and wanting to run and throw cleavers at him and all this sort of stuff. But G2 definitely feeling like they have identified what a lot of the problems were for them and realizing what strengths need to be denied on the side of FlyQuest. Still, a lot of tools there, and we have seen that the Corki matchup into Tristana has been Tristana favored today, but yesterday wasn't necessarily the case, and it can certainly flip back and forth. Yeah. FlyQuest, the fact that they even won game one was way more than I was expecting from them. I'm just looking forward to seeing whether they can come out swinging here in game three.
I think the big thing that they're going to have to deal with is it does feel as though Caps woke up between games 1 and game 2, had a massive play there in the second game, and this time looking to carry the rest of his team into the semifinals.
Well, let's just see how it does go as we are onto the Rift for game number 3. Do or die for both FlyQuest and for G2. Look at that, he's got his little car and he's making his way out. One of those skins, like some of them, I get upset because I'm afraid of change. You know, I'm an old man. Like, for example, Junkyard Trundle, I was very, very upset when that got changed, even though it technically looks way better, but he lost his one pink Converse shoe, and that was really sad. This skin just got better.
It was already one of the best skins in the game, and now it just is fantastic. The car just coming through, just making sure he's already there. It would have to be one of the best cars in the League of Legends universe, right? You think he probably went up to Piltover, got all the arcade money, was able to spend it on that car, and this is the opportunity to showcase exactly how effective he can be by already creating a lot of pressure up in the top side. The big thing that I always look at with the Mundo is even though Renekton has a lot of pressure whenever he tries to jump onto you, you have a really good passive, right? The stun doesn't do the same kind of damage, and if anything bad happens, you just throw some briefcases at him, and there's nothing left to do.
Yep. And there's a lot of mini games as well. You know, of course, like you need to just stamp on the stuff. And I think, you know, Zach has very recently been in the meta, so it is something that our top laners aren't going to be too confused about. And of course, there is always that Mundo guy that you meet in solo queue. They're always there. They always remind you that Mundo can be just impossible to deal with. And I often wonder why we don't see it more here in pro play. Or I just don't think about Mundo because we haven't seen it in so incredibly long. As Inspired now moving towards the top side of the map, looking for some vertical jungling here, and Yike could be in a rough spot if he doesn't pick up on exactly what Inspired is doing here as he's looking to just take away a whole bunch of his stuff.
And G2 will be none the wiser for this one, right? They have the ward going down onto the Raptors on the far side of the map, but unfortunately for G2, it's very easy for Inspired to just not do that one. And so Inspired going to be clearing out some of these very high-value camps. And a bit of an interesting path, right? Skipping over the red buff, trying to make sure he does not get spotted in case Yike tries to clear things out relatively quickly, and in a perfect position to potentially go for a dive.
Yeah, Broken Blade actually already down relatively low as Inspired getting into position. Not exactly the tankiest, so the dive angle is a scary one, but Yike going to realize that his stuff has been removed and is now going to head towards his red buff. That one's still there. The Krugs, unfortunately, have been taken away. Yep. So Inspired now back towards his blue side of the map. Will be able to take Gromp Wolves and then into his red side clear and find himself with a decent advantage as Broken Blade continuing to struggle here a little bit into Bwipo. And by a little bit, I mean kind of a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the matchup does get better for Mundo with time. Right now, it is very tough. He is going to have to use a teleport to get back to land. But one of the small things that we did see is when Yike went over towards the red buff, we did see Quad throw down this ward right here. So Inspired will know when Yike does come in for these counter jungles, which he will very much need to do.
Well, gets that ward in. just after Inspired is able to take down the Raptors. Mickey moving on up as well. Inspired just going to give up on the red buff. Not too worried about that one. Just going to make sure he continues the power farm. As Busio and Masu are going to have to leave, try and help out their jungler here. As Yike still on the red. We'll be able to secure that. So it is going to be a decent start for the Xin Zhao, actually, as all things do shake out. Quad down to 200 as Caps. He's the one putting on the pressure here in this lane now.
Yeah, Quad has to be very careful because they don't necessarily have full information of what was going on in the bottom half of their jungle. That's part of why he's leaning towards the top half of his lane. But Yike moves towards the top half of the map, and he's going to be able to equalize a lot of the early pressure that Inspired put through. And now Yike, ooh, I thought he might have gone for a flash. Wind becomes lightning there, but instead they will spot out Inspired, and that means that Yike just needs to push us in to deny some minions.
Yeah, Yike actually is coming on over very aggressively there as Inspired. Speaking of Wind becoming lightning, it's going to be affected by that momentarily. Wall of Pain comes down to spot exactly where Yike is, and one Skittle going to be eaten. I'm wondering what flavor it was.
Looked blue, so probably one of those tropical ones is now.
Yeah, Yike is going to come down. Doesn't manage to take the Rift Scuttler, but is going to be able to at least audaciously charge, which was cool.
Yeah. And it is going to be Yike going back and getting the second spawn of all these jungle camps. So Inspired is going to take the time to go towards the top side. This is a very large minion wave, and Broken Blade now has no passive, but no stun either for Whippo, meaning that it's just going to be a contest here for the Krugs.
Yep. Inspired is going to have a whole bunch of friends, though, as the Wall of Pain not quite doing anything at all. Defile comes in. He has tried to flash away, and then he's just dead. That is first blood going over to the Mundo, and that's what he read on the graphs that he was throwing around. He was like, I just have to weather the storm because first blood's coming in.
Seemed like a bit of a miscommunication there between the top laner and the jungler for FlyQuest as Inspired goes over towards the Krug. He's like, yeah, I can go ahead and do this, but you knew where Yike was, you knew what was going on, and Whippo not able to get there in time to support the jungler. Does give over that first blood, and this is around the time where you start looking at the Mundo matchup becoming a lot better. Around level 6 is where Broken Blade can really start to have a bit more fun.
Well, Mike actually not going to find the Wind becomes lightning there as Whippo is just kind of a brick wall. Inspired's moving in here. Speaking of walls, it's going to go down, but that is double flashes away from one crocodile. That is evolutionary prowess right there as Caps and Quad continue to do battle.
Yeah, the fact that Whippo really showcasing how wide he can really be in these games, really necessary in this third game of FlyQuest want to continue their journey here at the Esports World Cup. But Busio running into Mickey here.
Yep, bit of supportal combat. You love to see it. And it's not going to eventuate in too much at all because there is barely any damage between the two. But they will still do it.
I love the mechanics that you see between these two players, right? As they go back and forth, like that little bit of a wiggle, right? It's like, oh, am I going to hit you? Or am I not going to hit you?
Would it matter if I hit you?
Would it matter? No, not really. But FlyQuest does pick up the 3 grubs on the first pass through here. And now,
Quad in good position. Yeah, exactly. Mickey trying to keep him interested. Yike, I think, has popcorn chickens on the mind, so he is going to move on over and collect that one. Meanwhile, everything kind of just evening out once again. First blood, of course, over to G2. Bit of extra money there, but it's only spelt about a 300 gold advantage, despite it being 400 in the back pocket as far as that actual gold difference. FlyQuest actually doing a great job holding on to that lead that is mainly due to Inspired farming a little bit faster than that of Yike so far.
I mean, you kind of look across the board at where the money is, and it pretty much...
Oh, this wave state's doomed.
Oh, yeah. Especially now that everybody's coming up. But G2 should, if they really need to, they can push that one in. Mickey will be joining them. Yike will be coming up in just a moment as well. And, oh, man, as this wave is getting ready to push out, Whippo is going to be allowed to shove it in if he wants to with Yike removing himself from the situation.
Yep. So finally is going to be moving back towards Broken Blade. He was getting impatient there as Caps just auto-attacking. And that's working out very nicely. Some of these rockets actually connecting from Quad, though. Not that big one, though, towards the end. And he'll be able to clear out the wave with the fast bomb and then look to go for a bit of a reset, perhaps, unless Caps is going to continue relentlessly shove these waves in. 2v2, yeah, Arrow coming out of base here. And this is so dangerous. Arrow is going to connect. He kind of eats it with the slice there, which was pretty cool, but there is The kill going over to Broken Blade. Flash out from Busio, and the Requiem not really doing too much of anything at all. Wind becomes lightning. Busio gets under the turret, but they're looking to try and dive him anyway. Winter's Fight comes through, and that is the trade kill. Looking pretty fantastic there. Busio making the best out of a bad situation.
Really good stuff from Busio to turn that around, make sure to get a pass at first, and Inspired will at least pick up something for the troubles. He did throughout the ultimate get a little bit of money from the assist and the first strike, but will also be grabbing this Hextech Dragon for FlyQuest. And so even though the kills are starting to go in the favor of G2, FlyQuest are keeping themselves in a pretty good position in terms of the neutral objectives. However, the one big thing that we're looking at is this Mundo suddenly has 3 kills all of a sudden, Atlas.
Yeah.
We are going to be seeing this this Mundo become so strong in these later game fights, and we already were saying Corki and the Ziggs, with the amount of burst that they do and not the same kind of DPS over the course of these long fights, this Mundo is going to be in heaven.
Yeah, it's going to need to be a lot of Leandries picked up from the magic damage dealers on FlyQuest, I think, if they want to have any chance of doing any damage whatsoever. Some bouncing bombs coming in here as Busio looks to try and get the stun down. Hansama looking to turn it as best he can. There's a Mega Inferno bomb, and the bouncing bomb going to be picked up, and Hansama is lying on the ground. He definitely does have a bit of a short fuse here, this Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, the passive does end up coming through, but the biggest thing is Hansama blowing both the flash and the cleanse in that last one. Will be down for the grubs, will be down for the dragon when it does spawn. And so the little bit of extra gold going over to Masu could pay dividends again, as Quad has to be careful as Mickey running him down, but not a lot of support. Inspired is here first.
Yeah, it was sort of just Mickey. So thankfully Quad is able to get out of there. Inspired, like you were talking about, rotating over, but realizes there isn't too much danger. So FlyQuest actually moving back towards a slight gold advantage as this wave is gobbled up by the Crocodile. Broken Blade should be able to answer it. Still, G2 in just fine of a position. And the thing I am worried about is the critical mass angle of the Mundo.
Yeah.
Because when he gets there, you know, like you say, maybe that's just the whole story of the game. And jostling for position isn't going to be a thing we need to focus on, as Quad might need to focus as well, as he does Valkyrie away. He's going to be all right. So there's the Warmogs. Going to be completed here for Broken Blade, as that health bar just got a whole lot thicker.
Yeah. It also makes the top lane very difficult for the Renekton to play, because normally you're like, well, I'm going to trade my cooldowns for your HP bar, and Broken Blade is like, great, your Slice and Dice is on a longer cooldown than my Warmogs.
Hansama in a little bit of a rough position here. Masu not finding all of the bombs, but it doesn't matter, because Inspired has this thing that goes around him that just does damage.
Yeah.
So the Ashe is dead.
One of the things that I have learned is that close does count in hand grenades, and Ziggs does have a lot of those, and now he's got some free time left alone with the bottom side turret. Now, good thing for G2, they did get a couple of the Void Grubs themselves, so no Twitch chatters coming out for FlyQuest to try and help them out to actually attack these turrets, but FlyQuest, this actually seems like one of their better games in terms of just creating pressure around the map, right? Pulling and pushing G2 into places where they want them to be. Take a look at this last play. I don't think there's a whole lot to really analyze here, Alice. Hansama, wrong place, wrong time. Ends up just getting hit by a lot of danger circles.
Yeah, that was he was in a minefield, like quite actually, and that would be my response as well. It's like, where do you want me to walk?
My bad. Yep.
Yeah, not a lot of options. So Broken Blade with his gigantic health bar is walking towards Bwipo. That just doesn't have as many of those little blocks as you can see.
Yeah, I really love whenever Warmogs is like popular in the top lane and you're a champion that can build it, because you can do this and you just start mogging on people, right? You just walk up to them, you just stay directly out of range of them, and they have to watch you heal. And Busio coming around here, I don't think there's enough crowd control between these two to lock him down.
Well, see what can happen here as Bwipo is able to at least stop Broken Blade from being able to get too much value. Caps now getting a bit of a push on here towards the bottom side. Still about a minute and a half left on plates, and we'll see whether Caps is able to get any of those. Masu is going to have a whole bunch of bad guys in the lane. There's not going to be any minions to help out, as that satchel charge was beautiful. That's going to make Orcs very happy. Use it defensively, ladies and gentlemen. Don't use it aggressively.
Yeah.
That's what I've learned. And also don't position quite like that. As the Requiem's coming down, can anything happen here? No, not quite able to do enough damage just yet. Is Inspired. Does have the Blackfire Torch done, but it's not quite. Still, G2 are going to have to back away, and the Ziggs will survive.
Yeah, really good stuff, like you said, using that defensively. And now Busio looking to try and use things offensively, potentially looking for a dive, but Caps dissuades them.
Yeah.
Just enough damage in the explosive shot. Busio not going to be able to find anything there. We do have another Dragon, and the Rift Belt spawning in about 40 seconds, and Mickey X does not have a lot of HP to play with.
Yeah, and now Busio might be in the wrong spot. Still a lot of damage, and he does get one back. Make that two! It's a phosphorus one just before Caps dives in. Still he's able to get the Leona, but that's a great trade for FlyQuest.
Really good stuff. That's also perfect opportunity to use the Satchel Charge aggressively. There's no threat to you whatsoever, and now FlyQuest find themselves a couple of kills, trying to build up the gold lead as Broken Blade does not care.
Maybe he needs to care a little bit more, but no, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just presses R and everything's A-okay. Yeah, look at that. Stock's really on the rise right now at Mundo Corp.
And we'll see the Warmogs come through as well. He will be full health in just a moment. We'll take another look at this last fight as Mickey throws out the Glacial Fissure, thinks that they have enough damage, knows that Masu's ult is down, and even though the arrow comes through and finds its way onto Busio, there's just so much damage coming out between Ziggs and Corki when you are able to just hit members by themselves. The burst comes through. These players are not yet tanky, and in fact, will likely never be.
Well, Busio now might once again find himself in a rough position, but maybe what we've learned is that that's exactly what makes him the happiest, because he presses W, becomes basically immortal, and buys enough time for the rest of his team to come on over. It's going to be the Drake, though, started up here by G2, looking to even the score on that front. They should be able to do it without FlyQuest moving on in, as they are at least hovering around the area, but no vision available, and a little bit too dangerous to try and face check.
And FlyQuest, while they do have to be worried about this Mundo, we have not yet seen the Doctor move anywhere out of the top lane. I guess that's just where he currently pleases to be, but
he has meetings.
He does have a lot of important meetings with Whippo. But the big thing that they do have going for them is they will be doing a lot of damage later on in the game, and without the same kind of access to a redemption that we saw from earlier today, Inspired is going to be doing a lot of damage every single time with these Requiems. I would love to see, you know, not necessarily going towards a lot of like magic penetration, but just going directly towards things like the Rabadons, so you can actually blow up these squishy members and force them back. You don't need to kill the entire team. You just need to kill or convince the other team that it is not worth the fight, and keeping them low is a great way to do that.
Now, Busio was on vision there momentarily as FlyQuest, all right, I think they're done with this. Mundo is just on the phone in the laning phase. It's just rude. And now Broken Blade could be in trouble. Let's see whether the Soul Flare is going to do enough. They have a fair bit of CC up here towards this top side, but they're going to need all of it. Wow. There he goes. Whippo able to get his revenge. The arrow not quite positioned in the right spot. But Caps still able to grab that first turret of the game. G2 still utilizing the time necessary to take down Broken Blade.
And Caps at the same time, he's going to get a lot more damage onto the second structure as well. Yike is here to help them out. He's just going to be traded for that first kill and the top lane turret, as this sets up a perfect position. We've been seeing Tristanas consistently be uncontested in the side lane. Masu!
Yeah, that is Satchel Charge used just to try and get to the other side of the map a little bit faster, and that's going to require his flash to get out of the way. Inspired has spent a lot of time with Shelly, and that is going to cost them both their outer turret bottom lane, outer turret mid lane, and a little bit more. Still, they were able to get outer on the top side as well in response. Is okay, Whippo looking for a bit of an angle, but they don't have the man advantage unless maybe the Requiem can try and turn that. Caps down relatively low, Whippo out of cooldowns for the minute. And G2 looking to just back away. This game is neck and neck though, Joshi.
It is so close so far. We're seeing that the Requiem not doing a whole lot of damage just quite yet, but we know that it's only a matter of time before Caps comes right back down here to finish what they started with that structure. They got a lot of vision control, and FlyQuest, Whippo does have the flash, but Caps wisely not going to be tempting fate in this one, but he doesn't see.
Yeah, there's the Dominus, and he gets back around. That actually looked really cute there, Whippo, and he's a happy man, a bit of a giggle. The classic rock side to side from Whippo there as he pushes this minion wave towards the turret, and he'll go back home. It's a nice kill, 2-1-0 now, and he has Blade of the Ruined King. on this Renekton to try and answer all of the health being built up by Broken Blade, but it helps him cut down a Tristana as well.
Oh, for sure. It does a lot as a melee champion. We'll take another look at this, and this is just a really good understanding of player psychology coming out from Bippo, right? Knowing that as soon as you actually see the rocket jump, he's just going to be on the other side of that wall. Like, that's why he's there. He wants to recall in that one spot. And you just need to get onto him one time, and he will not have the opportunity to react to anything.
Even had the Merc Treads, I believe, at the time as well. Still not able to get out of the way. And, of course, rocket jump being on cooldown meant that his only option was to walk pretty slowly. And that doesn't quite work, as Broken Blade making a call here in the brush. Doesn't quite have enough of an arm to throw that briefcase towards Bwippo right there next to the wall.
We haven't talked about the fact there's a mountain dragon.
Oh, let's do that.
Soul coming into that one, because you know who really likes bonus resistance?
Oh, God.
Mundo really likes some of that, because look at these two items he's built. That is just straight HP. You add some more resistance to that, and he becomes
build, man.
so ridiculously tanky. It really is. He's going to be very difficult to take down. The burst coming through from the rest of FlyQuest. We were saying that we really want to see Leandri's Blackfire Torch is kind of in the same vein, but it's not necessarily going to be as much damage.
Broken Blade could be in trouble here as Bwippo's still going aggressive. Still, he just walks real fast, presses R. Things should be all right. As he even took his jacket off. See that? That's why he's so much quicker. Not going to be hindered by that one. You don't have that much flexibility, you know, in a Blazer.
Absolutely. That's why whenever I go to a business meeting, I take my jacket off. I just need to be aerodynamic in case something ends up going wrong in all these plays. But Broken Blade does not need to back away now, because Bwippo used everything. That was the ultimate in order to try and get on top of Broken Blade. But now does have the tier 2 boots as well. Got the Heart Steel proc. And this is going to be one of the things that we will have to pay attention to, is how much we'll actually see them as Caps jumps away.
That's the buffer on the Solar Flare. The flash forward from Busio doesn't quite do it, though. And that is the value of Merc Treads, ladies and gentlemen. Tenacity is king. Arrow is going to sail by. Bwippo sees it. He does.
Says hello.
As you can see there, adjusts his hair, you know, because the arrow went by and he caught the breeze, and then he had to adjust the hair back again. Beautiful.
Starting up this Dragon FlyQuest, at least thinking about it, and Bwippo's like, I don't know what's going on over here at all, but that will be a first Mountain Dragon going over towards G2, making Broken Blade that much more difficult to take down, and the rest of the team also likes a little bit of armor magic resist as well. But G2, one of the things that we have been seeing is they've been a little bit better at picking up all of these objectives for free. That's how they were able to slowly build up advantages in the last game that we saw. And as we start looking into this one, again, I'm just waiting for Caps to be uncontested in one of these side lanes, as he is once again trying to find this low HP top lane turret.
Yeah, he's looking a little contested now with Busio in the area. Quad, though, not going to be overextending this time around. That is good news for us. Quad has been finding himself caught in a few more positions so far this series, as Broken Blade getting cut down by Bwippo once again. Let's see whether he can actually finish the job. The answer is probably not, and then Broken Blade spends some time standing still and then gets all of his health bar back, and then Bwippo has to do it again, unless...
Yike.
Yeah, Yike is going to come in and ruin his day. Bwippo does press the R button. Let's see what he can get done here. Yike is just dead. He is eaten by a crocodile, and now Broken Blade is also struggling. Has to flash away, and Hans Sama sinks his arrows in and is able to take him down. Now Quad taking matters into his own hands as well, and I don't know whether that was necessarily the right move, as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes down and hits absolutely nothing. Busio does connect the Zenith Blade, but the flash out from Mickey is going to be able to get him to safety. Damn, Bwippo's an absolute monster here in this top lane, but still, I think that one works out for G2.
Yeah, just seeing the way that he's starting to build this means that he's doing so much damage to all of these individuals. He has a ton of burst, and unfortunately, the Crescent Guard only helps you against range champions. It does not give you the same kind of advantage going up against Bwippo. And as we take another look at this, we'll get to see how Bwippo just looks at Yike and says, what if this guy just wasn't around there? All that percent health damage coming through, the Requiem helping him out, and you know if Bwippo got that next Q to come out just a moment faster, he'll be able to take down the top laner as well. And unfortunately, Quad goes a little too aggressive, does not realize that there is, in fact, an Iceman just waiting around that corner, ends up going down. But the gold lead building up a little bit here for G2.
Yeah. I'm a bit perplexed. I like the gusto, I like the vibes from Quad, but I'm sure FlyQuest fans didn't really like the result of that particular play. Still, I think that FlyQuest are in a fine position at this point as we check out Broken Blade, just driving his sweet convertible towards that bottom side of the map. And when Renekton builds items like this, I feel like he's a whole lot more fun. Like, bruiser items are cool and all, and you do become that beefcake. You can be a pseudo frontline and stuff like that. But if you just have, like, full assassination, I'm going to murder my lane opponent type items.
What was that lethality item that gave you an extra dash called? Prowler's Claw.
Yeah,
Prowler's Claw Renekton is one of the funnest ways to play that champion of all time.
Almost as fun as Prowler's Claw Lee Sin, where you get to do all of those really fancy
great animations
and stuff.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, just all the cool things that you could do with the Renekton. We'll see how much more Whippo can do in these games. With FlyQuest, they're continuing to send Quad, and Busio has been spending a lot of time around the top side of the map without necessarily finding a whole lot of opportunities to be aggressive. But Masu already got 2 items completed. Inspired has 2 items completed. We see Quad on the 2, and here's another member.
This is going to be very difficult for him to get out of, as he does have a door, but they were already in the house, unfortunately. Hansama taken down to about 50% as it's a decent Mega Inferno Bomb. And now FlyQuest should be able to get towards this outer turret and take that one down somewhat quickly, not even needing the satchel charge there for the execution as Hansama. Ooh, mini stun into the wall there as well. He is able to back away. Is this Requiem going to do enough is the question. No, it's not, but still, he's going to be out of the fight. Caps completes an Infinity Edge, but now he needs to get back into the battle to try and help out G2 as FlyQuest getting that turret puts them towards gold parity and gives them a decent opportunity to battle for this Drake that's coming up in 50 seconds, and they have to. Joshi, they've been giving away too many dragons.
Too many dragons. Can I also just point out how Quad just hooked that arrow for his jungler? That's the kind of mid laner you want. Even on the Gorky, taking the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, taking the bullet for them, and now Whippo looking to try and make sure someone on G2 does not make it towards this dragon fight. Just kidding, he's going to be backing away. But like you're calling out, Inspired now with no Requiem is not going to be able to do the same kind of damage. However, Masu will have the Mega Inferno Bomb. There is still a lot of opportunities to layer that with Whippo's ultimate.
Ooh, nice sidestep there from Busio to avoid the briefcase. Inspired will be able to grab the red buff, but now moving towards that top side. FlyQuest, I think, need to focus on this one. 10 seconds till that dragon. They have so much zone control if they need it, as the door now put on cooldown here by FlyQuest before any fight has really broken out.
Where's Whippo going? He has an opportunity to run up towards this Tri-Brush, but he would get spotted by the wave.
Yeah,
he has to move soon.
He's an assassin as well. As now Inspired, can you actually win the 50-50 on this one? Yike looking to try and lock that one down. There it is for FlyQuest, and now Whippo's found the backline. Caps possibly in trouble. The slices, the dices, it doesn't work because he's so squishy. Flash out from the Mega Inferno Bomb, and these health bars are so low. Where is the Requiem? There it is. Is it going to get the kills? There goes Yike. So he's able to take down one, but can they get the rest of these low health bars? That's the question. Quad, now's your time. You can flash in and grab them this time. As Broken Blade, he's got a big old health bar, is now out of flash as the teleport is coming in, and Caps, he has a full health bar and he just wants to play Mario on FlyQuest. Masu, he's going to be the first one to go down, and now Quad just dives on top of the Braum. Okay, that's an interesting maneuver. Broken Blade will come in and just hits him with his briefcase. And G2, I think, in the end, come out on top, but I'm not entirely sure.
There was a lot of kills. There might have been more than 10 kills and all of that with how quickly everybody was moving back and forth across the map. But like you said, G2 once again in control of the gold lead this time around. And we got to see how good Caps was at navigating that last fight. How good this Mundo is at just not dying in every single one of these interactions. Masu couldn't do anything against him. Quad couldn't do anything against him. And now G2 taking control of the top side of the map, and they're just going to be starting up the Baron.
It's a cute little ward over both sides of the wall. They have full information, but first we're going to check out this dragon fight one more time. Yeah. We're going to need to focus on the picture-in-picture here as there's a teleport coming in, but this Baron is just going to be taken by G2, and FlyQuest now finding themselves closed in upon the... Karthus is nowhere near. Busio realizing that he's not getting out, as there's the Requiem to try and start this one off. Oh my goodness, Yike just explodes. And now Mickey, he's down to about 20% as well. Hansama's very, very low. Quad has been taken out though, and Whippo is not quite as tanky as other Renektons, as we mentioned earlier. And Mega Inferno, what? And now Inspired is going to take the Raptors. And FlyQuest, unfortunately, they lose out on the Baron. They lose out on Quad and Masu. And Whippo, unfortunately, popped like a balloon as well. And they're kind of falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, that ill-fated contest might be the last real opportunity that FlyQuest had to try and turn around this game. But like you said, Inspired nowhere nearby for that fight. That's going to be 2 inner turrets going down. That's going to be 2 inhibitor turrets also probably falling here, as Broken Blade has enough HP that he can just take this and not care whatsoever. Cap's going to take the top side at the same time, and 2 inhibitors going down out of nowhere. This game was so even for so long here, Alice, and suddenly G2 is in total control.
Yeah, that's a 6,000 gold Baron power play. That's a lot of gold.
That's a lot of gold.
That's my expert analysis there. That's a lot of gold for that play.
That's what we like to see, but we'll take another look at this one. We did see that FlyQuest, it looked pretty doomed for a little while. The Rec Room comes in, then they just blow up Yike, which was very exciting. And I got really hopeful because I see Masu throw out this one bomb. It does hit Han Sama, but Quad just instantly dies. And from this position, Inspired does not have an opportunity to come in at all. Masu throws the ill-fated Mega Inferno Bomb and then just slapped through the jungle.
Yeah, Broken Blade, as we mentioned before, he goes where he pleases. He now has a Spirit Visage. It's a 4-item, lots and lots of health items, Mundo. And he's 6'2" and 6. He is extraordinarily big. Whippo going to be snagged by a volley. Mickey looks for the Glacial Fissure, gets on top of him, and the Crocodile is just going to be cut down.
That's the downside of playing this very aggressive style of Renekton. You do not have the HP to really do anything. You just get tagged once and you die. And now Broken Blade is saying, anyone around here whatsoever? They only have 1 place left to be on the map. They still have 40 seconds left of the Baron buff, and this should be all 3 inhibitors from FlyQuest falling. They have a lot of scaling, they have a lot of damage, but they don't have the tools necessary to try and do anything here as Mickey just flashes over the wall.
Yeah, just flashing over the wall.
Recreationally.
Having a good time. He will get back towards the rest of his teammates. But like you say, this is just going to be the last inhibitor. There is a conga line of buffed up super minions making their way towards the nexus of FlyQuest. And even though game number 1 went so incredibly well, the fairy tale seems to be over for the North American squad as G2 will take down the nexus and keep their dreams and their key alive here at EWC, and FlyQuest, unfortunately, gonna have to go home. It does mean we have regional representation from everyone moving towards the semi-finals, and a huge congratulations here for G2.
Honestly, fantastic resiliency coming out from G2. Game 1, they didn't really have many interests into. Game 2, very, very back and forth. Game 3, we finally get to see them figuring it out all at the same time. Broken Blade having a fantastic series. We got to see his Gragas nearly get them opportunities to win the first game, and in game 3, the Mundo terrorizing the Rift.
And great to see the sportsmanship here. Big smile on the face of Whippo as he congratulates G2 for winning the series. Good to see fantastic sportsmanship from the man. He's gonna have to hand over his key. This is always the hardest time, always the hardest moment.
Yeah. Inspired does not look happy. It looks like there is definitely some moment during that last game where they feel as though they could identify one place where they could turn things around, but this does become one of those opportunities to see exactly how G2 feels about the rest of the tournament.
Exactly right, but now it is time for the interview, so let's throw it over to the stage.
A 3-game series. G2 come out on top as the last hope of EU once again. Thank you so much for joining me, Caps. Congratulations on that win. How are you feeling, first of all?
Relieved, I think. I think it was quite a scary series.
Fans are happy.
Yeah, for sure. It feels good. The fans on our side, so that helps us a lot in this series.
One thing that BB was talking about before the start of this tournament was the fact that he really wanted to hold one of the keys of the teams in his hands and be able to crush them. You will actually be given the key from FlyQuest, so Inspired will be bringing that over just about now. Can we have it one time for FlyQuest? You can hand it over. It's yours to keep. Thank you so much, and I'm fortunate for that. I appreciate it. All right, you got the key, you got the win. Talk us through that series, because honestly, after game 1, I was scared, and I think every single fan here was scared too.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think we Got caught off guard a bit, I think, the first game. I think we were playing quite shaky and our comms were not quite there. And I think FlyQuest showed up a lot more than we thought, so definitely props to them. And I think even the later games were definitely not the kind of games that we wanted to play, so we're gonna try to refresh as much as tomorrow and show up stronger.
We're gonna need that. You're gonna need that, especially for a win. But you're talking about the comms not necessarily being so clean. What exactly is the reason behind that?
I think we were just like second-guessing ourselves a lot. We were not, too confident in some of our calls, and we had a lot of people speaking at the same time. So we just need to, I think, calm down a bit. Take it a bit more chill, a bit more relaxed. Because I think as long as we do the same plays, then they will work out a lot better.
When you're talking about nerves potentially, is it due to the fact that there's no lower bracket?
I mean, I think that definitely helps, I guess, or like makes it worse for us. But I also think just, it's our first game at this tournament, and going up against FlyQuest, especially with Fnatic losing to Liquid, we had a lot of pressure on us, I think, because we really had to make sure we won, because otherwise that would just be too embarrassing for Europe, I think. So, yeah, a lot of pressure on our shoulders, but we will show up tomorrow.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. As a representative of everyone in EU, when I talk about the drafts, particularly when that Mundo going top lane, the Tristana as well being a really key pick here, now that you've whipped it out and people have seen it, do you think you're going to have to change things up?
Definitely. I think we can step up big time tomorrow. And, Mundo, he just goes where he pleases.
And for your game tomorrow, do you want to say any final words?
I want to say a big thank you to all the fans for supporting us today. It was kind of crazy every time we went on stage, so many fans cheering, and I appreciate it, so thank you. See you tomorrow.
That's it from us. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
He goes wherever he pleases, does the Mundo, and G2 as they took the long route to the series victory. It's a 2-1 win here for G2 as they'll continue on in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, taking down FlyQuest in this last matchup. Lots of fights all over the place. As you see, there it is, Broken Blade just chasing down Masu as G2, the kings of Europe, take down the Nexus against FlyQuest and will continue on protecting their key, protecting their frame, and their dreams of the first ever game trophy in League of Legends here at EWC. Always good to see the handshakes down there, and always good to have Broken Blade joining us here in the area. Congratulations on the win, man. How was that?
Thank you. It was great. After the first lose, we were like, oh, what's happening? The FlyQuest was actually playing very well.
Yeah.
But then we came up with a good plan. They underestimated, I think, some of the drafts. You know, they left off Rumble. I felt like it was a very strong pick. I think Caps played exceptional on the Tristana on the side lanes. So the game was always a bit easier to play because they had to put a lot of attention to him. And in the last game, Mundo, very fun. You know, I was very strong. So very happy with that one.
I want to ask about going into this series. Caps mentioned it on his interview on stage. Europe already lost yesterday, right? G2, now the last European hope. We're massive favorites going into this series. I think most people expected FlyQuest to probably get 2-0'd by you guys. Yet you guys lost the first game. How much pressure were you feeling leading into the series? And then after game one, how did you guys get yourselves to kind of calm down and move to the rest of the series?
I mean, first of all, I think FlyQuest performed much better than I thought. So I have to say props to them, right? For us, it's sometimes we have this challenge that if you think the opponent is a bit weaker than us, then we can be a little bit, you know, do little silly mistakes. But after they beat us, they kind of unlocked our strength, you know, like, oh, we have to really try now. Obviously, I think they played pretty good still. I think we didn't perform as well as we should have, or as we know that we can. But yeah, it would have been very sad if EU lost both games against NA. But EU's hope still standing, so.
Yeah, I mean, I always hope with you guys. Let's take a look at the draft here from game number 3, and you can give us a little bit of insight in what you thought. Ox, you go first. What jumped out at you? And then Broken Blade, you could see how close we were to it.
Yeah, I was kind of a fan of the Karthus Ziggs, especially when you have things like the Ashe. You can be really hard to play into. Just the fact both ults can be really effective at connecting. I don't think they were utilized that effectively, though. I think as well the Ziggs build didn't really inspire too much joy, especially. You know, we had this super health stacking Mundo. The Zinzao was also stacking a lot of HP. Didn't build Leandries at all, which I think was a bit disappointing. But I also really I feel like the value of Braum has really risen on this tournament. We're seeing teams play around the passive really effectively with the double AD carries. So I think that's been kind of a standout of some of our wins today.
Yeah, definitely. I think Braum has been a very good pick in this game. I also think like the Mundo into double AP is very strong. They just, like, when I get my items with this champion, I feel like you're very unstoppable. Like, you just run them down. Yeah, I think we had the superior draft in game 3 and game 2, I would say. But
yeah, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here. Craziness on the bottom side of the map to kick things off here. It felt like there was a lot of attention all over the place, but here's a messy one down on the bottom side.
There were definitely a few moments in the bottom part of the map where we saw some mistakes from Hansama was caught out, actually punished by Masu quite a bit. But there were a lot of chaotic fights like this one here where, you know, Braum pretty difficult to take down. And, you know, I guess really it's so strange for me to have a pro gamer up here. You know, I never want to give my thoughts when I have yours. What were you guys thinking in these types of moments?
I mean, actually, I don't know what my team was thinking there. I was kind of just laning 1v1 top lane.
We got a top layer. He's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I was just on my island 1v1. Once I had my Warmox, I took some plays back, you know, like he was rushing the Blade of Ruin King.
Yep.
Which is obviously effective versus the Mundo, who only rushes HP. But then he gets less effective in team fights, which is later on Renekton did kind of get one shot later on in the fights. So for me, it's just survive until I get my items and then one shot the Renekton.
Well, then here we got to see this Drake fight, and Ox, you were calling early. This one looked good at the start here for FlyQuest, but they got the smite there. But again, what were you seeing here in this Drake fight?
I mean, in this situation, I thought we were winning because we had Caps marking the Renekton, who was really just one shot, right? So his only option is to flash on Tristana. Once he doesn't kill Tristana, we are winning the fight. We have Warmox on me, so every damage that I take here is just very good. Caps is basing and then just chipping back. So for us, it's just great here. And yeah, and then we just clean up. I think they could have won the fight if Tristana was one shot, but the moment Tristana doesn't die, I think it's an auto win.
So your role in this moment is just really to try to prevent those recalls, keep them around, tank it up, allow Caps to come through. You guys always knew once Caps gets back, you could TP in. That never in doubt that you guys would clean up that fight.
Exactly, yeah.
And then we have our final replay on here. Big fight to close it on out. I think, Ox, you felt a certain type of way here with the Ziggs, and you brought it up in the early draft part. Now we get to see why.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard in this situation to cut through the Mundo. Obviously, super fed. Early game went well. We see the Renekton is capable of just like bursting out targets really quickly. But I feel like the main thing that was going through our minds in this moment was, like, I'm not sure it would have completely turned the fight, but the ult came out so late from the Ziggs. I feel like there was multiple opportunities where you could get the damage in. And then when it kindly came out, like, you're firing blind at that point. You've left it so late. And it felt like really FlyQuest weren't fully ready for the fight, which is kind of surprising considering you'd just come out Baron and they had no way of dealing with the Mundo.
I mean, for me, it's not necessarily... Like, the thing is about Ziggs, he doesn't have much setup other than the Leona ulti, right? So if the Leona ulti doesn't land or he gets caught, it's going to be hard for Ziggs to throw the ult, like hit the ulti. In this case, I think he could have probably threw it a bit earlier, right? Yeah. Because he kind of just threw it hoping Ashe would base and just kill the Ashe. I think regardless, they would lose the fight. So it didn't matter in the end. So yeah, you can feel good about that. But I agree. I think they didn't have enough setup for Ziggs ulti.
Yeah. So as we take a look at the last highlight, BB, I just wanted to ask you, again, we talked about the pressure of being the last team here. Were you surprised in terms of the result that Team Liquid provided Fnatic yesterday?
I mean, I was definitely surprised. I thought Fnatic was very good. I thought that Fnatic right now is what they are. Like, they are at their best at the moment. That's what I think. So it was quite surprising to me that they lost to TL. So I'm excited how strong TL is if you meet them in the finals. But first, we have to beat Top Esports.
Yep.
So looking forward for that match.
Yeah, so on that note, what do you feel like your chances are against Top Esports? They had a pretty dominant win over Gen.g earlier today. They had some pretty unique drafts. Do you guys think that, obviously with the fast turnaround between tonight and your match tomorrow, that you guys could maybe take the upset? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't call it upset. The last time we matched them, it was a 3-0. So I think it will be competitive. I don't know if it will be as easy as last time because they will probably come in prepared, respecting us as well because we beat them last time. Definitely looking forward for it. I think we have good chances, but we also need to be, you know, on top of our game because today I don't think we played our best game. So tomorrow we will have to play our best game.
Ox, last question for BB.
What do you feel for that 3-0 against Top Esports, which in a lot of minds was a big upset, especially how it played out? What do you feel was something that gave you a big edge or gave you the mindset that allowed you to get that win?
I mean, I think we just had a good idea of how to play our drafts in MSI. We had really good, just really good drafts, yeah, overall, and it's something we have practiced a lot. I feel like most of the time, or like sometimes I feel like some of the LPL teams, they are behind in the meta because they just keep playing the same stuff.
Yeah.
And for us, it's important on how we can, you know, make use of that. And I think we did it very well in MSI. I also think we just play good League of Legends, you know, and that adds up to it. So very looking forward for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think all of us would agree. You guys are always capable of great League of Legends. Broken Blade, thank you so much for spending some time here with us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a look at a loser sides interview right now with one of the players from FlyQuest standing by.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty for the post-match interview. By my side is FlyQuest Inspired. So that was a very close series. You guys ended up going 1-2 against G2. How's the team feeling?
Honestly, feeling pretty good, honestly, because I think the games were very competitive, and I always saw G2 as by far the best team in the West. So it was good trying from us because I think every game was winnable, and I'm happy about how we played. Obviously, it would be better if we finished on the with the win, but I think it's okay.
I'm sure the fans are also very proud of you guys. They were very loud in the crowd, of course, but I want to talk about Game 3 where BB did pick something like the Mundo on that R5, so did that take you by surprise?
I mean, we knew he's playing the Mundo champ, but I think we didn't really mind. I think they had to pick some AP champion the last pick because they were full AD, so we were expecting more of like a Kennen pick or maybe Gragas, but he went for Mundo, which is, I think, kind of weak champion, and I think if we didn't just spoon feed him, he would be useless, but we managed to just give him like 3 kills early game for basically nothing, and then he was like really hard to deal with, but we weren't surprised by the pick at all.
Yeah, do be Warmog's meta right now, but moving on, I think as a team that just went 1-2 against G2, bringing them to the third game. For the remaining teams that potentially will verse G2, I believe it's Top Esports. How do you think Top Esports can beat G2 if they want to shut them down?
I mean, today Caps didn't look that great on the Corki Tristana matchup, especially in game 1 and 2. So maybe they should look into playing that. And I also saw that Top Esports picked up the Ivern after last time G2 beat them while using Ivern, and now they're playing Ivern themselves. So I think for sure it will be way closer series than it was last time those teams faced. And I don't know, I feel like Top Esports are just stronger laners, so they should win if they play to their abilities.
Prediction for Top Esport win from Inspired by my side. And finally, with Team Liquid being the only NA representative at the Esports World Cup, do you have anything to say to them?
I'm hoping they will do as well as possible.
All right, thank you so much for joining the interview, Inspired. We'll see you on the Rift.
That's my MVP right there. Inspired. Great words on the matchup and, of course, for the remaining LCS squad.
I mean, I think both humble and honest in that interview as well, saying, you know, look, we played better than we expected. G2 the best team in the West. At the same time, also acknowledging there were some big mistakes. Broken Blade getting big earlier than they wanted. They were confident against the Mundo, but they couldn't quite get over the finish line. They messed up the early game. Really, really cool stuff, though, from Inspired as all. Rest in peace.
Yeah, go from Broken Blade to Broken Key here for FlyQuest.
It's bent.
Well, it doesn't work anymore. It's broken.
Well, I guess.
Let's not argue semantics. Let's look at this bracket. As Atlas mentioned, every region has a representative here. We have LCS's Team Liquid, LCK's T1, LEC's G2, and LPL has Top Esports. Had some upsets, I think, along the way. Gen.g out of the tournament. T1 now the hope of the LCK. Top Esports looking like favorites. Broken Blade says he doesn't think so. He beat him last time. This tournament is quite unique in that it starts with best of threes, but it has proved to be quite interesting in its results.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people sort of subscribe to like the regional tier list sort of thing, where it's like, okay, well, you know, this region is better than this region, is better than this region, is better than this region. And obviously the seeding is different, but it's like, you know, T1 beat BLG, who were the highest seed the LPL, and then Top Esports ended up beating Gen.g, who were the highest seed. And I think it kind of just shows that really, you know, these teams have changed since MSI, but also the fact that really comes down to the individual matchups and teams which just show up on the day. You know, this is a really punishing format. You don't get a second chance.
Yeah, and we know there, as we take a look at the schedule, a little familiarity with that second matchup. But first, we'll have Team Liquid, the #1 seed from the LCS, against the reigning world champs T1 as match #1, and then in match #2, it is Top Esports for G2 in the for the spot in the finals at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
I mean, we talked about how, like, you don't want to necessarily subscribe to the regional tier list, but I think when you consider T1's performance versus Team Liquid's performance, I think they are a clear favorite there. G2 looking a little bit rough around the edges in their match today, obviously against FlyQuest, whereas Top Esports crushed Gen.g, wasn't even close. So I do think when we looked at the bracket, we're like, oh, we'll probably have clear favorites. I do think looking at the gameplay with your eyes, you know, the eye test here, I think that still holds up. I think tomorrow might be our most one-sided day of the tournament so far. But with all the upsets we've seen, the close series we've seen thus far, I'd hope the tournament continues to deliver in that regard.
Final thoughts, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had such a crazy day today, especially that first series still stuck in my mind. And I feel like it's kind of making me second-guess the series tomorrow, and especially the G2 Top Esports one. As Broken Blade said, last time they matched up, it went really favorably in their direction. So hopefully they can keep going with that sort of advantage in the matchup.
Great representation tomorrow in the semifinals. What will happen? We'll find out, but we know what happened today, so we'll leave you with the highlights, the Kadia highlights. See you tomorrow for more EWC action.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.